Okay. Well, let's continue. I don't think we're gonna play as Apollo in this time actually. I think we're gonna play as probably Athena because we haven't played as her like at all. Or Phoenix. Like either Phoenix or Athena. Most likely Phoenix, I think, but Athena hasn't been shown a lot of love in this game so far. So we might be playing as Athena, but probably Phoenix. A lot of Apollo though. Buttloads of Apollo. We're still playing as Apollo. Okay. What do you mean Miss Faye still being held hostage? And who's this mastermind? Paul Addison Wimperson was nothing more than a puppet. His benefactor was the one pulling the strings. But I have no idea who they are. So all we know is this the person who was trying to give the orb to? Right. Who is just following orders. Whoever it is, it seems to really want to get their hands on the orb. So then, Miss Faye's abduction is the work of this so-called benefactor too? Right again. Wherever they are, they're in Karain. Along with Maya. I wonder who they could be. Right, this Maya, the spirit medium you've been talking about. She wouldn't happen to be that bun-haired young lady you defended back in Karain? That's her. Why do you ask? I see. I think I know what's going on here. I've got good news for you, right? Maya is somewhere safe. That much I'm sure of. I'm afraid you've lost me. So that's who the little snot's patron is. It's all starting to make sense. That fool has no idea I'm here in the States with you all. Derek, you mind filling us in? No caller ID. I wonder who's calling. Hello? Mr. Phoenix Wright, yes? Let me start by thanking you for taking such good care of my subordinates. Who is this? I believe you know me as Mr. Addison's benefactor. Ah! Sounds like they're using a voice changer or something to disguise themselves. Where's Maya? Is she safe? I had my ears on today's proceedings. What a shock it was to hear that the key to solving the orb's riddle is a spirit medium. I admit, I did not see that coming. Wait, did they plant a listening device in here somehow? Nevertheless, don't think for a minute that will guarantee Maya Faye's safety. She is not the only spirit medium within my reach, you see. You harm a hair on Maya's head and you'll have to answer to me. Right, give it here a sec. Wait. Hey there, how's it going, stranger? Who is this? Why, it's your friendly neighborhood dragon. I just happened to be in the US on a little trip. Minister of Justice, Inga Karain? Inga? What? Maya's kidnapper? It's so obvious. Is Karain's Minister of Justice? Yeah, it's so obvious. Dirk? Is that you dirty turncoat? How in the what in blazes is going on here? Oh, you know, just popped over to the States for a little R&R. But enough about me, Inga. That was a poor excuse for a bluff you pulled just now. We both know your threats are as empty as your head. You can't lay a hand on Maya Faye, and I do mean that literally. Ah! What is he talking about? You can kiss your chances of getting the orb goodbye. Maya Faye and my only, how shall I say, insurance, you know, Dirk. What? I've got someone dear to you right in the palm of my hand, see? Now that one, well, you can imagine what kinds of things I could do, right? Oh. Nayuda. Oh my god, okay, I didn't see this coming. He's gonna use Nayuda. Glad you're seeing things my way. Meet me at Tamara's tomb tomorrow, 3 p.m. sharp. You better come alone, got it? If all goes well, the orb is all you'll need to get my FA back. Dirk, what's going on? You heard him. I have to get back to Karain at once. What? Why? No time to explain. Are you even going to make it? What if there are no seats left on the next flight? Plus, you're a wanted man. They're not going to just let you get on a plane. Let me worry about that, Mr. Justice. Oh! Oh! Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth? What are you doing here? Taking care of the hostage situation. Now that you mention it. Pearl did say that she saw you around Karain Village. I had him look into a few things while I was on my way back from Karain. Including Maya's situation, of course. I was astonished to hear she was still in Karain earlier, but it explained why I found no connection between her and Mr. Addison. Sorry to interrupt, but going back to the plane situation, I've taken the liberty of chartering one for us. It's ready to take off at any time. And I will do what's necessary to hide the fact that Dirk Sadmati is on board. Wow, must be nice to be Chief Prosecutor. Right, we have no time to lose. We must head for Karain at once. Right. I'm going too, after all. You're bound to need my help. No fair, I want to go too. This isn't a vacation, Trucy. Besides, I'll need you to hold down the fort. But Daddy, I guess I should also only bring what's necessary. Sorry, Trucy. Would you mind holding on to this stuff for me? Fine. But you'd better bring me back something besides just more evidence. Excellent. Now, let us make haste to Karain. And that's how our sudden trip to the Kingdom of Karain began. I never imagined I'd return to the country of my youth under such circumstances, though. That was a long flight. It's already 2:30 in the afternoon. Talk about cutting it close. The Kingdom of Karain. This is no time to reminisce, but I gotta say, this place sure brings back memories. Hurry up, Apollo. Right behind you. Amara's tomb is located in the courtyard of the Karain Palace. You should have just enough time to get there. Let's sprint there. Think you can keep up, Apollo? Sure, no sweat. I'll contact the royal family and the local police and inform them of our arrival. Thanks, Edgeworth. I wasn't made for all the running and climbing and near drowning I've done this week. It's 2:45, only 15 minutes left. See that cylindrical building rising up in the distance? That's Amara's tomb. Amara? Wasn't that the previous queen? The one who was assassinated? Yes, and I'm the one they pinned it on. It will take a few minutes to get to the tomb from here. So, you've returned, Barbed Head. Ah! I've seen her before on the news. If I remember correctly, this is the Crown Princess Reva Padma Crine. What are you people doing here? This is the royal residence. Commoners are not allowed entry without permission. A prosecutor from the States should have already called and requested permission for us to enter. As to why we're here, you benevolence, have you seen Minister Inga? You seek my father, I just saw him heading toward Amara's tomb. Was he with anyone? You know, like some shady-looking underlings or something? No, he was alone. Why do you ask? Looks like she has no idea about Miss Faye's abduction. You hear that? I think we have company. Oh, yikes. Bow down before her glory! Her Eminence Queen Garen, Grand Priestess of Garine, approaches! Garan? Or Garen? I can't... What? How do you say that? It's... Queen Garen. Garan, I guess. It would be Garan because there's an apostrophe, so... I'm just gonna say Garan from now on. Guards. Surround Amara's tomb at once. Yes, Your Eminence. What's she doing? Is she going to help us? Excuse me, Your Eminence. So, our barbed-head lawyer returns. May we presume you are here from Maya Fey, the spirit medium who has been abducted? Yes, you may. Allow us to apologize for the criminal actions of her husband. Oh, no need to apologize for him. Honestly, Inga, abducting a guest in our country? How could you? Father, abducted someone? Your Eminence, what about those soldiers over there? They are the Garan Royal Guard. Soldiers who serve the crown and no other. Royal Guard? They are an elite force selected from only the most loyal and outstanding of our subjects. And why have you ordered them to surround the tomb? The police will not come if it is my husband who is committing the crime. We shall have to storm the tomb and take Minister Inga into custody ourselves. What? You mean... Garan, no! His hostage is in there. Dirk! How dare you set foot in the palace? Have you come to turn yourself in? Listen, we need to call a truce for now. Garan Royal Guard, seize this traitor of the crown. Wait a second. Slow down there, Garan. I'm here to conduct a hostage exchange. And if you take me in now, Maya Fey is as good as dead. A hostage exchange? Why would he choose to do such a thing with you? We can talk about that later. Right now, I need to get in there before it's too late. If I can't resolve this in 20 minutes, you can storm the palace. Now then, if you'll excuse me. Dirk, wait! Guards, allow the insurgent Dirk Samadhi to pass. Barbed Head, you have some explaining to do. Right. Well, while we're raiding here... Paulo, why don't you explain the situation? What? Me? Leave nothing out, Hornhead. Or I'll dehorn you where you stand. Hornhead? She doesn't waste any time coming up with nicknames. What's with the attitude? Her father's the one who abducted Miss Faye. Do my ears deceive me, or did I hear talk of my father abducting someone? Oh, you heard right. He's abducting Maya Fey, and... Insolent fool! Pardon my rudeness. A gentle soul such as my father could not possibly have committed such a crime. Gentle? You think he's gentle? I'm afraid it's true, your benevolence. He's holed up in that tomb as we speak. Really? I find this difficult to believe. Why would he do such a thing? Your benevolence. You saw your father heading toward the tomb? I did. I was over on that veranda. Do you say that? Without it sounding weird? Deep in thought. When I saw him hurrying toward the tomb, I'd say it was 10 minutes ago. Why was he rushing? Maybe he was worried he'd be late? Did you see anyone else heading for the tomb? I saw no one else after he entered. So Minister Inga and Miss Fey are the only ones in there besides Dirk? Who knows, but I wouldn't be surprised if he had a minion or two with him. Dirk, I sure hope he's alright. It's only been 5 minutes? Ah, it feels like an eternity. Patience, Apollo, patience. It's been almost 20 minutes. What's taking Dirk so long? The appointed time has come. Our royal guard shall now storm in. Can't you wait just a little longer? No, we cannot. Every second we wait puts the hostage's life in even more danger. Therefore, we see no alternative but to order our guards to storm in. But that'll put Miss Fey's life in danger too. Guards! Storm the tomb and seize Minister Inga, along with the insurgent Dirk Sadmati. What? Dirk's under arrest too? Naturally, that traitorous snake assassinated my predecessor, Queen Amara. Now go, seize them both! Follow me, men. For evidence. I hope no one gets hurt. Could be murder in there. Your evidence! What the? Why are they running back out? What is the meaning of this? Something terrible has happened. Dirk, the minister. He's dead. What's this? What? Apollo, quick. I'm right behind you. No one enters without our... Come, let us see what has inspired. Yes, your evidence. Where's Dirk? Apollo, over here. Dirk? Dirk! What? What have you done? Apollo? Look! So it is, Minister Inga who has fallen. Guards, seize this murderous man at once! Yes, your evidence. Sooner now perish, rebel scum! No, wait! Dirk! You're taking him away. Ow! Dirk just threw something at me. Wait, this is the... Is he telling me to keep it safe? Nick? Is that you? Maya! Oh, you alright? Dirk, he saved me. I feel exhausted. I can't keep my eyes open. Maya! Minister Inga, the man behind Miss Faye's abduction, had been killed, and Dirk was arrested for his murder. So it was that the abduction of Maya Fey came to a sudden and unexpected resolution. With this, the curtain fell on the minister. But things were far from over. I was not expecting him to die. I was expecting Maya to die, actually. And we would have to defend Dirk. I'm happy that that didn't happen, but it would have been a perfect place for Maya to die. But I'm happy it didn't happen. Apollo, what happened? I can't say for sure. But from what I can tell, it seems Dirk has killed Minister Inga. What? You think he did it to save Miss Faye? Most likely. But who knows? I'm really confused right now. My father, this cannot be! I must see for myself. Your benevolence, we cannot allow you to pass. Fools, stand aside. Forgive us, but we have direct orders from Her Eminence, the Queen Garon. Father! Oh, Father! Dirk, you will pay for this! Apollo, let's go regroup somewhere. Yeah. Dirk, it wasn't really you that did it, right? Who did it then? Who else could have done it? I guess we'll find out, but like, dang. Are you okay, Apollo? Yeah. Edgeworth's speaking with the local police. So let's sit tight until it returns. Okay. I know you must be in a state of shock right now, but I need you to stay with us, Apollo. He's right. I can't go to pieces now. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'll be fine. Right, Mr. Justice. I'm afraid I have some bad news. It looks like things will only get more complicated from here. Prosecutor Edgeworth? What's happening with Dirk? As I understand it, he has been officially charged with the murder of Minister Inga. He has? However, I did manage to get his permission to investigate the crime scene. And I expect we'll be allowed to visit Mr. Somebody shortly. Thank you. I'm sure glad Prosecutor Edgeworth is here with us. Also, it just so happens that Detective Sky is here in Karine. Of course she is. So I've asked her to assist us with our investigation. What? What's she doing here? It seems Prosecutor Sarmati has grown quite fond of her. He's been ferrying her all over the place. A few days here, a few days there. They've almost become a team of sorts. Despite what Nayuda says, it seems she thinks highly of Emma's skills. So what now, Apollo? I think I'll go pay Dirk a visit at the detention center. I went to go check in on Maya at the hospital. What about you, Athena? Well, if there's footwork to be done, I'd better stick with Apollo and give him a hand. Very well, then I will accompany Wright. Okay, we'll go our separate ways for now. Alright, if anything comes up, you have my cell number. You know your way around here, Apollo? It's been over 10 years since I left, but I'll try not to get us hopelessly lost. Apollo, here to see your old man, are you? Dirk, are they done interrogating you? Nope, the fun hasn't even started. I imagine they'll really rake me over the coals though. I don't even want to think about how harsh their interrogation method will be. Yeah, but that's nothing compared to what they'll do if they find him guilty. They branded me a terrorist who killed the previous queen, and now the justice minister. If found guilty of these crimes, I'll be facing a very public execution. Public execution? This is worse than I thought. Come on, son. Turn that frown upside down. You'll jinx us. As soon as I get out of here, I'll take you to this tasty hash house I know. I'd like that. I really need to focus on what happened. Time to switch to work mode. Dirk, can you tell me what happened? Oh, and there's also something I want you to take a look at. I see you got it safely out of the tomb. Why did you throw it at me like that? I want you to listen carefully, son. The orb has not fallen into Garon's hands. Not ever. I thought Minister Inga was the one who was after it. He was the one who lent it to Professor Buff to study, after all. So haven't you exposed this crime now? I have, but there's more connected to this relic than meets the eye. Much more. Whatever it is, I can't help feeling that it could turn this entire kingdom upside down. You said something like that before. Looks like Dirk's intuition is at it again. Garon will do anything to retrieve this. So guard it well, son. At least until tomorrow's trial. Dirk, what happened in there? You didn't really kill Minister Inga, did you? Well, the thing is, I really don't know. Huh? I remember seeing the mural of the founder right as I entered the tomb, but I got all dizzy immediately after that. Next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand, covered in Inga's blood. So you don't remember meeting with him? No, the last thing I remember after entering the tomb is feeling really dizzy. There's no way you can explain what happened if you can't remember anything. Yeah. I suppose there's no getting out of this one. But we can't give up yet! Ha! I was just messing with you, son. Well, stop. It's not funny. Sorry. Sheesh, nothing seems to face him, not even being arrested for murder. This is going to be one tough case, Apollo. Not only have I been charged with Inga's murder, but I've also been charged with Amara's assassination from 23 years ago. You're on trial for 2 charges? Garon is practically licking her chops just thinking about my public execution. Guess it means we can't afford to lose our heads, huh? Ha! I don't know how you can laugh at a time like this. So, son, I take it you'll be defending me at my trial? Of course. You can count on me. That's my boy. Looks like your nerves are as steely as those vocal cords of yours. After all, you've got the Defense Capability Act to contend with, too. Oh, right. So if you're found guilty, then I'll be charged with the same double homicide, huh? Don't tell me you forgot about that. I'll be fine. I just have to make sure we win this one. You sure? Because you don't sound very fine. Apollo? What was that about assassination 23 years ago? About that incident 23 years ago. That was when the previous queen, Amara, was assassinated, wasn't it? Yes, someone set her private residence on fire. She lost her life in the ensuing blaze. And you were arrested for the crime? Why would they arrest you, Mr. Submati? Weren't you just a lawyer back then? What relationship could you have with the queen? About that. Amara was, well, she was my wife. I may not look the part, but I was once husband to a queen. In short, I was royalty. What? No way! Are you saying you won the heart of the reigning queen? Ha! Come on, you're talking to a guy who honed his prowess against witnesses on the stand. Even a queen is no match for this dragon's glare. Wow, you're really something else. So was a verdict ever reached, Dirk? I acted as my own attorney and won. Until I was accused of fabricating evidence, that is. Then it all went south. Now, where have I heard a story like that before? Mr. Wright. What happened after that? I made a run for it. You ran? But why? I didn't kill Amara, and I didn't fabricate any evidence. But if I had stuck around for a retrial, I'd have been found guilty for sure. I couldn't allow that to happen. Amara's true killer would never face justice if I did. So I left my law practice behind and went underground. But that was 23 years ago. Are you telling me that after all these years, you still haven't discovered the truth? Yeah. The fact that it was an arson means that the crime scene was reduced to ashes. There's little in the way of evidence left. It's just been brick wall after brick wall. I guess that means it's all up to me to figure it out, huh? Along with Minister Inga's murder, of course. I think I'm going to be sick. Come on, son. Don't look so down. With you on the case, it'll work out somehow. I hope he's right. Say, son. You remember my office? Sure. I remember that messy, dimly lit room. The file I've amassed on Amara's assassination is kept there. I think it might help you on this case. You remember how to get there? Let me think. I recall going into a manhole. How could I not, Dirk? I hated how I always got so dirty getting in there. That stench. That whole case is important too, but I should probably focus on the minister's murder first. I'm afraid your time is up. Nayuda, it's time for the prisoner's interrogation. So be gone, you putrid-headed criminal abetting lawyer. Wait, don't tell me. You're the prosecuting attorney? What? But that would mean... Is there a problem here? You bet there is. He's your father. And your point is? My relation to the accused is irrelevant. The fact remains I'm a prosecutor. No, that's not what I don't think I'm getting through to him. Nayuda, long time no see, son. Have you been? Fuck you. Look, I hear you've been serving Garan, rather faithfully, in fact. Whatever happened to our dream of taking her down and changing this country, son? Past is the past. What do you mean? Why are you doing this? It's simple. People change. The Nayuda you knew exists no more. Listen, son, I don't know what made you change like this. You're still my boy, even if you prosecute my case. Rest of the Defiant Dragons and I eagerly await your return. Whenever you're ready, we'll welcome you back with open arms. As I said, I've moved on. Now let us waste no more time, for flowers do not blossom simply from talking of the past. Nayuda, why do I get the feeling there's something he wants to say but can't? Guard, move the accused to the interrogation room. Yes, sir. This way, you rebel scum. Ow, watch it! Not so rough, will you? Nayuda, is he seriously going to prosecute his own father? Let's check out the notes. So, this is the tomb of Amara, the previous queen of Khura'in. It's really lavish. I guess you could say it's fit for a queen. Is the faceless woman at the mural over there Amara? No, that's the Holy Mother. She's the one who brought spirit channeling to Khura'in. Oh, right. The woman in the orb. Oh, it's you two. Getting right down to business, I see. Hi, Emma. We heard you give us a hand if we needed it. Yep, this Retchworth asked me to help where I could. So it's been quite a while since you've been back in Khura'in, I hear. Yeah, more than 10 years, in fact. Well, you sure didn't waste any time. I mean, you're already mixed up in a murder. You're as big as... you're as big a trouble magnet as Mr. Wright. But please don't say that. My luck's already bad enough as it is. Emma, I hear Prosecutor Satmati has requested your services again. He seems to have really taken a liking to you. You mean his ephemeral holiness? I don't mind that he approves of me and my abilities. It's just, his people skills really need some serious work. When he manages to smile and compliments my work, it's hard to say no. Plus, working... That's been tough, but like a Stephen's boot on my skin. To make matters worse, the defendant in this case is someone I know. I mean, how could this get any worse? Sounds like they got one complicated prosecutor-detective relationship going on. Emma, have you determined the cause of death? Blood loss from a stab wound. A single stab in the back was enough to cause the victim to bleed to death. Estimated time of death is 3 p.m., which is when Dirk came onto the scene. Any suspect besides Dirk? No. He, Maya, and the minister were the only ones here. Maya had been tied up until she was freed by the Queen's Royal Guard. Someone had been hiding somewhere in here? Not likely. I was told this tomb was searched from top to bottom, right after the murder. And during that time, the Royal Guard set up a perimeter to prevent anyone from escaping. In other words, the crime scene was completely sealed off? Would appear so. No way for a third party to escape without being spotted, so... Great. It's another one of those convoluted locked room mysteries. About the victim, Minister Inga. He was the Kingdom's Minister of Justice, correct? Yes. Inga Khura'in was the second most powerful figure in Khura'in. Plus, he was married to the Queen. Seems strange that someone of his status would abduct someone. Apparently, he only told a few of his most loyal subordinates about his plan. That way, there was little chance of the police or even the Queen finding out. What was Inga hoping to gain by getting his hands on the orb? That I don't know, but I'm working on it. I wonder if it really was for what Paul Adgen Wimberson said. I must deliver it to my benefactor at all costs. What do they want that relic for anyway? It's just something to do with an old legend. A patron seeks the great power said to be granted by whoever solves its secrets. A great power that is said to be bestowed on whoever solves the orb's secrets. In Khura'in, only those who can channel spirits are said to be fit to rule. Was that why Inga wanted such power? Did he want to be king? So this is the tomb of the previous queen? Yes, Queen Amara was laid to rest here. She lost her life in an arsonist's blaze. Tragic end. I heard this tomb sits on the actual site of her residence before it was burned down. They built it on the same spots where his soul could rest in peace. So this is where the fire happened, huh? Why do you think Minister Inga was holding Miss Faye captive here? It's the perfect spot if you think about it. It's close to his private quarters, which made it easy to keep an eye on his prisoner. And the courtyard is only open to the royal family, so he had little fear of prying eyes. Plus, the tomb is normally locked, and only the royal family is allowed access. So that's why he picked this place. How long had Miss Faye been held captive? About 6 days. Really? That long? It appears that she was severely weakened by the prolonged confinement. She passed out as soon as she was freed, and is now on IV drip at the hospital. She's been asleep ever since. Poor Miss Faye. Hope she gets better soon. Emma, do you mind if we start looking around? Sure. I've already got the... Okay. Knock yourselves out. Oh, and here. It's a diagram of the... It's the diagram the police drew of the tomb. I thought I'd give you a copy to help your investigation along. Thank you. Oh, and let me know if you need my forensic expertise. Don't you dare keep all the fun to yourselves, you hear? You don't need to worry about that. Besides, I'd hardly classify this as fun. So this is Amara's sarcophagus. Let's take a closer look. Hey, these curtains open, Apollo. What the hell? That's one big sarcophagus. They say the mummy of Amara, the former queen, rests inside. A mummy, huh? Bats, it's locked. Hey, don't touch that! I mean, we can't search inside it? Not a chance. Besides, it's not something anyone would try opening anyway. What if the real killer's hiding inside? Hey, anyone in there? Don't do that! You're going to get us cursed! You believe in that? Cursed? The queen likely bears a grudge toward the living after such violent, painful death. So no one dares touch the sarcophagus for fear of incurring her wrath. Oh no, Apollo. What am I going to do? Don't look at me. In any case, the sarcophagus is temperature controlled. It's kept really cold to preserve the mummy. So even if someone did decide to hide inside, they would eventually freeze to death. I see. Still, if they bundled up, I bet a person could hide in there for a little while. Is that it? Is that really it? Wow. Look, one of the statues is broken. Yeah, but it's kind of hard to see them from here. Let's check it out when we get a little closer. Looks like the Holy Mother was painted here to watch over Mars' sarcophagus. So it's like this tomb is protected by the founder? It must be so reassuring for those she left behind. Only one problem, they didn't paint the eyes she needs to do said watching. Hold on. Only one problem that everyone starts is watching. Come to think of it, she doesn't have a mouth to smile down upon the tune either. It's actually kind of creepy. I wonder if being watched over by something like that gives the queen nightmares. Hey, keep that up, and the father just might come and watch over you too. It's like a small army of monks, all neatly lined up. Looks like they're facing the sarcophagus in prayer. If you look carefully, each one has a slightly different expression. Wonder if they use real people as models. Some are frowning, some are smiling. There's one that looks like he's trying his hardest not to burst out laughing. Really? I wonder why. Maybe it's like those times when things are so intense, you can't help but laugh. You know, like at funerals and stuff. They went through all the trouble of depicting that. Talk about it going overboard. There's a painting up there, but I can't see it very well from here. It's full of ash. We must burn incense in here. So I was wondering, Apollo, did the ash come from the incense sticks that were burned in this? Or do people put in their incense after there was already ash in here to hold them up? Don't be silly, Athena. The answer is simple. The ash is the product of prayers from the countless visitors who came here. It's not a chicken or it's not a chicken or the egg kind of thing. But that's an interesting take on it. It's so much more poetic than mine. Is that really it on this? Really? It's full of ash. My guess would be this is an incense burner. Hey, look, Apollo. There's something in the ashes. Let's see what it is. Ooh. Is that a gemstone? Wonder what it's doing here. I got this one covered, Apollo. Would like to hear my brilliant theory? Well, I guess it wouldn't do any harm. You know how people make wishes by throwing coins into a fountain, right? You know, on second thought, I'm good. What? You sure you don't need to hear my theory? I was just about to get to the good part. Let's just ask Emma. That'll be much quicker. Excuse me, Emma. What's this gemstone doing here? Oh, that. It's not a gem, it's a button. Albeit a very expensive one from the victim's jacket. Must have fallen off and gotten in there somehow. See? Every puzzle has an answer, Athena. Well, I thought my idea was pretty good. Wait. What's with this suit? Here, on the gemstone. Hey, you're right. I was there since 23 years ago. Wow, it's covered in blood. The blood splatter this large, it must have gotten all over the killer too. Come to think of it, there was blood on Dirk's clothes. Circumstantial evidence points to Dirk being the killer. That's what I conclude if I were a cop too. Why are things always so bleak for me? True, but that's one of the many places the Royal Guard checked after storming. Wow, they were really thorough. Yes, well apparently one of their members loved mystery novels. He peered into every nook and cranny with an almost frightening amount of gusto. When he was done, he said, "Clear! Very interesting. Like one of those locked room mysteries. Felt like he's in the wrong line of work." Is this supposed to be Amara channeling a spirit? It looks like the spirit of some country's sultan or something. And he seems to be conveying something to his chainers. She's on fire. This must be Amara's assassination as allegedly carried out by Dirk. It really made him look evil. This is the weirdest of all. That's supposed to be Dirk facing his punishment in the afterlife? Anyway, I guess that's the last one. I guess we're supposed to see this as a happy ending. Yeah, except nobody came out of the story happy. Guess this is where Inga collapsed when he died. Better take a closer look. They've already taken the body away. It's kind of sad how familiar I've become with body outlines. I have a photo of the body if you're interested. It was stabbed right in the back. Poor guy was practically skewered. What's he wearing on his arms? Those are the cuffs of justice. Seems to be a tradition here for men to serve justice to wear those forearm cuffs. They look like they're made of a thick fabric, so I guess they aren't for protection. Maybe they're for keeping his sleeves out of the way when handling documents. Yeah, that's probably their original purpose. But over the years, the reason for wearing them was probably forgotten. So now they're just one of many traditional things that people do without knowing why. Oh, I get it. Kind of like the way you roll up your sleeves, huh? Huh? Or your psychology. We're going there. I happen to know why I started, thank you very much. So this is the murder weapon? Emma, did you find any prints on it? Yep, and they were super clear. They belonged to one Dirk Sarmati. That's not good. Were there any others? There was one more print from another individual. But it was too smudged to identify. Oop. It's probably an old print from someone else who had handled the knife. Yet another piece of unhelpful info that our ever-growing pile. I wonder if this is Inga's cell phone. It should be. His fingerprints are all over it. Do you know if he talked with anyone recently? There were a few calls logged between him and his underlings. They're all members of the secret police, who are directly under the minister's control. You mean like spies? I don't think that's quite it. So the minister was armed, huh? It's a 4-shot pistol. He had it for self-defense, apparently. But I won't be firing anything anytime soon. Huh? He was carrying a broken gun around for show? No, we recovered a bullet here. Which means the gun probably broke as the minister fired its last round. Thing is, the gun's chambers are all empty. Yet that one bullet is the only bullet we could find. That's strange. Where did the other 3 go? Maybe Dirk ate them. We can ask the next time we see him. Just be ready for his predictably shocking answer. This is the grape juice Ingo was drinking. He was probably nervous before meeting with Dirk. So he drank grape juice? I'm not seeing the logic here. Mr. Wright told me all about when he was hospitalized a few years ago. He said grape juice has something in it that helps you relax. Really? Are you sure he was talking about regular plain old grape juice? Because it sounds like he was talking about the fermented variety. No, he couldn't have meant that. I mean, we're talking about a medical facility. They wouldn't have allowed something like that in. Right, let's just leave it at that. Baby on a lotus blossom? That's one strange painting. Apparently, that's part of a mural depicting the life and times of Queen Amara. You know, like a storyboard or something. So that baby is supposed to be Amara? This one depicts Amara preaching to the faithful. It's hard to put into words, but I've never seen anything like it. Let's see, the next one is... Is that Dirk? Why does he have horns? Best guess is it depicts the first time Amara and Dirk met. So he's supposed to be some kind of demon who's seducing her? Well, he was successful since they got married after that. The mural continues on the opposite wall. Is this supposed to be an Amara's channeling a spirit? Looks like the spirit of some country, sultan or something. And she seems to be conveying something to his retainers. She's on fire. This must be Amara's assassination as allegedly carried out by Dirk. They really made him look evil. This is the weirdest one of all. Is that supposed to be Dirk facing his punishment in the afterlife? Anyway, I guess that's the last one. I guess we're supposed to see this as a happy ending. Yeah, except nobody came out of this story happy. Miss Faye was apparently tied to this chair. Let's take a closer look. You should try to cover every single angle possible here. Slide the touchscreen. Or use the circle pad. Look around carefully in this area. Poor Miss Faye. She must have been tied up to this chair. Can't just imagine how much her backside must have hurt after sitting here for so long. It would have been torture for you, I bet. I mean, you don't know how to sit still. If by that you mean not to stay active, then I have to agree with you. I didn't know, but I happen to be a bit of an escape artist myself. Trucy showed me how to open her rope escape trick. Uh-huh. But why would you bother learning something like that? Because we're always getting into trouble when working cases with Mr. Wright. So I thought it might come in handy someday. Well, I guess you're right about that. Faye could have definitely used that knowledge. That's right, so now you just sit right here and we'll get started. What in the world gave the idea I wanted to learn? There it is. There's blood. Look, there's a bloodstain on one of the chair legs. Really? Hey, you're right. I completely missed that. Let's move the chair so we can check under it. There's more blood under the chair leg. What are we just doing there? Let's have some luminol. I have some luminol here. Why don't you do some testing around it? Look! Bloodstain leads all the way to the sarcophagus. Emma, is this Minister Inga's blood? Hold on 1 second. Huh? That's strange. I don't get a match. So then, whose blood is it? We reckon Miss Faye weren't wounded as far as we know. The blood's been wiped up by someone for some reason. Yeah, that's strange too. There's a bloodstain on the floor. It's already been mostly wiped up, but the stain leads all the way to the sarcophagus. I wonder whose blood it is. One of the statues is broken. Let's take a closer look. It's a Magatama, I think. Did it come from the broken statue? Look, Apollo, there's another one. But the other statues only have one each. Hey, you're right. Maybe the statue was special or something. This thing's more splintered than statue now. The bullet from the victim's gun did a real number on it. Seems like something you'd get cursed for, you know? In Minister Inga's case, I'd say getting your ticket punched is curse enough. Yeah, but don't curses extend to the afterlife? You need to stop talking what Nayuta says. You need to stop taking what Nayuta says so seriously. I'm perfectly capable of thinking for myself. Look, there's a bullet here. It's from the pistol the victim was carrying. My guess is he tried to shoot his attacker but missed, and the bullet ended up here. We've already determined the rifling marks to be a match to his gun. Rifling marks? Aren't those... Oh ho, I shall explain. The science behind it is absolutely fascinating. No, we're good. Ugh, lawyers. Think they're so smart. You do realize we can hear you. There's something shiny down there. It's a pendant. There's blood on it, I wonder who it belongs to. Oh, we know it's just not the victim's. No one in the royal family recognized it. Emma, did you lift any fingerprints from it? I did, but wasn't able to get a clean one. It's too bad. The blood turned out to be the victim's. That means it must have fallen here in the course of the murder. Might be Dirk's. I should ask him about it later. Guess that's it. Someone could have hid behind these curtains. Here, I'll give it a try. Well, can you tell I'm hiding here? No, I can't tell at all. That's it. That's the perfect hiding place. We did it, Apollo. We solved the case. Sorry to burst your bubble, but the royal guards searched the tomb high and low right after they stormed in. They said no one else was in here besides Minister Inga Dirk and Miss Faye. Well, back to the drawing board, I guess. My brilliant deduction destroyed in 3 sentences. That's it. Okay. I think we've covered just about everything. Maybe we should go over what else we've learned so far. For starters, we're dealing with a locked room murder. But instead of the tomb being locked, it was being condoned off by the Royal Guard. And after the murder, no one was found to be hiding inside. Right. In addition, we also know that Dirk's fingerprints are all over the murder weapon. The curtain around the sarcophagus was drenched in the victim's blood on one side. Blood must have also gotten on the killer when they stabbed the minister from behind. Dirk had blood on him when the crime was first discovered. Unfortunately, he doesn't remember what happened. This is not good. So what we know so far is things couldn't be worse for our case, and that's still an understatement somehow. Yeah, it's looking pretty grim. Oh, if you two are done here, I'll have to ask you to leave. Go on, scoot. Something wrong, Emma? Why are you trying to give us the boot? It's just easier if you're not here when his ephemeral holiness arrives. Ah! Speak of the devil. Prosecutor Sadmati. Detective Sky. Seems you've spoken at length with these 2 lawyers. I do hope you've also kept an eye on them. Yes, of course. Like a hawk. They didn't touch a single thing. Give a lawyer an inch, and it'll take a mile. Never forget that. There's that look of distrust again. Hey, Nayuta. You really believe that Dirk's guilty? And are you seriously going to prosecute this case? I mean, he's your father. You were once part of the Defiant Dragons, weren't you? Hey, now you gotta wait! I said wait! Come on, Athena, after him. Huh? I'm right behind you. Nayuta, would you stop already? What do you want? It's about Dirk. Would you please hear me out? I failed to see why I should. Now if you'll excuse me.
Hold it!
Nayuta, are you afraid of what I might have to say? If not, then there's no harm in listening, right? Very well. Speak. But make it quick. There's much I must do. Why does everything have to be so difficult with you? So I know you'll be prosecuting Dirk's case, but aren't there any other prosecutors in this country? Why does it have to be you? Her Eminence, Queen Garan, personally requested that I serve as prosecutor. She did? That would make it hard to say no. Your Eminence thinks highly of my prosecutorial skills. Still, she didn't have to ask you to handle a case against your own father. Be honest, you really don't want to do this, do you? Ah, you speak of love and sentiment. I guess so. I don't deny such human emotions, but the law is the law, and placing personal feelings above it is beyond reprieve. Do you disagree? Well, no, I don't disagree, but civilizations only exist due to the confines of the law. Without them, love and sentiment would lack the fertile soil they need to flourish. Do you disagree? No, but the law must be obeyed. This truth sits above all else, including personal feelings. Therefore, whether or not I am the son of the accused is of no consequence. It is that simple. Or would you say otherwise? But... Come on, Apollo. Tell him how wrong he is. Don't you know, wish it wasn't that way? It appears I've wasted my breath on you. And the winner is Prosecutor Sarmati. Still spewing empty words devoid of meaning or consequence, I see. You putrid red pepper. I know I'm right. But did he have to be so eloquent about his point? It's like he's trying to cover something up with his pretty words. Apollo, I'd cut back on the debates with him if I were you. Just stick to questions, like the one you wanted to ask. Nayuta, I wanted to ask you about that hostage situation. Inga said he had someone dear to Dirk in the palm of his hand. And he was using that person along with his hostage as leverage in obtaining the orb. That's news to me. Well, that's what Inga said. You can kiss your chances of getting the orb goodbye. My Fey and my only, how shall I say, insurance, you know, Dirk. What? I've got someone dear to you right in the palm of my hand, see? Now that one, well, you can imagine what kinds of things I could do, right? Glad you're seeing things my way. I got the impression Dirk had no choice but to follow Inga's demands after he heard that. So who do you suppose this special person is? It's you! I wouldn't know. My bracelet's reacting. Hey Nayuta, about what we just said. Ouch! My bracelet's crushing my wrist. What the heck's going on? I'm wise to your tricks, you putrid pepper. That bracelet reacts to the anxieties of the people around you by squeezing your wrist. But now that I know how it works, I can make it tighten around your wrist anytime I wish. Consider this a warning. I don't know how he did it, but this renders my bracelet useless. Such devilry is powerless in the face of Holy Mother's blessing. Looks like your special power won't go against Prosecutor Satmari, Apollo. We'll have to try something else. Oh, you're right. We just have to ask Dirk about this. It appears... You intend to go through with a trial you have no hope of winning. Grow up, Mr. Justice. We are no longer children, you and I. I'm not the one who needs to grow up, Nayuta. In case you didn't hear, I won my last case against none other than Mr. Wright. You tell him, Apollo. Is he mad? You can never tell with him. This trial is different. Your foolishness will only earn you a death sentence for aiding and abetting a criminal. And those who die as criminals are doomed to be reborn in the next life as something lower than a bug or vegetable. You'd be lucky to return to this realm as a patch of mold. Mold? That's pretty harsh. If you wish to avert such a fate, abandon this folly before it's too late. I don't care if I end up as a dollop of blue cheese dressing in my next life. I'm going to defend Dirk in court. You fool. Know this. I intend to prosecute the accused with all my might, no matter what you say or do. Consider yourself forewarned. Now, if you'll excuse me. Prosecutor Satmati knows his father will be publicly executed if he's found guilty. Yet he won't show even an ounce of mercy. Ayuda, is this really you? Have you really changed? You really plan on sending Dirk to his death? Do you even hear me? Don't Dirk and I matter to you anymore? Dang. Oh, that was heavy. Oh, that was really heavy. I still hate him, but come on. Ooh, Mr. Wright instead! Okay, this is interesting. Wait, so this is still an investigation. Maya passed out right after we found her in the tomb. I feel exhausted. I keep my eyes open. She's been out cold ever since. We haven't been able to get a word out of her. The doctor said it's just exhaustion, but I can't help but worry. What is it, Wright? Are you alright? Yeah, just thinking is all. I'm glad you're here, Edgeworth. We wouldn't have gotten the permissions we have without you. Well, I didn't come to all the way to Khura'in to be useless. Speaking of the investigation, I received a few things from Detective Sky. These should prove to be quite useful to us as well. Wait, we have different pieces of evidence. Are you really? Really? Okay, this is interesting. I can't thank you enough, Edgeworth. Honestly, I'd have been so lost without him these past few days. You there, the barbed-head lawyer, Phoenix Wright! Huh? You're from the Garan Royal Guard, right? I am Lucky, Royal Guard member, and Her Eminence's shoulder rubber. That's very specific. And what does the Royal Shoulder Rubber want with me? Wait, come to think of it, my shoulders are a bit stiff. Don't be absurd! I'm here for the one purpose only. I'm to bring you before Her Eminence, Queen Garan, Grand Priest of Khura'in. Will you comply? The Queen? What would she want me? Why does he have to shout like that? I can't fathom why Queen Garan would summon you. But I advise you to accept Her Eminence's gracious invitation. Royal Shoulder Rubber Lucky, was it? May I join Mr. Red in his audience with the Queen? The name's Lucky. And all praise the omnipotent Queen Garan, for she has already foreseen and approved your request, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. You're both to come with me! You mean to say Queen Garan sees our every move? Yes, indeed! Her Eminence's spiritual power is immense! She can even see what's going on thousands of miles away! Right. I fear I'll lose my hearing if we don't... Hearing next if we don't hurry. Ooh, we solicit... Yeah, me too. Why would the Queen herself summon me personally? What could she possibly be up to? She wants you to defend Dirk. She wants you to defend Dirk. That's the only reason I can think of. Quran Palace, audience chamber. Ah, the barbed-head lawyer has arrived. We bid you welcome. And you as well, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thank you. This place is still as magnificent as last time. We've heard much about you, Barbed One. Seems your bluffs and tomfoolery tend to leave our court devastated in their wake. Is that what people have been saying about me? Right. Where are your manners? Your Eminence, I am both humbled and delighted to be in your presence. Oh, Your Eminence, glad to be here. Looks like you're doing well. It is alright. There is no need to keep your head bowed all day. Yes, Your Eminence. Rava's not looking too good. I guess even she can't bounce back from her father's murder. So what can I do for you, Your Eminence? We wish to question you about something related to the case at hand. Perfect, because I have a few questions of my own. I thought that was sarcastic for some reason. Yeah. We fear we do not fully comprehend what has transpired. So it is that we summoned you here to further elucidate the situation. Is it true that our husband Inga had been seeking the Founder's Orb? That's right. He wanted to trade a hostage for it. That's why he abducted Maya Fey. Insolent fool! Ow! That is a lie. A lie, I say. Father would have never done such a thing. But he did abduct Maya. That much is... I will not stand here and listen to this nonsense. You will pay for this, you... Ow, ow, ow! Please, your benevolence. That is quite enough, Rika. We understand your feelings, but we fear he speaks the truth. For we believe we know why your father would do such a thing. Huh? We believe he was seeking the orb as a means of obtaining spiritual power. And with it, he intended to usurp the throne. Mother? What do you mean, Your Eminence? Brothers just called me. I don't know why it didn't show up in the... That's weird. He's gonna call me again, I bet you. That's... If he does call me again, I'll just mute it. Okay. Ingo was planning as a coup, where he was dissatisfied with the current administration. And his secret police was the primary instrument of his treason. The secret police. They came up during the High Priest's murder trial too. An elite force, under the direct command of the Minister of Justice, in this case Inga. The man who was hunting down rebels as Lady Kira was a member of that group. Indeed, Inga turned that once proud force into his own private army, and he intended on using them to launch a coup and assassinate us. His Eminence had no control over them? As much as it shames us to admit, Karain is not the unified realm it would appear to be. We are truly sorry you have had to witness the dirty underbelly of our kingdom. How could Father... But know that Inga could not have become king simply through our assassination. For in Karain, only those who possess spiritual power may sit on the throne. I see. That explains why Minister Inga was seeking the Founder's Sword. Barbed one. You recall the man known as Pisluin Andistaden? What about him? He too was involved with Inga's machinations. Inga had bought his royalty, ordered the man to seal the orb and cover up the theft. Then he sent the orb to the US for Dr. Buff to study. It's all coming together. The capture of the infamous villain Dirk Sadmati may prove to be the crowning achievement of our reign. Now perhaps the kingdom may return to the peace it once knew. Oh, what a joyous day! Hail to their eminence, Queen Garan, Grand Priestess of Karain. Her eminence's spiritual power invoked a blessing straight from the Holy Mother. I could see how her cronies would be elated at the prospect. But the Queen herself seems almost giddy for someone whose husband was just murdered. Father, Rickball, on the other hand, doesn't appear to be taking it so well. About that incident that occurred 23 years ago, one in which Dirk was accused of assassinating Queen Amara. Yes, he set fire to her private residence, burning my dear sister alive. Murder by arson. Only a demon would be capable of such a heinous crime. That event also set the stage for you to become queen. Ooh, okay. What did you do before you were crowned queen, Your Eminence? As part of our training to be queen, we served in many different governmental positions. The longest of which was as the previous Minister of Justice. It was in that position that we were best able to support our elder sister, Queen Amara. Interesting. It's her husband's position, or at least it was. And when you ascended to the throne, you passed the DCA. She is behind all of this, isn't she? Those who would support criminals would be deemed just as guilty. What prompted you pass something like the Defense Culpability Act, Your Eminence? The assassination of our dear sister Amara. And the infamous villain Dirk Sarmati was apprehended. He announced that he would act as his own lawyer. That's right. Dirk used to be a lawyer. Dirk had been an extraordinarily talented lawyer and highly esteemed by the people. But he falsified evidence in an attempt to win his own case. I see. But when the truth of his fabrications and the assassinations of the Queen came to light, the people were devastated, and trust in the legal system plummeted. Now why does that sound so familiar? Yeah, I wonder. In Karain, the Hall of Justice is a sacred space where victims receive their last rites. Should the people lose their faith in it, the kingdom would be shaken to its very core. That is why the DCA had to be passed. It was the only way to keep our legal system from tumbling into the abyss. So that's how you sought to eliminate the use of perjury and phony evidence, huh? But that law is what made lawyers go extinct in your kingdom. Now there's no one left to defend those who have been accused. You see how you could take issue with such a reality. However, we have not banned the act of lawyering itself. Those who are confident that they can prove their client's innocence are always welcome to mount a vigorous defense, as you yourself have shown. Well, I guess so, but without lawyers, there's the possibility of false charges being filed and prosecuted. There's a giant possibility of that. So long as our prosecutors continue to run nothing but perfect trials, there needn't be fear of such nefarious dealings. Do you disagree? Perfect prosecutors and their perfect trials, huh? Let's not get started on this path. Furthermore, here in Krain, we have the divination seance. And so it is we no longer need lawyers, for the dead do not lie. Well, in the short time I've been here, I've been beaten back false charges twice. And I've known that cases built on the memories of the dead are less than perfect. So yes, I do take issue with the Defense Culpability Act, to say the least. Such relentless rhetoric. Your reputation precedes you, Rodron. It feels as if we ourselves were being cross-examined. Oh no, that wasn't my intention. It is true that I feel that the Defense Culpability Act is a necessary evil at best. But it is a small sacrifice upon which the peace of our kingdom has been forged. If you consider executing innocent lawyers a small sacrifice, then sure. The fact is that following its passage, the crime rate here in Kurain dropped markedly. Therefore, we have no regrets concerning the enactment of the Defense Culpability Act. Really? None at all? Right, why don't we leave it at that? This isn't a court of law after all. Yeah. About the Founder's Orb that has to be exchanged for the hostage. It went missing. Serious? It went missing after the murder. Would you happen to know anything about that? It's missing? I'm sure Dirk had it when he went into the tomb. If it wasn't there, I have no idea where it could be, Your Eminence. In that case, then perhaps Dirk has hidden it somewhere. Incidentally, there's the matter of that horned youth you were with. Oh, you must mean Apollo. From his odd hairstyle, maybe assume him to be a relative? Perhaps your younger brother? No, you got it all wrong. He's Dirk's son. Well, more like foster son. They're not actually related by blood. Dirk's... Why did you say that? Why would you tell her that? Royal Guard! Your Eminence! Hmm? What's she whispering about in that one guy's ear? Thank you for your time. The two of you may go now. Yes, Your Eminence. We'll be on our way. Okay, now what? Apollo and Athena have the murder scene investigation covered, so... maybe we should go speak with the locals over at the bazaar. Great. You fucked over Apollo, Phoenix. What? Was that a lion? Oh, that caught me by surprise too when I first heard it. It's the cry of a local bird known as the warbod. A bird? That sounds like that? Feels more like a beast than a bird, if you ask me. It's a form of mimicry. You know, to help protect them against predators and stuff. Yes, well, can't say I've heard of one quite like that before. Oh, it's more than unusual. It's endangered. It's extremely rare to encounter one in the wild these days. If it's so rare, then what's one doing out here in the middle of the bazaar? You got me. Maybe, maybe it's got something to do with it being their national bird. Ah! Was that a gunshot? Har har har. Startle you up, PW? Wait, what are you doing in the middle of the day like this? What was that, Dats? Defiant Dragon's newest weapon. I call these puppies the Dragon Snot Snaps. Uh-huh. And you need those why? Because our hard work is starting to pay off. Thanks to our TV signal hijacking and stuff. More and more people are joining our cause. And on account of that, the regime's been cracking down on us real tough like. Yeah, there's been a lot going on lately. You can say that again. I mean, what with the High Priest's fake murder / suicide. Some people are calling it the DCA tragedy, and it's causing a real public uproar. Hopefully this means Saru's death won't be in vain after all. So how exactly is a handful of firecrackers going to be of help to you guys anyway? Simple. First, I supply them to our fellow rebels. Then we use them as diversion when we need to shake Aaron's goons. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Huh? Like this. Whoa. You cut that out? I'm not with the regime. I'm not chasing you. Your reaction, that was priceless, PW. Guess I startled that warbot too. It's a miracle no one's trying to arrest him while he's too busy laughing. You there. You're one of those insurgents, are you not? Yikes. Take that. And he's gone. Those firecrackers are more useful than I thought. Barbed Head. Your benevolence. What can I do for you? I wanted to speak with you. About what my mother said. I do not believe a word of it. My father could not have been planning a coup. Well, I can understand why you feel like that, but... It was a setup. Someone must have been plotting against him. And how do you know that? I just do. Because the Holy Mother guides me. As the Royal Priestess, I must uncover the truth for all to see. Maybe this is just how Wright expresses her sense of duty. You're investigating this matter, are you not? Then rejoice, for I shall accompany you, and bestow upon you the Royal Priestess's wisdom. Ha! That's the best news I've heard all day, your benevolence. No one would dare get in our way with Rafer by our side. We humbly accept your offer, don't we, Miss Redforth? As you wish, right? Excellent. Let us begin with my father's private quarters. We should be able to find some clues there. I shall expose this false charge for what it is, if it's the last thing I do. Could it be? Is the reason she's so defensive of it is because she's a daddy's girl? Barbed Head, let us not waste any time. My father's private quarters are located within the royal residence. Now follow me. She's running. Wait, she's sure in a hurry. Right, the minister's private quarters may hold evidence related to this murder as well. Yeah, maybe we can kill two birds with one stone. Ava's awfully fired up. I just hope she'll be ready for the truth we find. After all, it's hard to believe that Inga was not in full control of the whole affair. Maybe we'll find another truth. I'm surprised we don't run into Apollo and Athena. Now, if we could figure out which of these buildings houses Inga's private quarters, that's where we'll find Rafa. Iran Palace, the heart of the kingdom's government and religion. Yes, the two are inseparably intertwined with Hiragarain. Religious beliefs of its people touch every aspect of their lives, including legal affairs. Right, like how they commune with spirits in courts. I suppose Cryanism is the glue that binds their faith, law, and politics together. It may seem strange to foreigners like us, but for them it's perfectly natural. Mara's tomb, the scene of Inga's murder. Poor Maya was held captive here. I think she was actually being held here in Kharain. If only we had found out sooner. No point in dwelling on that now. All we can do is keep moving forward. Yes, of course. There are footprints coming from this residence. Too bad they just kind of end. I wonder who made them and where they went. This overturned urn spilled all its water all over the place. It was already knocked over when we got here earlier this afternoon, so we can rule out Athena at least. Nice. Right. What does it say about you if your first suspect is your own subordinate? It has to be this, which is his residence, right? And that's what I call an extravagant exterior. Is this where Inga's private quarters are? Watch your step, Wright. That urn's been knocked over, spilling water everywhere. Yeah, the ground's soaked. I wonder who did this. I think someone's in there. Father. Come on, I didn't mean to. Is that Princess Rafa? There's still so many things I wish to tell you. She always puts on such a brave face. Hearing her crying all alone, I can't help but think of Trucy. Father. Princess Rafa? Are you in there? Ah! Just a moment. I'll be right out. I see you are finally here. Well, let us commence our investigation, shall we? Your benevolence? Maybe you should rest for a minute first? You were eavesdropping on me, weren't you? No, I mean, yes, sorry. I couldn't help but overhearing. It wasn't like I was spying on you or anything. Stupid barbed head! Ouch! You could have feigned ignorance. It's as if your brain-to-mouth filter shuts off the moment you step out of the courtroom. Ugh, I'm not that bad, Edgeworth. Anyway, what took you so long? I thought you would never get here. You have a lot of nerve keeping the Crown Princess waiting. Oh, I'm sorry? This was my father's residence. I've already unlocked it, so you can go straight in. Oh, and be careful. Some dingbat dog got in the courtyard and spilled water everywhere. A dingbat dog? That's right, the yappy mutt spilled a whole urn's worth. I wonder how it got into this area. Do you know what it looked like? Huh. I have better things to do than memorize what some stray dogs look like. Anyway, let's not... It is not worth talking. Let's search by father's room, shall we? I really hope she's alright. What a mess. You can definitely tell a guy used to live in this room. I guess Inga and I had at least that much in common. Ah! This staff keeps getting in the way. Naina! Oh. Huh? Where's Naina? Normally. She comes running whenever Repa calls. That's right. Naina is... she's dead. Naina is... what? Oh, well. You! Barbed head! Come, hold the staff for me. Why me? Just take it. It's too heavy, and I'm tired of holding it. How does Naina put up with this day in and day out? I'll just set it over here for now. There are some muddy shoe prints here, come to think of it. There's some spilled water by the entrance. Somebody must have stepped in it before coming in here. They're already dry. That means they're at least several hours old. Then someone must have been in here today in the early afternoon. Our servants clean this room each day. Here in Korean we have a saying, leave not today's untidiness to tomorrow. Today. Minus, why clean up today when you can leave for tomorrow? This is a wrench in a vial. Those were for my father's back pain. What? He said it really helped when the pain was particularly unbearable. It was that bad, huh? He must have been rejecting some sort of painkiller directly into his back then. Yes, my father said his back pain could knock him off his feet. I know the feeling. I've experienced some pretty severe back pain of my own. Well, we can't have you throwing it back out in court, so why don't you take a vial? Oh, no thanks. I hear your body builds up the tolerance to that sort of thing. I thought you didn't want them. I'm going straight to a chiropractor as soon as I get home. What? What is he doing with this thing? What's this? Just a Soy Label? Never thought I'd see this brand again. It appears to be a sample of some sort of spray-on hair color. Color jet black. I wonder if Inga was going grey. Here, Edgeworth, maybe you can use it. I like my natural hair color just fine, thank you very much. His desk is crammed full of documents. It appears to be paperwork for executions. But for this many cases? Indeed, something is rotten in the kingdom of Khura'in. Hmm. This one dates back to 5 years ago. Something tells me he simply kept putting them off because he hated doing paperwork. This is most likely a special ink pad for the Justice Minister stamp. Justice Minister stamp. Its insignia is carved big and bold right on the lid. Talk about overkill. Did he really have to mark everything he owned? This chair looks like it was modeled after Inga's suit jacket. Backrest even has those fancy buttons of his. I imagine they make the chair awfully uncomfortable to sit on. Actually, they serve to massage the pressure points on his back. My father suffered from terrible back pain, you see. I wonder if it really works. The snow pad must have belonged to Inga. Let's see. That's strange. These appear to be notes detailing people's most prominent characteristics. Hey, there's even some stuff about me in here. Why would he bother doing this? I'm afraid even I can't answer that. Whatever the reason, it's given me a case of the heebie-jeebies. It's as though he was taking down descriptions of people over the phone. That's what it reminds me of, anyway. What a brilliant deduction, one fitting of a chief prosecutor such as yourself. I commend you. It's a high praise coming from you, your benevolence. Edgeworth's right, they do look like dictation notes, but I don't know. I mean, why bother describing Nana, who we must have seen every day? Wow, that's one gaudy sculpture. My father sculpted it himself from a block of solid gold. Why does it not surprise me that he was also a narcissist? Pretty detailed, even included a personal stamp of his. Hey, the stamp's a little loose. Ah! Look! There's a secret safe inside. Oh my, to think such a thing was it here all its time. That's looks like we need a combination to get in. That's one luxurious and comfy looking bed. I've slept on nothing but hard floors since coming to Khura'in. Can't wait to sleep in a nice soft bed again. And take it, it's yours if you wish. I'll have to clean this room out anyway, now that my father's gone. What do you want to keep these things as a memento of your father? Besides, I don't need his spirit haunting me late at night. Do you suppose if I slept on it, I could see my father once more? Princess Rayfa, I honestly don't know how to answer that. Okay, is that it? There's alcohol up there. We can't open this without the combination, but I doubt Princess Rayfa would know it. Well, if we can't open it, we can't open it. For now, let's continue our investigation, and come back to this dilemma later. Wait, is there still stuff left to find? Like what? Barbed head. I, the royal priestess of Karayan, shall share my thoughts on the abduction. You will? Listen carefully, for such opportunities do not come often. Yes, of course. We'd be grateful to hear anything you'd like to share. My father was very likely seeking to obtain the Founder's Orb, but it was not for the purposes of a coup d'etat. It was all for my sake. For your sake, the Founder's Orb is capable of bestowing great spiritual power. My father truly believed that. And he wanted that power to be mine. I haven't finished my training and I still can't channel spirits. He was doing it for me. Right, I see. Well, do you understand why he did it now? I do, but it doesn't change the fact that Minister Inga was a kidnapper. Ah! But I guess you don't believe he is, do you? Oh. New information is sure to surface upon further investigation. Suffice to say, he did this all for me. End of story. Was he really trying to obtain the orb for Rafa? Somehow I doubt it. Speaking of powers, I wonder if Rafa will be performing the divination seance tomorrow. I should probably ask her about that. I take it you'll be conducting tomorrow's divination seance? Who else if not I? Good point. The thing is, divination seances are all about what victims experience in their final moments. So tomorrow, Rafa will experience her own father's death exactly as it happened. That's more than anyone should ever have to deal with. Do you really have to go through with the seance tomorrow? There's really no one else? What about just calling the whole thing off? It's not as if I'm doing this because I want to. No? Ah, never mind. I misspoke. The divination seance is a very important duty of the royal priestess. And it is one I intend to fulfill. Just that word, duty. Your benevolence. As crown princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false, and most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task. Performing the divination seance is very important for a priestess. But duty or not, it's a heavy burden for someone so young. Even worse, she'll be forced to watch her father's murder. Will it be a weight too heavy for her to bear? Yeah. Your benevolence, I notice Nena isn't with you today. I know not where she has gone. I have not spoken with her since this morning. I assume she must be quite busy today. I did catch a glimpse of her a little after 2 o'clock. I tried calling out to her, but she went off somewhere again. A little after 2? That's about an hour after the murder. Before the murder. Indeed, of all the times for this to happen, she normally comes to me the moment I call her name. I know it's hard to believe, but even nannies have lives, you know. Your inability to find her after the murder is slightly alarming. I wonder if her absence is related to today's incident somehow. Do you think she was unwittingly caught up in them? Who knows? At the very least, I don't think she was at the scene of the crime. Nena. I hope she's alright. Reva seems really worried for Nena. Your benevolence. Has Nena ever served you long? Yes, she has been at my beck and call for as long as I remember. I've heard she even cared for me as an infant, right down to changing my diapers. Your diapers? It almost sounds like she could be your mother. Indeed. But that is a simple fact of life when your mother's busy being a queen. Nena takes care of my every need. She is my teacher in all things as well. Reva's pool of knowledge seems rather lopsided in some respects. Could that be the result of Naina's teachings? Naina, could it be that my trusted attendant has come to dislike me? Now that I think about it, perhaps I've been acting rather spoiled as of late. Oh, I'm sure she'll be back. Yes, I suppose Naina would never truly abandon me. Upon her return, I will do something nice for her. Perhaps she'd like a shoulder massage. And yet, I can't shake the feeling that Naina's connected to this case in some way. I'm really beginning to wonder what's inside that safe. Any idea what the combination might be, Your Benevolence? None whatsoever. It looks like a 4-digit combo lock, so maybe it's a date. But it's probably not anything There's probably not anything that would be easy to guess. Well, let's try some dates and see what happens. I wonder what date Inga would use this combination. When's your birthday, Your Benevolence? You're wasting your time. It could not possibly be my birthday. Oh, come on. It's worth a shot. Fine. It's December 24th. Christmas Eve? Let's give it a try. 12/24. That was easy. Ah, it opened. It did? Yep, and it looks like the bottom of the safe was a fake. Something meant to mislead would-be thieves, no doubt. Still, it was rendered quite ineffective by his use of such an easily guessed combination. Why, Father? Why my birth date? Ah. Okay, let's see what's in here. This looks like a letter or something. Let's see. Dear Father, I wanted to wish you a happy birthday. You're always so kind, and I love you very much. I hope you live to be 100 years old. Love, Rafa. I wrote this to my father when I was 8 years old. Father, why would you hold on to something so childish and stupid? There are some other papers here. Ah! This is the plan for coup d'état. What? Give me that. I don't understand. Seems Justice Minister Inga was plotting the assassination of the Queen. This can't be true. Father would never harm Mother. Or Rafa. This has to come as a terrible shock. What's this? There's a photo in here too. It's of a woman and a baby. I wonder who they are. On the far left is a law book with the mark of a defiant dragon braided on. That is Nayura's mother. Wait! Oh no, it's... Hold on. Is Admari's mother... Is Inga Nayura's real father? That would explain a lot. On the far left, there's a law book with the mark of the Defiant Dragons printed on it. Wait! That's... Your Benevolence? How? How can this be? Princess Rafa? She's looking incredibly pale. Your Benevolence? Are you alright? Alright? How can I be alright? Huh? All that I believed was all lies. I'm afraid I don't follow. What the heck's she talking about? Can I ask who the woman in this picture is? How should I know? Seems I didn't know anything that was going on. Doesn't look like I'm going to get much more out of her while she's like this. Mother. Huh? I must ask my mother about the secret she is hiding. What secret? I must go. Goodbye. Wait! What was that all about? It's like her mind was off somewhere else. It appears this photo really upset her. I wonder who the lady in this picture is. Stop! Shadow, come back here! Wait, that sounds like Albie and Shadow. That's odd. Commoners aren't normally allowed in this area. I wonder what's afoot. Edgeworth! I hope one of you has a good explanation for this. I'm so sorry. Hi, Albie. No, Shadow, back dog. Leave this man's frilly thingamajig alone. If you would kindly detach your dog from my cravat. Right away, sir. Just hold still and... And? Huh? Stop pulling like that. You'll let me stretch the fabric. Come on, Shadow, let go of his... cravat thingamajig. This isn't working. I just have to pull harder then. 1, 2... Wait, what are you... 3... Come on! No! I need air! The fuck was that? Were you trying to kill me? I'm really sorry, mister. My dog has a habit of attacking frilly things like that. Maybe for his sake, he should stick to more traditional targets like cars or his tail. What's worse, he snuck in here again today, and stole some weird-looking hat. That's Nana's hat. All right. I don't know what to do anymore. Bad dog. You're a very bad dog. Wait a second. I've seen that hat before. It's Nana's. Could I see that hat again? Sure. Wait, isn't this... We don't need a flashback. We don't need a flashback. Isn't this Nana's hat? But I thought she disappeared. Shadow swiped it from someone. Albie? How exactly did Shadow get this? Allow me to explain. It all started when we were on a walk through the bazaar today. Then suddenly, Dats popped out of a manhole. Ha! Whoa! Thanks to the Defiant Dragons. Ah! That Cerebral is here. Say, you wanna join our cause, kid? Huh? Naturally, I was super startled by that weirdo's sudden appearance. Back, dog of the Garan regime. Huh? But this is my dog, Shadow. Defiant dragon secret weapon. Dragon snot snaps. Achoo! What the hell? Oh man, the look on your face, that was a classic. Sudden bang of the firecracker spooked Shadow, and he ran off into the crowds. Ah, Shadow, come back here! That'll teach ya, Karan's lapdog. You there! What do you think you're doing? Ah, not good! That's when a policeman came running over and hauled Dats away. That happened right around 2 PM, if I remember correctly. I'm not even going to pretend I know what Dats was trying to do. I chased right after Shadow, and when I finally caught up to him, here in the palace courtyard, he had this in his mouth. 2 PM, That's about an hour before the minister's death. Aina supposedly was missing after the murder. But this would place her here at the palace around 2 PM. At around 2 PM, Shadow was surprised by a firecracker, ran into the courtyard and stole Naina's hat. Actually, I just remembered, so I saw something pretty amazing around the time too. Something amazing? So Albie, what was it you saw that was so amazing? I saw Her Eminence Queen Garan channeling a spirit. Is it really that big of a deal to see her channeling someone? You bet it is. Commoners are never allowed to behold the sacred rites. Oh? Can you tell me more? Of course. I'm always happy to explain. I believe it was around 2:10 PM today. I got lost in the palace grounds while looking for Shadow. Ooh, what is this place? It gives me the creeps. Where could Shadow have gone? In my search, I took a peek into a small room, and that's when I saw Queen Garan. She was channeling a spirit for a neighboring kingdom's king. I saw her transform right before my eyes. I was so excited, I had to take a picture of it. You took a picture? I know I shouldn't have, but I just couldn't help myself. Between this and the treasure room, always not exactly the picture of a self-restraint. The channeling ride ended right after that, so I ran off before anyone could spot me. I could have been arrested again, you know? Yeah, I know. I'm betting she was channeling the Justice Minister. That was the plan all along, to kill himself. Anyway, here's a copy of the picture. Just to tell anyone I was the one who took it. No way! She channeled the Holy Mother. I worry about his future sometimes. Come to think of it, how did you and Shadow get into the royal residence anyway? It's not open to commoners after all. Allow me to explain. There's a way to get into the palace from the bazaar. It's a bit of a tight squeeze though. Shadow can easily fit, but anyone bigger than me is out of luck. You don't say. Yeah, part of the palace wall is damaged, and there's a hole I can just make it through. Go on. But you didn't know they have some really tasty food here. Oh, then this isn't your first time eating here, huh? Fast passing is illegal, you know. No, it's not like that. I didn't mean any harm. It's just, I want to help change this kingdom. What do you mean? Well, after Miss Faye's trial, I started thinking, like maybe there was something I could do to help the revolution too. Maya's trial, huh? That tragedy only happened because of how twisted Christ's legal system has become. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Yet had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense. And when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man. This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom, it has all been... The DC Act led to the false charges against Maya and the High Priest's suicide. But that trial also caused the public to start questioning the current state of things. And it seems even Albie has some pretty strong feelings on the matter. I knew there had to be something I could do to help. That's when I remembered the hole in the palace's wall. I started thinking, maybe I could sneak in and take a picture of one of the royals up to no good. I just want to do my part. The spirit of revolution seems to be catching on, even with one so young. Right, the momentum is steadily building, and the tipping point is fast approaching. It's just a matter of when. I agree. And the public's perception of the Divine Dragon seems to be changing too. But Albie, you can't go trespassing like that, even if it's for a good cause. It's not right. Okay, I won't do it again. Albie, is that really all you have to confess? You haven't been up to any more mischief? And when I say you, I mean Shadow. Huh? Oh, I don't even know what you're talking about. Nice try, Albie, but the proof is literally right in front of us. I know I shouldn't have taken that picture, but it was the first time I'd ever seen a spirit medium at work. I couldn't help myself. At least I noticed we did it was wrong. 400 damas per copy sounds about right. Albie, you're not planning to sell this photo to tourists, are you? Come on, Mr. Wright. You don't really think I'd do that, do you? Now I really fear for his future. What? Oh, wait, okay. Albie, you wouldn't happen to know how this urn got knocked over, would you? Ah! Because her benevolence told me something rather interesting. Be careful. Some dingbat dog got in the courtyard and spilled water over there. Dingbat dog? That's right. The yappy mutt spilled the whole urn's worth. The dingbat dog she mentioned wouldn't happen to be Shadow, would it? I guess the dog's out of the bag. Sorry I lied, but I was worried I'd get in trouble. I know I shouldn't lie to a lawyer like that. No, it's not good to lie to anyone like that, so let's try not to try to only tell the truth, okay, Albie? Oh, Mr. Wright, I almost forgot. I saw a couple of Americans a moment ago. They had really weird haircuts, so I thought they might be friends of yours. Really now? Seems your little friend thinks all Americans have strange hairstyles. I suppose we have you to thank for that, right? So what exactly did their hair look like? There was a guy with 2 crops of hair sticking out of his forehead like antennae. And there's this lady with a long bunch of hair that looked like a big orange spider leg. Oh, that sounds like Apollo and Athena. What were they doing? They were racing through the bazaar, with the Grand Royal Garden hot in pursuit. Wait, what? Why were they being pursued? I'm not sure, but I have my suspicions. I just hope they're alright. Sorry for not mentioning it before. It just kind of slipped my mind. Ooh, okay. Now we're gonna place Apollo. Oh, he's fled down to the sewers, hasn't he? Okay. I'm gonna be right back because my parents called me up, so I'm gonna see what they want and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so I did save, but I'll save again, just so we have the timestamp of when we actually continued. So, okay. We're gonna place Apollo now, probably. Yeah. Kurai. Bazaar. Those guys sure are persistent. Yeah, they even wore me out, and that doesn't happen often. Why are they after us anyway? Oh, Apollo, it's the Royal Guards again. Quick, hide! Hey, where'd Hornhead and Spidey here go? Spidey here? They're not talking about me, are they? Is that a trick question? We know you're hiding somewhere around here! Apollo, that weird looking bird over there. Did it just... Yeah, it did. It's called the Warbot, and... You know what? I'll tell you all about it later, when we're not being chased by masked men. come out, wherever you are. Hand over the Founder's Orb, if you know what's good for you. Figures are after Orb. I don't want to know what they'll do to us if we're captured. They grill us in those obnoxious loud voices. I'd crave after the first hour and confess whatever they wanted, truth or no. Come out now, you four devils. This has gone far enough. You must not keep your enemies waiting any longer. We've got to get out of here. There must be a safe place to hide somewhere. Look, a manhole. Ah, that's right. Say, son, do you remember my office? Sure. I remember that messy, dimly lit room. A pile of masked on number assassination is kept there. I think it might help you on this case. Do you remember how to get there? Athena, I know where we can hide. Follow me. Oh? Where are we going? Wait, you're not seriously thinking about going down there? It smells like rotten eggs. And are those rats I hear? We've got no choice. I can get us somewhere safe, but this is the only way in. Quick, before it's too late. Ugh. It's going to take forever to get this stench out of my hair. Foreigners and Mighty Law Office. Oh, that sucks. Looks like we lost them. That was close. Dirk's office. How long has it been since I last set foot in here? At least we're safe now, but... Why is Athena all huddled in the covert over there like that? Ah! That's... AJ! What the hell happened to you over there? What the heck are you doing here? Ron's royal guards are after us. Ah! Once a rebel, always a rebel. Don't worry. The regime doesn't know about this place, so you can relax now. Good, but since when am I part of the rebellion? I don't recall signing up. Apollo! Mr. Wright? What are you doing here? We saw you two going into that manhole. You narrowly escaped the guard's notice. It was like watching a pair of ostriches burying their head in the sand. I guess that was a closer shave than I thought. Anyway, you're safe and sound now. That's what really counts. Oh, I also have some evidence for you. Thanks, Mr. Wright. So, what is this dubious hovel we've found ourselves in anyway? This is the Defiant Dragon's safe house, also known as the former Satmari law offices. I see. Well, though it might just be happenstance, here I am, a chief prosecutor, hiding out at a rebel base. Please don't report this place to the local police, Prosecutor Esworth. Might as well take a look around while we're waiting for the heat to die down out there. Come on, Athena. Stop moping over there and help me check this place out. Please tell me there's a shower here. There's a sink in the kitchen, and if you're lucky, maybe some soap. I'm sorry I even asked. There's a scary-looking knife sticking out of the Queen's picture. If anyone saw this, they'd think the Defiant Dragons were a violent group. Oh, that? That was actually me trying to kill a fly. I threw that knife at it and whiffed, and the thing ended up stuck right between her eyes. You mean this wasn't on purpose? What's with the altar? It's This way we pay our respects to the victims of the DCA. The DC Act is a heinous law that puts innocent people to death. A law that's supposed to protect the people sends them to their graves instead. Talk about insane. Yep. Huh? Who's the kid? Wait a second, that's you, Apollo. I've recognized those words anywhere. Is that really the only way anybody recognized me? You were so cute. And who's that fine-looking young man? That's Nayuta. Back when he used to smile. Wow. Smile is absolutely angelic. Sure brings back memories. That was taken the day we all went out fishing. What was Prosecutor Sadmati like when he was younger? He was kinda quiet, but passionate when it came to his convictions. When he finally made prosecutor, he was all fired up to change Karain for the better. But now he's nothing more than Garon's lackey. Seems like Dad has a lot to say about Nayuta. I'll ask him about his thoughts later. Ew, is that a newt? Come on, Athena. Could you tell a gecko when you see one? What's the difference? Geckos like to live in houses, while newts prefer to live outside near water. They're totally different creatures. Well, how do you know this one wasn't caught outside near some water? Could very well be a gecko. No, I'm pretty sure it's a newt. Then you switched sides! Oh, so then you agree it's a newt, Apollo? Ah! I fell right into her trap. Yeah. You're both wrong. It's just a plain old lizard. Is it art? I'm surprised to see so many appliances here. Just even the TV. Speaking of which, we gave the people of Karain quite a shock. The Punisher and Warrior of New World Twilight Realm was last on TV. You mean that show where actors play the parts of Dirk and Rafa? You hijacked that in the middle of its broadcast, right? Yep. All the writers do each week is try to ruin the Defiant Dragons' good name. So we decided to hit him where it hurts. That must have been real shocking, especially for the kids who waited all week to see it. I mean, the show's main villain was actually hijacking the very show he's in. Dun, 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 dun. Sadmati Law Offices. That's the sign Dirk used to display out front. Hey, Dats. I heard the office used to do quite a bit of business. And it did. Dirk was a famous lawyer with countless courtroom victories, after all. He was the dauntless dragon who turned trials upside down, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. His famous lawyer spread far and wide across Karain back in the day. I hope the day comes when he can proudly display the sign again. Dirk's jacket. You should try it on, Apollo. It might actually suit you. Really? There's also a spare eye patch here. Why not try that on too? Sorry. Just picturing it all that. It's just too funny. Ow, my pride. I wonder what's in this file. Oh, it's full of newspaper clippings. The arson incident involving Amara's private residence. Amara was slipped a sleeping pill and perished in the fire. Lighter found at the scene had Dirk's fingerprints on it. So this is what Dirk was talking about. We already know most of the stuff on here on top. Let's see what else there is. Wow, where did you get all this? Anything important here? Apollo's... What about this? Apollo's roving musician father got caught up in this incident and lost his life. What? This is about your father, Apollo. Looks like it. But I was never told much more than what's written here. Really? How come? Dirk always skated around the subjects. Maybe he thought I was still too young. Plus, I always thought of Dirk as my dad, so I never really brought it up. Oh, I see. Still, I feel kind of sorry for your real dad. A real dad. I was never really interested in learning about him. But after seeing his picture, I can't help but feel a little curious. I wonder if dads could tell me anything about him. Apollo, this file looks like it might be useful. But there are so many pages I can't tell what's important. We need someone to help organize all of this, and I think I know just the person to ask. This is Dirk's old law book. Look, there's a mark on the cover. It looks like it was branded with a hot iron. Yeah, I think it was done in protest against the Defense Culpability Act. There's an entry on the DC Act right here, see? In the name of preeminence, those who will support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. Oh, so this is the infamous anti-lawyer law you guys are talking about. Dirk's law book added to the court record. What's with all the spiderweb stats? Have you ever cleaned the place? Not the webs. We have what you call a symbiotic relationship. They catch the bugs that get in there, and I don't clean them up. You know, that actually makes a lot of sense. No, it doesn't! Wait. Don't tell me we have to go back through the manhole to get out of here. The only reason the safe house is still safe is because the front door's been boarded up. Fine, then I'll just have to live here until the revolution begins. What if I told you rats come out at night? And we just have to start the revolution before sundown. I bet the revolution never thought it'd get a new ally this way. Is that it? That's about this file. Can you help me figure out which pages are the most relevant? Yep, sure can. I got the whole thing memorized. See this page? It's definitely worth a look. Oh, that's right. Prosecutor Sadmati was part of the royal family, wasn't he? Yep, but he was expelled right after that whole thing with Dirk happened. He must have gone through hell once he entered the legal world because of the sins of the father are visited upon his children thing. Yep, in the eyes of the people, Dirk is not only a traitor to his kingdom, but he's also the terrorist who assassinated the previous queen. So as his son, Yuri no doubt got the cold shoulder at every turn. It must have been really hard on him. Yeah, the ties between father and son aren't something you could break, even if you tried. No matter where he went, he was probably labeled the son of a criminal. But despite it all, he made a name for himself through blood, sweat, and tears. I mean, just look at him now. He's a star prosecutor working cases around the globe. He's become a hero. The pride and joy of Khura'in. Now that's the Nayuta I know. Super Spartan, never willing to give in. He must have studied and fought like his life depended on it to get where he is today. I wanted to ask you about this picture. That's the picture of your pops that Dirk found. And he had a heck of a time tracking it down. He said he searched all over for it. Why? Why would he go through all that trouble? Bats, please tell us everything you know about Apollo's dad. Okay, let me go through these then. So, Dats, you guys are still using this office, I see? Yep, except now it's the official HQ of the Divine Dragons. As Dirk said, and I quote, "We must keep it for the day when Karine need lawyers," and once more. Restoring the legal system to its rightful form through popular uprising. You can tell how much Dirk believes in his cause. Oh, and AJ, Dirk said something else that might interest you. He said he hopes you'll come back and take over this office someday. Take over? Me? Those were his words. He may have been half joking, though. Dirk, guess what I heard from PW? AJ's become a lawyer. Yeah, I've been meaning to tell you. Must have been because of you, Dirk. I'm not so sure about that. I imagine he's already forgotten about me. What are you talking about? I bet he can't wait to follow in your footsteps. Ha! Nothing would make me happier. Maybe one day he'll return to Karine and take over this office. It's just a pipe dream, though. That doesn't sound like a joke to me. Dirk really said that? Dirk was never a hands-on kind of dad. But not a day went by that he wasn't thinking of you. That much I'm sure of. Doesn't get more paternal than that. Dirk, to think of it, I really did spend my days trying to forget you. I'm looking forward to a nice long talk once you're free. Wasn't Nayuta once part of the Defiant Dragons? Yep, Yudi was a rising star in the Resistance. He vowed to fight for the cause through the legal system. Said he'd become a prosecutor and give Inga and Garan the smackdown they deserved. But now he's, yeah, a puppet of the Garan regime. Not only that, but now he's gonna prosecute his own dad. Doesn't that up? I wonder what happened to him. Me too. But if I had to guess, I'd say Garan had some serious leverage over him. Leverage? Like what? Wish I knew. But it seems like Dirk knows. He tried to press him about it, but he wouldn't say. Come to think of it, Dirk did say. Nayuta is suffering? Yes, he knows the rightful state of Karine's legal system. Something forces him to bend Garon's will, and it's tearing him apart. If that's the case, but Nayuta doesn't really want to go through with Dirk's prosecution. Do you know what my biological father was like? Dirk once told me about him. He was a modern minstrel, walking the world and making music in his travels. This file also has some information on your real dad. It says he died in the blaze at Queen Amara's residence 23 years ago. That's right, Dirk had invited him over. Dirk's the kind of guy who can become fast friends with just about anyone. And it seems your pops was like that too, AJ. They hit it off at a bar. Next thing you know, Dirk's asked him over to play some tunes. And then the place went up in flames. Yeah. Dirk had just stepped out for a sec when the fire broke out. Paulo, you were there too, but you were still just a baby. I remember hearing about that when I was little. Yeah, it was a crying shame. Your pops just happened to take you along that day. So you were there with him when the fire broke out. Dirk risked his life to save you. It's like Dirk's done nothing but save me all my life. All your pop stuff got burned up. including anything that could have helped us identify him. All we knew about him at first was his stage name, Jangly Justice, or something like that. Dirk did everything he could just to dig up what little we know now. What about my mother? Do you know anything about her? All we know is she was traveling with your pops. That day, she was off doing something on her own. So then she probably didn't even know my father had been with Dirk, huh? She must have been desperate to find you and your father once you'd gone missing. No doubt, but the Queen's assassination threw the kingdom into chaos. The police were so overwhelmed they were probably of any help to her. We searched and searched till our legs gave it out too, but we never found her. With your father's stuff all burned up, we had 0 leads, not even a photo. So that's how I became an orphan. Yeah, who knows? Maybe your mom read about the details in the fire of the newspaper. Maybe she figured you died along with your pops. Wow, I had no idea you've been through all that, Apollo. So then you believe me? You believe in your son's innocence? In my son's innocence? Your poor son in prison for a crime he didn't commit. Let's petition the government for his release and declare declaration of innocence. Oh, thank you, forever in your debt. Huh? Who's that? Hey there, Mrs. Inmee. Hard at work, I see. Yes, I have my own battle that I must wage. After all, there are many who suffer under the Defense Capability Act. Mrs. Inmee, please don't forget about our case too. I won't. I will look into it as soon as I am able. What's Mrs. Inmee doing here? He's lending an ear to all those suffering under the regime's wrongful accusations. A lady whose husband's been imprisoned, parents whose sons been falsely accused, falsely charged. She's helping all those types of people. So she's trying to help the revolution to go along, in her own special way. Yep, thanks to her, more and more folks are coming over to our side. All the people who've been unhappy with the regime have finally been waiting for just this chance. They're starting to speak out in support of us. People are responding? People are responding, and a grassroots movement is growing. Dirk's dream of revolution may finally come true. What should we do about the Founder's Orb? We'll probably run into the Royal Guards again the moment we leave this place. Well, we can't stay here forever, so we'll have to think of something. Got it. Why don't you hold on to it, should be safe here, right? You can count on me. I'll get it back to you in time for tomorrow's trial at the Hall of Justice. What now, Apollo? Well, we've got a handle on what happened 23 years ago. Maybe we should pay Dirk a visit. There's something I want to show him. I'll join you. I want to talk to him before tomorrow's trial. Maybe I should wait here then. We'll attract undue attention if we go into a larger group. Okay. My food is here, so I'm gonna have to be right back, like 30 seconds. Wondrous food. I can't eat like this, maybe. I don't know. What the hell? I can't eat. Can't eat like this. Maybe if I do it like this. I gotta move it though. Okay, hold on. I'm just getting it so I can eat and play at the same time, but it's gonna be hard because there's dialogue everywhere. Okay, this works. Yay! I found a way that works. Oh wait, I forgot a drink. Okay, I'll get that too. Alright, knocked over something. Okay, so we have to go to the detention center. Wait, Dirk's not wearing his attorney's badge. They even took that from him? He confiscated all my prized jailbreaking tools. What did you expect? I mean, no prosecutor in the right mind would let a prisoner keep stuff like that. Did he take your attorney's badge too? No. I thought it's strange, but... just when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind. I wonder why. Indeed. I find it hard to understand anything he does these days. The Kurani's attorney's badge. You've worn it all these years, even though all the lawyers are gone. Yes, it's because the dragon side is the embodiment of my creed. To show the world that a dragon never yields, huh? Hey, Dirk? Why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right? This badge is my heart and soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream. Not until my very last breath. A dragon never yields, right? Exactly. Leda, Apollo, I vow to restore Karine's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny. There's always saying stuff like that to the two of us. Nayuda, is the reason you didn't take the Dirk's badge Because you still remember those talks too? I really hope that's what it is. Son, would you keep my badge for me? You sure? I can't take something so important to you. That's exactly why I want you to hold on to it, Apollo. I'm placing my fate in your hands. Alright, I'll make sure it stays safe. That's the only remaining photo of your father. Take good care of it. That's weird. Why did my microphone go off when the... I guess because it's loud. Like, that works for some reason. I had a tough time tracking it down and retrieving it. It was taken by some European tourist who just happened to be watching your father. I had one of my men go to Europe to look them up and ask whether he could have it. You went through all that trouble? I did. So don't go losing it or anything. I said I'd take good care of it, didn't I? I found this in the tomb. Look familiar? Ah! That's... Dirk? Where did you find it? Down between the monk statues in the tomb. Is it yours, Dirk? Oh, it's something I bought. Why is he suddenly acting all awkward? I wonder when I lost it. Let's have it. It's very important to me. Of course. Just make a note about it in future reference. Apollo, remember how Inga said he had someone dear to Dirk? Why did you ask about that? Oh, right. What did the minister mean when he said he had someone dear to you in the palm of his hand? Who is he talking about? Narita seemed to know, but he wouldn't tell me anything. Well, I have no idea, so... Well, you obediently followed his every word after you said that. But it seems to me the minister was in close proximity to someone you really care about. The love of my life was Amara. She's gone now, and there'll never be another. Yep, that's a lie. Ah. It has to be the last statement, right?
Gotcha!
I think that's right. Seem uneasy, Dirk. Wait, don't tell me you're ashamed because she's much younger than you. Don't be ridiculous. I'm just getting tense because of your intrusive questions. Anyone would react the same way. I guess that's not it. What the hell?
Gotcha!
Dirk. You seemed tense when you said that Amar was gone now. To the point where your arm was moving around. My arm has not had an itch, that's all. Itchy arm, my butt. I just have to take a closer look at his ticks. I'll confront him with something he can't explain his way out of. That for me, son? No, I was just wondering if you knew anything about it. What, you came to visit me and you didn't even bring a present? I'll take that as a no.
Gotcha!
Okay. Or did you think that dragon tattoo on your rear end was just for show? What? You have a tattoo on your butt? Let me see. Relax, Athena. He's just shirking her chains again. I prepared that myself. Use it well. I'm surprised you were able to gather this much information. It wasn't easy. After all of the evidence from the assassination was lost in the fire. And the newly installed Garam regime was in full control of the media. Every lead I tried to follow led to a dead end. So then how am I supposed to solve this case? You'll figure out something once tomorrow's trial is underway. After all, no one's looked into this assassination since my last trial. I hope I can turn things around enough to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Wait, how am I supposed to progress? I'm proud of you, son. You've really become a fine lawyer. Well, at least it means I'm qualified to defend you. To think the day would come where you'd come to my defense. I'm one lucky man. Now I can die in peace. Whoa, slow down. I'm going to prove you innocent, so... Just pulling your leg, son. Even when he's in the slammer, Dirk is Dirk. Wait. How was I supposed to do something about that? Don't do it, Athena. Don't ring that bell. Me? Perish the thought. I mean, I would never do something. Would I ever do something so childish? Alright. Pursue the rest of the way already. Talk about unfair. That's funny. Okay, but how do I get that out of him? Let's show every piece of evidence to him. Kurkul Karin. He was an entirely insufferable, unlikable fellow, but I never thought he'd wind up dead. Why didn't you like him? He was the most hawkish one in the Garan regime. He established a secret profile to arrest us rebels without due process. Those they managed to capture were immediately executed. My compatriots in the Defiant Dragons came to call him the Executioner. I have to find something then.
Gotcha!
Okay.
Gotcha! Gotcha!
That it? Okay. See, the thing is, I don't think I can see it from the touchscreen when I'm like this. Yeah, I can't see it.
Gotcha!
Yeah, I don't think I can find this. Oh, right. Okay. Maybe? Amara and that girl's the same person, I think. Okay. I think I know how to do it. Ooh, okay. I saw it.
Gotcha!
Derek, you can't fool me. You tensed up when you said, but she's gone now. And you unconsciously move your arm, causing something to press up against her jacket. Oh, so that's it. You're hiding a woman's photo up your sleeve. You don't have to keep secrets like that from me, Dirk. You're an eligible bachelor now. But you'll introduce her to me at some point, right? I keep telling you, there's no other woman. Fine, let's see it. What are you hiding up your sleeve? It's just this. Satisfied? But that's the pendant we found in the Amara's tomb. See, I wasn't trying to hide anything. But then why did he tense up? Dirk, let me take a look at that. Ah! Hey, what's this button for? Whoa! It's a picture of Dirk and some lady. She's really young looking too. Mon Dieu. What are you doing? Are you into younger women, Dirk? Dirk, you old dog, you got yourself a younger lover. Will you stop with this nonsense? This is Amara before she died. If you look closer, you'll see I was younger too. Hey, you're right. Wow, that's no fun. Wait a second. Have we seen this woman before? Now that you mention it.
Take that!
Apollo, where did you get this? From the safe in Inga's room. Apollo, if this is Queen Amara, it had to have been taken at least 23 years ago. That's just not possible. Yeah, I just noticed the same thing. Here's why this photo couldn't be 23 years old.
Take that!
Take a look at the law book. There's the mark of the Defiant Dragons painted on it. That mark didn't exist until after you started your revolutionary activities, Dirk. But this photo must have been taken after Garon came into power. That didn't happen until after Amara was assassinated. So then, how could Amara even be in this photo? Wait a second. That would mean that Amara is still alive? Looks like you found me out, son. Wait, so it's actually true? Dirk, what do you mean Amara's still alive? I thought she'd been assassinated. So did I. But it seems she made it out alive, only to be killed captive by the Garan regime. Why would they do that? When I fled from the law and went underground 23 years ago, I heard some shocking news from a Defiant Dragon spy. There were rumors of Queen Amara being sighted in the palace, and those rumors turned out to be true? Yes, I snuck into the palace to see for myself. She was confined within the grounds, but otherwise she was as fit as a fiddle. So then, the sarcophagus in the tomb, it's empty? Yes. That entire tomb is one big charade. Garan had it built to stage Amara's death. So we're not going to be cursed by her vengeful spirit? That's a relief. She was being held under virtual house arrest. So I freed her, but he made a run for it. This photo was taken back then. Look at how they're both grinning from ear to ear. There's a fingerprint on the metal part. I guess Derek must have left it by accident. But that's Amara's fingerprints. Ooh, Mr. Samadi, I want to hear all about you, how you ran away with Queen Mara. I'm surprised Amara agreed to run away with you. I mean, Garan must have told her that you tried to kill her. I tried to convince her that I wasn't the one who set the blaze. And she believed you? She said, and I quote, "I shall accompany you so I may ascertain the truth myself." She always was such a tough one to read. I bet she was thrilled you came to her rescue, Mr. Samadi. To be set free by your beloved. It's like something out of a fairy tale. Yeah, well, there was no happily ever after once Garon's people caught up with us. They took Amara away to who knows where. Snuck back into the palace and searched high and low for her, but to no avail. Probably moved her to some remote mountain prison or the like. Dirk, does Nagura know about this? He knows she's his true mother. I told him as much. Wait, is that why Nayuda's following in Garon's orders? Most likely. So then, do you know that deep down he doesn't really want to prosecute you? Well, he's not one to show his feelings. And lately, he had no idea what he's been thinking. Apollo, we need to grill the Queen about Amara when we have the chance. I was wondering about something. The little baby the lady's holding. Is that Prosecutor Satmari? Not necessarily. It could just as well be me. After all, we're only 1 year apart. I don't know, I mean, the kid in the picture is too cute to be you. Let's settle this by asking Dirk himself. See, I told you it was Prosecutor Satmari. Oh, I see. Well, either way, it's not you, son. So then, it's Nayuda, who was taken when he was about 1 year old, right? And that would mean you ran away with Amar around 22 or 23 years ago? You're pretty good with numbers, son. Impressive. Huh? What kind of an answer is that? Before you go, son, there's something else I need to tell you. Something important. What is it, Dirk? I've never seen you act so serious before. So what's this something important you have to tell me? Listen, son, even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. Huh? What are you talking about? What I mean is, I can already hear the Twilight Realm calling my name. There's no escaping death now that its sights set on me. What? Is this another one of your jokes? I wish it was. Ha! Ha! You can't fool me, Dirk. That's strange. Why is my bracelet reacting? Are you sick? It's something like that. So you're not joking? I'm afraid not, son. Sorry. Isn't there a cure? Or at least some sort of treatment? Unfortunately not. Not for what I've got. If you need some kind of surgery, I'll work hard until I can pay for it. So, please. It's too late. There's nothing more to be done. But you always say a dragon never yields, so why are you giving up now? Apollo, I'm sorry. I really am. I don't understand. Why is this happening, Derek? Why? Listen, Apollo. I've got a favor to ask of you. Would you keep quiet about this? I don't want my fellow dragons to find out. They'd lose all hope if they knew I was dying. Would you do that for me? Of course. Why is this happening now? Just when I was finally starting to feel like you really are mine. I thought that this time we'd finally... But now... Damn it. Why? Apollo. Listen, son, I don't have much longer to live. But I'll never let them execute me, not before I finish what I need to do. I know, Dirk. There's no way I'm going to let them prove you guilty. Before he goes, I'm going to turn back time by righting the wrongs that have been done. I'm going to restore Dirk's freedom. And return a real smile to Nayuta's face. I'm going to win this case. I just have to. Son, I have one more big secret. What? There's something else you've been hiding from me? I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Forgive me. You'll just have to find out for yourself. That's the only way. I don't understand, Dirk. Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. Dirk. What is he talking about? Wait, he's not going to reveal that he's... actually is the killer, is he? Looks like we've run out of things to discuss. Apollo? Are you okay? I'm fine. Free him now! Please, Dirk! What's going on out there? Sounds like the party's getting started without me. Huh? It's coming from the temple. Let's go, Apollo, and take a look. Whoa, what's all this?
Ow, ow, ow! Let go, will ya? What are they? Huh? Well, look at that. The people are coming to take their courts back. Don't hold back, man! Arrest them all!
Dirk belongs to the people. Give him back. Yeah, where are you holding him? Quiet down, you. They have my big sister too, but she didn't do anything wrong. Ouch! Ouch! Stop pulling my hair! Release my son! Release him now! This is really something. And it looks like Dats and Mrs. Hinme are leading the charge. You unenlightened fools. Do you honestly think that will change anything? Yuri! Why do you keep serving that witch Garan? Ah, it's... Hey, Nayuda! You again? What's going on here? It would appear that the insurgents are fanning the flames of rebellion. But I never thought it would grow so large. However, they will all be under arrest shortly. Reinforcements are almost here. They'll be arrested just for protesting? They're aiding and abetting a criminal by seeking his release. Her Eminence, Queen Garan, has ordered they be arrested and judged en masse. But weren't you once a member of the Defiant Dragons too? How can you go along with this? I'm simply following the orders that Her Eminence has handed down. No, it can't be as simple as that. Listen, Ayuda. There's something I want to talk to you about. Hey, you're not getting away with this time. We need to talk. I see there's no reasoning with you. Very well then, speak. Ayuda, you really have to serve as prosecutor on Dirk's case? I mean, prosecuting your own flesh and blood. It's just not right. Again, with this drivel, your ethical standards are not the be-all, end-all of the world around you. I'm not getting into another debate with him. Ayuda, did you know that Dirk is sick? What? He apparently doesn't have that much longer to live. If found guilty, he probably wouldn't even make it until his execution day. What are you talking about? Knowing this, are you still prepared to send an already dying man to his grave? Well, enough with the Zen monk act, Nayuda. Tell me how you really feel. Mr. Justice, each person is born with a role to fulfill, and I must fulfill mine. Well, I'm not convinced that taking Dirk to trial is a part of your lot in life. As for why you've been at Garon's every beck and call, I think I might have the answer. Nayuda, you know the truth about your mother, don't you? About how the former queen is still alive and being held somewhere? So Dirk told you, did he? Yes, it's true. My mother was spirited away to some remote corner of this kingdom. To keep her safe from harm. Safe from harm? But Dirk said the Garon regime is holding her captive. No, they're keeping her safe. So you don't know where Amara is being held? Only know that it is somewhere secluded. That is some secluded hideaway where visitors are not allowed. I have heard she lives a simple life akin to that of monastic disciples. Sure sounds like she's being held captive to me. Listen, Nayuda. Aren't you really doing the queen's bidding? Because she's holding Amara captive? And this whole thing with Dirk. You know he didn't really kill Inga, don't you? Dirk doesn't have that much longer to live, so I want to help him however I can. This time, it's our turn. You could have been killed. You risked your life to save us. Why? What a silly question. What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Nayuda, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me. Understand? It's our turn to help Dirk however we can. What you speak of is futile. Let it go and move on. Guilty verdict. Hopelessness. You must resign yourself to it all. Clinging to false hope now will only serve to magnify your future despair. So let it go, and move on. Nayuta, are you really going to just roll over on this? I have no more time for idle chatter. I must prepare for tomorrow's trial. Now, if you'll excuse me. Apollo, I sense the whirlpool of emotions coming from within Prosecutor Satomati just now. Anger, shock, bewilderment, and an icy sorrow as deep as dark as an abyss. Yeah, I picked up on that too. Looks like Dirk really won't be the only one who will need my help tomorrow. I think it's about time to pay Queen Garan another visit and ask her about her sister Amara. A real Garterson around. That is utter hooey! You cannot continue to deceive the people like that. Riva. Justice is much more than simply speaking the truth. Is that Princess Rayfa and Queen Garan over there? You deceived me too, Mother. How can I ever believe a word you say again? You nincompoop! Ah! Your benevolence. I, couldn't help it over here. No. You impudent. Ow! You okay, Mr. Wright? I can't believe she actually punched you. Yeah, I'm used to it by now. What's the matter with the princess? It sounded like she was arguing with her mother. Maybe it has something to do with this picture. Riva said she had to ask her mother about some secret or another as soon as she saw it. So then, does that mean the Princess Rayfa knows what really happened? That Amara wasn't assassinated and is still very much alive? It would seem so. She doesn't seem to be taking Garon's lies very well. But that's no surprise, considering how much Rayfa reveres her mother. That would definitely cause her a great deal of anguish and sadness. Eavesdropping, are we? How very rude. Hmm? You there. Are you not Dirk's son? Oh, nice to meet you, Your Eminence. We're actually here to speak with you. If you could spare a moment. Your Eminence, Dirk told me about Amara. About how she's still alive, that is. We know not of what you speak. After Dirk learned Amara was still alive, he rescued her. And they ran off together. She was captured, and remains captive in a secret location to this day. As for Nayuta doing your bidding, it's only because Amara's life is in your hands. Oh, what an active imagination you have! Although you're and a comedian, how droll? Whoa, where'd they come from? Anyway, if she's going to play dumb, I'll just have to jog her memory with some evidence. Piece of crap, I'll show you. Your Eminence, I asked you to take a look at this photo. Why, it's a photo of Amara. And here you can see a law book bearing the mark of the Defiant Dragons. I believe you know what that means. Very well. Royal Guard, stand down. Yes, Your Eminence. Your wish is our command. It seems there is no need to perpetuate this trade any longer. We shall speak of all we know. You're gonna lie and everything. So, yeah, let's just keep it going. So then, you admit that Amara is still alive? Yes. She's under our protection in a safe location. I think you mean being held prisoner. And where is she being kept? Oh, how would you tell the son of a traitor that? Guess she has a point there. Now, heed our warning, Horned Devil. It would not be wise to inform the people that Amara yet lives. It would only serve to plunge public order into chaos. I have no intention of doing that. Besides, there are real terrorists out there who might try to kill her. Good. Now there was something we have been meaning to ask you. Do you know what has become of the Founder's Orb? Lie. Lie, Apollo. The Founder's Orb went missing after Dirk took it to the tomb. As his son, we thought you might know something of its current whereabouts. I knew it. I suppose I should thank you for that free running tour of Khura'in. That was the Royal Guard's own doing. Nice try, lady. But now you're definitely not getting the orb. Ever. Why do you want the orb so badly, anyway? Because it would be most dangerous in the wrong hands. It must be recovered. Is the legend true? Can the orb really impart spiritual power? Are you worried that someone could overthrow you with it? The Holy Mother's power is without equal. Should Her Holiness once again return to our world, she could conceivably bestow great power upon the one who had locked her orb's secret. I guess it makes sense, considering spirit channeling is in fact a fact of life here. So we ask you, Horned Devil, did you receive the Founder's Orb from Dirk? Does it look like I did? So you like to play games, do you? Royal Guard! Yes, Your Eminence. Search this devil and his belongings. What? At once, Your Eminence. Yikes. Hey, cut it out. Apollo, don't strip here. Just stop resisting. Just submit to our strip search already. No, wait. Hey, cut it out. Rest in peace is my poor tattered dignity. There's no sign of the Founder's Sword, Your Eminence. So, you have hidden it somewhere. Heh, no matter. We shall recover it one way or another once you're found guilty of abetting the accused. Dirk was right, she really is bent on getting the orb. Mother! Looks like the princess is back. I took a stroll to try to calm myself, but I still find the situation unacceptable. People must be informed about Queen Amara. So she does know about that. Rafa, you do not yet possess a clear grasp of how a government and its people interact. There will always be secrets that must be kept from the ignorant masses. You have little faith in our people, Mother. But it is the royal priestess's duty to always speak the truth. And as such, I cannot remain silent. I will not. Ha! The truth, you say? Your mind has been poisoned by the barbed one. It was an honor and a pleasure, Your Eminence. We must speak with our child. It is a mother's duty to discipline her child, after all. Now, if you would excuse us. Discipline? Coming from her, I don't like the sound of that at all. Well, Apollo, let's head back to the safe house for now. Good idea. We need to go back. We need to go over what we've found and collect our thoughts. Someone's gonna follow us. Someone's gonna follow us. Someone is gonna follow us. God dang it. Ah, you're back. Thank you for holding down the fort, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. Sorry it took so long. Hope you weren't too bored. I watched The Plumed Punisher, warrior of New Twilight Realm, while you were gone. My verdict is, it's an outrage, especially its theme song. Even worse, the people here believe it's an original Kuraini's show. Can you believe it? I'm not sure what he's babbling about, but at least it seems he wasn't bored. Moving along to things that actually matter. We've gathered about all the information and evidence we can concerning this case. I think it's time to go over everything we've learned so far. The Orb Trial, Maya's abduction, and the murder of the mastermind behind it all, Justice Minister Inga. It's a lot to consider. Think you have all the facts straight in your head? Yep, I've got it covered, Mr. Wright. It's the truth about what really went down that's going to be the problem. Yeah, it's like the more we learn about this case, the less we understand. I agree. There's a deep darkness enveloping this case. I'm almost afraid of what we will find out. What we'll find once we lift that black veil. Suffice to say, the real killer is certainly waiting underneath. The real killer, huh? Oh, that's the million-dollar question. Who killed Inga, and why? Maybe it was Amara. Think, Apollo. Who would you say had a motive to commit this crime? I, for one, am drawing a complete blank. I want to know how the killer slipped into the tomb, killed Inga, and slipped back out. Without ever being seen. That's a bona fide locked room mystery right there. Well, we've collected plenty of evidence and statements. I just hope the rest comes out in court. It'll be a thinner tightrope than usual, that's for sure. This case is one big fly in the ointment. In order to prove Dirk completely innocent, we'll also have to exonerate him of the crime committed 23 years ago. Amara's supposed assassination. Right. We know Amara's still alive, but Dirk could still be charged with plotting to kill her. He couldn't discover the truth, even after over 2 decades of investigating. So our biggest hurdle is going to be the complete lack of evidence. The fire made sure of that. Mr. Wright, have you ever won a case without any evidence? No. That's one thing I've never done before. A trial unprecedented even in the decorated annals of the Wright Anything Agency. Still, I can't help but wonder. Was there really no evidence left behind? Oh, we can't forget about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals would be deemed just as guilty. In short, if Dirk was found guilty and is sentenced to death, would likely join him in a very public execution. Yeah. Beat the charges or die. What kind of crazy upside-down legal system is this anyway? Don't you worry. I can't ask someone as young as you to risk your life, Athena. So tomorrow, it'll be just me and Apollo on the courtroom floor. You can support us by watching from the gallery. What? No. I want to help. I'm part of the agency too, after all. Sorry, but this is a direct order from your boss. Plus, there's Prosecutor Blackwell to think of. He said he'd use me for sword practice if I put you in harm's way. Ah, Simon. Well, at least promise me this, you two. Promise me you'll make it back alive. Ha! Make it back alive, huh? What's with that face, Apollo? You'll never inspire confidence in your client like that. And it will play right into prosecution's hands. Remember, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're right. Even when it seems hopeless, or when there's not a shred of evidence to be found. We can never let it show on our faces, right? Or will I actually be able to do that tomorrow? When push comes to shove, will I be able to force my biggest smile? We have a long trial ahead of us, I think. Okay. I didn't eat completely yet, but I got most of it done. Okay. I just did that quickly so that I wouldn't have to eat in the serious moments and stuff, because that's definitely gonna come. Now, if we're all ready, let's go. Final trial of this double trilogy. Complete chaos outside. Let's just say the Defiant Dragon supporters demonstrating for Dirk's freedom taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. They look about ready to string us up if we lose. Trials here are pretty much like the ones back home, but with one major difference. The divination seance. The victim's final memories will become a matter for deliberation. I've heard about that, but they haven't stopped you from winning your cases here in Karine. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. Well, I know Dirk is innocent, but I have one more big secret. Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. Dirk, what is that secret you're keeping? Hey, AJ. Here you go, just like I promised. Thanks, Stats. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Yep, and I spent the night in the slammer. I had a fine meal, a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for? Ha ha ha! That actually sounds way better than where we're staying. Just remember, AJ, if Dirk's found guilty today, we'll all probably be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act too. Yeah, no, you would have said something to that effect. That witch Garan wants to take advantage of today to crush our revolution once and for all. The fate of the revolution and every Karainese person rests on this trial. We're counting on you, AJ. We'll be fine. I'm going to win this one. You'll see. The trial will begin shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom. Right. Let's go. Let the trial of Dirk Sadmati begin. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Majesty. So it's really come down to this. Well, don't expect me to hold anything back, Nayuda. This trial will examine both the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karul Karain and the assassination of the former queen, Amara Kigatar Karain. First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga. Would that be acceptable, Prosecutor Sadmati? Prosecutor Sadmati? Yes, of course. Please proceed. What's with him? How very unlike you, Prosecutor. Is your mind elsewhere to this day? This day? Not at all, Your Majesty. Are you really going to be able to go through with this, Nayuda? Well, Prosecutor Sadmati, I would be remiss if I failed to voice a concern of mine. I've heard mention that you were a son to the accused, Dirk Sadmati. You have heard true. Does that fact pose some sort of a problem, Your Majesty? A father being prosecuted by his own son? Wouldn't possibly deliberate such a case without having personal feelings intervene? Yes, without question. Can he really handle this? Even if he is Prosecutor Sadmati, going against his own father is just... How could the son of a criminal even be a prosecutor in the first place? Dirk? Fellow citizens, you would do well not to underestimate my son. He's not a one to allow personal feelings to interfere with the execution of his duty. Isn't that right, Nayuda? I will not stop until my work here is done. See? So all you doubters, just sit back down before you trip over your own stupidity. Ha! Ha 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 ha! The accused will not take the stand without first being summoned. In any case, if Prosecutor Sadmati has no issue with this arrangement, let us commence the deliberations. One moment, if you would. Your Eminence! Your Eminence, what brings you here? Your Majesty, it would appear that Prosecutor Sadmati does indeed have some reservations. No! That's not true! Did you truly believe you could deceive me, Nayuda Sadmati? One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on these hallowed funerary grounds. I have none, Your Eminence. No, it is clear we cannot leave this matter to you. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the Crown Dirk Sadmati personally. But remain by our side and bear witness to how a true prosecutor enforces the law. Excuse me. But is the Queen going to prosecute this case? Is that, kosher? There's no need for concern. Before we were crowned Queen, we served as a prosecutor. Really? As a foreigner, your ignorance can be excused, but know this. The prosecutor in charge of Queen Amara... With the Queen Amara assassination case 23 years ago, was none other than Her Eminence, Queen Garon Sigatar Karain. First your Majesty, and now this? Why doesn't anyone ever tell me these things? I'd heard she'd served as a Minister of Justice, but she was also a prosecutor? I'm guessing she'd probably move up the ladder from prosecutor to Justice Minister. We prosecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had won guilty verdicts in every case until then, where no lawyer could stand up to us. I'm at a loss for words. I think I would once more bear witness to Her Eminence at work in Hall of Justice. Our first trial in 23 years. No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all our might. She's gonna do the... Okay, never mind. What the hell? What a magnificent sight. Queen's attire from her prosecutor's days. Do you think we can see it once more? What the... That's Queen Garon? Talk about an extreme makeover. It's all coming back now. I feel my blood pumping through my veins. Woe to you, O nemesis of Kurine, O enemies of Kurine. Alright, shall personally slice, dice, and grind you up into hog food. I don't suppose I can ask you to roll back to your polite pre-makeover personality. Know this, lawyer. Yes? Now that I stand as prosecutor, consider your defense's bench a headsman's scaffold. If you wish to leave any last words, I advise you to start thinking of them now. While you still have a head with which to think, that is. Meep. She's dead serious. Now, it's time for the divination seance. Repa, come forth. Your benevolence, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Your benevolence, I understand it may be difficult for you, but may we proceed with the divination seance? Yes, let us proceed. Forgive me for asking, but are you feeling physically unwell? If so, I would advise you to avoid any undue exertion. Your benevolence? What's wrong? It's like her mind's anywhere but here. A lot's happened since yesterday. On top of the murder of her beloved father, she found out that he'd been planning a coup. And today she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes. Yeah, that would be enough to shake anyone up. Still, it seems like she's worse off today than she was yesterday. Yeah, because her mom talked to her. Yeah, I don't remember her being this depressed. We must speak with our child. It is a mother's duty to discipline her child, after all. Now, if you would excuse us. Discipline coming from her, I don't like the sound of that at all. Wait. Iran didn't do something to her, did she? Your Eminence, about today's divination seance. As I understand it, the prosecution is yet to review its content. Is this deviation from protocol a part of your plan? Prosecutor Sadmati, would you care to explain your actions? Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deem no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case. You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Rafa the trauma of witnessing her father's death. Is that why you've done this? Not at all. You were concerned for me, Prosecutor Samadi? That's oddly compassionate of him, all things considered. Your Eminence, Your Majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence, this case is blessed with a bounty of incontrovertible evidence. So I believe that we can reach a swift verdict without devoting precious time to a seance. You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence any undue misery. Experiencing the murder of a loved one is a burden no one should have to bear. Prosecutor Sadmati, Your Majesty, can this trial truly proceed without a divination seance? I can't blame her for not wanting to experience her father's murder firsthand. Your Eminence, what are your feelings on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence return home for some much-needed rest? We shall not. You fools spoil her with your feckless words of compassion. Listen well, Rafa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown up you are now. Yes, but... So let us see if the royal priestess has truly come into her own. Are you prepared to fulfill your duty and perform the divination seance as you should? Yes. That's better. See? Problem solved. Poor Rafa. Is this really a good idea? I guess we'll see. Very well. Let us begin. The divination seance. Nana, my robe. Oh! Looks like Nana's still missing. It's been a whole day already. Barbed head? Yes? You remove my robe. What? Why me? Don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. Wright. Can't you see she's ready to begin? Right. Reduce her royal robe remover. It's like she's grooming Mr. Wright to be Nana's replacement. Very well, your benevolence. Please start when you're ready. Come on, Rafa. You know what must be done. There is no turning back now. I know. The final memories of the deceased. This should be interesting.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
I'm gonna watch this. It's been a while since the last time, so... I, 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 uh. They're irrelevant. What's wrong? This is unacceptable. Violet, take her benevolence to the first aid station at once. This is not good. Your Eminence, do you have any idea why her benevolence has collapsed so suddenly? It seems she was not ready for that for the disease was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to fix her father's death. And she said she could go through with it. How very disappointing. I know someone who's not winning Mother of the Year ever. I mean, of course Wright was going to be overwhelmed. She's still just a child. Seems we have no choice but to move on to witness testimony, Your Majesty. Oh, yes. Let us proceed. Bailiff, summon the first witness, if you would. Is this not the accused? It is indeed. I thought I would give him the opportunity to plead his case. For true justice is more than unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution. That seems uncharacteristically fair for her, However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony, he, along with his table of traitorous lawyers, shall immediately be found guilty, and their heads will roll from their shoulders. I should have known there was a catch. Your court, your rules, same as it always goes. Same as it always was, I see, Garon. Now then, Mr. Dirk Sabmati, if you could enlighten us as to what happened. Well, I would, if I could. I was struck by sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand. And lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail. I have no recollection of what happened in the interim. But I didn't kill him. At least, I don't think I did. It'd go against everything I believe in. That didn't explain the squat. For the record, let it be known that the accused's fingerprints were all over the murder weapon. And since he was caught in the act, there was no chance for a third party to tamper with it. Well, that certainly seems to point the finger at you, Mr. Sadmati. Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty. Ha! Ha ha! Seriously, Dirk? This is no laughing matter. This is exactly what Garon wanted. To have Dirk try to plead his case, only to fail mercifully. How low can she go? Prosecutor, behold this most unpleasant of spectacles and let it be etched into your soul. See how instead of accepting the inevitable, those fish-brained lawyers flopped themselves straight into the abyss of despair. Yes, Your Eminence, show me the way. Now then, the defense please begin the cross-examination.
Hold it!
You were struck by sudden dizziness? Was it because of his illness? Is that something that has ever happened to you before? Can't say that it has. Maybe age is catching up with me. We're no spring chicken after all. That's not the issue here. A most cunning excuse, unbefitting an insidious insurgent. Oh? A killer who does not recall his crime. How very convenient. Next, I imagine you will plead insanity. Aim to seek a lesser sentence through excuses and subterfuge, do you not? Don't make me laugh, your malevolence. How dare you! I'm merely stating my innocence. I've no intention of offering excuses. It's your baseless speculation that I would declare as foolish. You deceitful witch. Is it your wish that I should claim your head right now, in this very hall? Well, that would certainly speed things along. Ha!
Hold it!
Dirk, why don't you let me handle it from here? And if there's anything you need to say, you can say it through me, okay? Anything to stop you from needling the queen. Next time you have an objection, you better have some proof to go along with it, Dirk. The accused will continue with what he does recall of the crime. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand.
Hold it!
Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk? I wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. You think there might have been a third party in the tombstone? Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been there with you.
Objection!
You call, Your Eminence? Does she go anywhere without those goons? Was there a third party in the tomb when you were securing it? No, Your Eminence. We searched high and low, but found no evidence of the sort. And there you have it. Oh, right. They did search the place. Furthermore, my guards had the entire tomb surrounded, so there was no way for anyone to escape. That's right, no one got in or out without knowledge. Without our knowledge. Reminence's on-site directives were absolutely flawless. You see now, the presence of a third party is beyond the realm of possibility. The tomb was, for all intents and purposes, completely sealed off from the rest of the world. Thanks for nothing, gallery guy, as if our graves weren't already deep enough. Accused. What do you believe about the possible presence of a third party? Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none. You didn't have to agree with her, Dirk. Let the accused's statement be added to his testimony. Very well, Mr. Stamati, if you would. It's like the more we press, the thinner our case gets. Well, let's keep pressing, and maybe we'll work out the wrinkles in it too.
Hold it!
We can't prove you innocent without at least the possibility of a third party was there. Find the possible in the impossible, son. That's just what lawyers gotta do sometimes. Isn't that right? Right? Who, me? Yeah, you could say that. I've seen more than my fair share of trials like that. It'd start with no viable evidence, useful testimony, or any hope of winning. But through cold sweat, desperation, and a little luck, I always managed to pull them off. Right. I can see we are kindred spirits, you and I. Jeez, taking cases like that must shave years off your life. If that were true, I'd be long dead. Find the possible in the impossible? Can I prove that it was at least possible that there was a third party there? Dirk, what did you see at the scene of the crime? Let's see. I came to... Lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail.
Hold it!
You stated that he was dead as a doornail. How can you be so sure? It's pretty easy to spot the difference between a soulless man and the soulless shell of a man. His complexion and the amount of blood at the scene made it obvious which it was. Watch your words, or you shall join Minister Inga much sooner than expected. You can bow your head before him and seek its forgiveness there, the Twilight Realm. If you still have a head to bow, that is. You bloodthirsty spider! What happened to you? There is still a little love in your heart with 23 years ago. You even used to think of me as a brother. It seems you truly do have a death wish. Ha! Is that really all you got? Dirk, I'm begging you. Enough of the lip. Just deliver your testimony, please. Alright, I'll try, but I can't promise anything.
Hold it!
A day has passed since the murder. Haven't you remembered anything in that time? My memory is a complete blank. It's as if that part of my brain has been scooped right out. How very convenient. But even if you have no memory of the event, your guilt is without question. There's nothing more to debate. You're forgetting one thing, Garon. I have no motive. You lead a band of insurgents that seek to overthrow the government. I would say that alone is motive enough to slay our King's Minister of Justice. I've declared countless times that I lead a bloodless revolution. I forbid violence and murder, even if some younger members may have a thirst for blood. A bloodless revolution? You wouldn't really have a motive in that case. Is that an important statement? That was an important statement. I'd like my client to add it to his testimony. Very well then. The accused will please do as the defense has requested.
Hold it!
A bloodless revolution? Could you be more specific? I'm talking about dragging this pompous prosecutor here off her bloody throne. So go ahead, Garon. Act all high and mighty now, because it's the last chance you'll get. You still speak of a rebellion despite the charges against you? You truly are a fool. I will prove your guilt soon enough. Display your head for all of Khura'in to see. People will forever speak of you, not as a revolutionary, but as the terrorist you are. You're mistaken, your maleficence. It will be you the people speak of, as the tyrant who was overthrown by her own people. I wonder if you will still be spewing such nonsense before the Headman's axe. Ha! Ha ha ha! I'm afraid I'll still be like this in the afterlife, Despo. I know that self-restraint is as foreign as apple pie to Dirk, but I'd really rather go home than to the Twilight Realm after this. But I didn't kill him. At least, I don't think I did. I'm gonna go against everything I believe in.
Hold it!
Can you state that you didn't kill him more definitely? How can I, when I have no memory of what happened? Well, can you at least state whether or not you are a murderer? That I can do. I am not a murderer, and I would never kill anyone, no matter the circumstances. And do you have any evidence to support your claim that you did not kill the minister? Evidence? No. Can't say I do. In that case, You will strike the statement, "I didn't kill him," from your testimony. Wait, you can't just discard testimony like that. I mean, I'm the one crosses him in the defendant and all. Hold your prattling tongue, foreign devil. I am the queen of this kingdom. And the queen is the law. As such, I need not follow the laws that are in place. I can make and break them at will. Henceforth, the accused will refrain from stating I didn't kill him. What? Sure, whatever. It's the Garan show after all. Same as always. So I guess there's no evidence that it proves I didn't kill him either.
Hold it!
Dirk, leave the evidence finding to me. Now please, will you stop agreeing with everything the prosecution says? Alright. I'll stick to the facts from now on. But remember, son, if you truly believe in me, you should be able to prove my innocence. I know you can do it. He believes I'll prove him innocent. Even with all these inconvenient truths. Is that what he's saying? I think Dirk might be onto something. Even the most disadvantageous facts may point the way to the truth. So don't ignore them. Think of them as food for thought. Don't worry, I know. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I need to remember that, no matter how difficult the facts may be to deal with. If only we could establish the possibility of a third party. But does the possibility even exist? We don't have a choice. Proving it exists is the only way to start a real dialogue here.
Objection!
Your evidence. I'm afraid the trial will not go exactly as you anticipated, because I can show you there might have been a third party in that tomb. Oh, how very fascinating. Go on. I do so love a good fairy tale. We did a luminol test at the crime scene. We found out a bloodstain that didn't match the Justice Minister's blood. It remained that neither Dirk nor the Miss Fey were injured during the incident. I will remind you that neither Dirk nor Miss Fey were injured during the incident. The thing is, this bloodstain we found had been wiped out by someone. What's this? But who would have done such a thing? That's the big question, isn't it? Who wiped up the blood and why? Thinking about it logically, it must be someone who wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime. Oh? And whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong to? The bloodstain belongs to... The bloodstain belongs to the real killer, of course. Whoever it was, they were probably shot while they were attacking Minister Inga. And since their blood would have given them, they had to wipe it up. I say this because we know for a fact that the Justice Minister fired his gun in the tomb.
Objection!
You have the memory of a flea. There is nowhere for anyone to hide. This too is a known fact. But a bloodstain from a third party means there must have been someone else hiding there. Very well then, tell me this. Where is the third party hiding? Oh, crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered. So if there was a hiding place, it would have to be somewhere no one would dare to look. Let's have your answer, defense.
Take that!
There's one place no one would search, not even the Queen's Royal Guard. And that would be... inside Queen Navarra's sarcophagus. Even now, it's locked up tight. No one would find you if you hid in there. I'm told that it's temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within. But if someone dressed warmly enough, they could withstand the cold for a short time. But that's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sacrifice. True, the guards were so scared of being cursed, they wouldn't even touch it. And when the coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within the frigid confines. Well now, that does sound like a possible method of evading capture. The defense requests DNA tests on the bloodstain.
Such insolence!
Bow your head and kneel, lawyer. So your head may be parted from your shoulders. Huh? But the trial's not even over. How soon you forget. You were already on the headsman's scaffold. As such, I could order your beheading at any moment. All I did was request a DNA test. There's no need to request such a test. Royal Guard, bring it forth now. The blood is of the traitor, Dirk Sadmati. But how? He wasn't injured. But Dirk wasn't injured, so where does his blood come from? Maybe he coughed it up. Dirk's illness. Still, there was a lot of blood. Could he have really coughed up that much? Did he wipe it up to hide his failing health? Dirk, is it really that bad? Oh shoot, you got me. Pay attention, Horned Devil, for this case has already been solved. You claimed that this bloodstain would lead us to the real killer, did you not? About that. Did you or did you not make that claim of your own volition, Defense? Yes, I did. After she steered you in that direction, that is. I fell right into her trap. You see now the folly in opposing the very embodiment of the law? Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. A third party at the scene of the crime? It's beyond the realm of possibility. I hate to say this, but she's really got us good. The Kyudo Mara sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. Can I really discount the sarcophagus like a hiding place, though? What if the real killer is still in there? No, it's just ridiculous. I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It is to you I speak. Have you been listening? Dirk Sadmati, the one who proclaimed his bloodless revolt, has betrayed your cause by resorting to murder. No, it can't be. Dirk would never. It must have just been a mistake. The defiant dragons and their sympathizers are starting to have doubts. So this is why Garan allowed us to cross-examine Dirk, by establishing his guilt in Inga's murder. She's effectively damaging his reputation among those who support him. True, but now we have an even bigger of a problem. And now, faithful lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions. Huh? Now, I shall pass judgment upon the criminal, Dirk Sabmati. What's this? You shall pass judgment? Your Eminence, is that not my role? Hold your tongue. You're but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of the law. Consider yourself dismissed. As Queen of Crime, I shall now pass judgment upon the accused.
Objection!
Wait. You didn't even give me a chance to rebut. Know when you were defeated, lawyer. But just this once, I'm willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come, convince me. Quick, Apollo. Even you have to bluff. We've got to keep this trial going. Show her that the crime scene could have been committed by a third party. How am I supposed to do that? Why don't you start with, how about the timing of Inga's murder? What? This whole case is built on a single premise. That Inga was murdered after Dirk entered the tomb. What if that's not true? Like if our assumptions are all wrong? It just might work. Well, don't keep us waiting, defense. Dirk became the prime suspect because it didn't seem probable that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there's another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Minister Inga really killed after Dirk entered the tomb? What nonsense is this? Setting aside the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk arrived on the scene, it opens up the new possibility of a third party committing the crime. The question before us is, when was Minister Inga really killed? Isn't it possible that before Dirk even set foot in the tomb, Minister Inga was already dead? That would certainly make the possibility of a third party more probable. Why, of course. I fell unconscious right after I entered the tomb. Even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have a clear line of sight to his body from the entrance. Which means you wouldn't have noticed his body either way. This scenario is entirely possible. And so we can't rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime. I see. Well, that certainly does make sense. So far, so good. This might actually work. Very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around in that tiny mind. I was starting to get quite bored of all this. I could do with the distraction. Let us hear some testimony that will shed light on when exactly the minister was slain. Bailiff, summon Rafa. Surely she has recovered by now. But what about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore? I hope you're feeling better, Your Benevolence. Must I perform the divination seance? What? Oh, no. We merely require your testimony this time. How can my testimony be of any value? Your benevolence? Princess Rayfa seems awfully depressed. After what she's been through, summoning her again like this is rubbing salt in the wound. Being unable to perform the seance was probably the last straw. I hope she doesn't pass out again. Prosecutor Sadmati, may I ask you something? Of course, your benevolence. I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me? From where did you hear such a thing? From Mother, and only yesterday. Rayfa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her. I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child. I see. Be as it may, your benevolence, it has no bearing upon the trial here today. So there's no need to let it trouble you. I know. Garon told Rayfa about something other than Amara's status. Sounds like it. What could it be? Rayfa, the defense has promised something preposterous. Proposed something preposterous. They somehow think your father was already dead when Dirk entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required of you? Yes. I'm ready to testify. Very well then, your benevolence. Your testimony, if you please. On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second floor veranda. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amara's tomb. Then, at about 2:45, I saw a barbed head and company enter the courtyard. I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at about 2:30. Your second floor veranda? Oh, she must be talking about that house facing Inga's private residence. So that's the location from which you saw your father, at about 2:30? Yes, and shortly after that, you people arrived at the royal residence. So, after the minister entered Amara's tomb at around 2:30, no one went in or out of there until the murder was discovered? The tomb is closed to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor husband. Or so she'd like us to believe. Now hear me, you useless lawyer. Seize this charade and bow before me. For I, Queen Garon, shall finally have your head. Forgive me, Your Eminence, but first let us allow the defense to question the witness. Okay.
Hold it!
You say you've been watching the courtyard until we arrived, correct? That seems like an awfully long time. There is much that weighs on my mind. I see. She really does sound troubled. I don't think she ever fully recovered from the previous trial. Your benevolence. As crown princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task. Guess it's not easy being a princess. Your benevolence? I'd be happy to lend an ear if you'd ever like to talk. What would you know of my woes? Do not presume to exceed your station in life. Sheesh, teenagers.
Hold it!
Your father seemed different or troubled in any way? Let me think. Oh, there was one unusual thing. There was? Yes, a shriek emanated from within my father's quarters. After which I witnessed him bolt outside, his countenance drained of his usual color. He screamed, and he was looking pale? What do you suppose happened? I know not. Perhaps he had a bad dream. Maybe it was a nightmare about being raked over the coals by the queen. It seems our young lawyer here wishes to hasten his journey to the trial realm. Sorry. That was rude of me. Does the defense believe the witness's last statement to be that important? I believe it is. I would like the witness to add it to her testimony.
Hold it!
And why do you think she screamed? He screamed? Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did anyone else come out? I didn't see anyone else, just my father. The last statement was seriously lacking in conviction. Should I press her on this? Your benevolence. Yes? This incident was a real shock to us all. It must have been really terrible for you. But I want to let you know, I know how you feel. Please stop, you presume too much. It's times like these that you need something to take your mind off things. How about we all go on a picnic together or something? I need no sympathy from you. Go on your little picnic alone, hornhead. Well, that didn't go well. Apollo, you have to take a more aggressive approach with people like her. Yeah, he's probably right. Now back to my testimony.
Hold it!
Your benevolence. Let's have some details. The more the better. The details, you say? Yes, for example, are you sure you didn't see anyone else in the royal residence before 2:30? 2:30? Well? Is that a yes or no? Foreign devil. I'd be gazing upon the courtyard since about 2 yesterday. Yet I saw none other than my father. Oh, if only I'd stopped him then. I think you've struck a nerve, or rather, obliterated one. Maybe I pressed a little too hard. Still, that last statement seemed a little off somehow. So you didn't see anyone except for your father in the corridor after 2 p.m., huh? Please add that to your testimony, Your Benevolence. I've been gazing upon the courtyard ever since about 2. Father was the only one I saw. That's a lie.
Objection!
Your benevolence. You're covering for someone, aren't you? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, Rifa, but you're not gonna like this. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness who claims that around 2 p.m. his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. That's when the little fellow stole this hat from someone. That's Nana's. I mean, nothing. Never mind. You fool of a daughter. It seems the princess made a blunder. So let me get this straight. This is Nana's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence at about around 2 p.m. If so, then you had to have seen Nana sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday. I absolutely love Apollo's objection theme, dude. Please, Your Benevolence, tell us what you really saw. It is as you say, Hornhead. I saw Nana. And I saw that dingbat dog steal her hat from her in front of my father's residence. I knew it. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Because, my mother told me not to. What? Would you care to explain, Your Eminence? I requested she withhold said information, for it is of no relevance to this case.
Objection!
You don't get to decide. If you disagree, then prove that it is relevant to the case at hand. Oh, I will. Your Benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Nana. Alright. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Nana, I ran to help. I raced from my second floor veranda down to the courtyard. Wait, that means that while you were coming down, you took your eyes off the courtyard. Yes, but only for a moment. This is crucial testimony. If you took your eyes off the courtyard, it means someone else could have entered the tomb without you ever knowing. Ah! Your Benevolence, are you sure no one else was there? Oh, yes. She's hiding something again. What about Nana? Were you able to help her? When I got down to the courtyard, Nana she was gone. Gone? Yes, and I never saw her again after that. Any idea what happened? That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up. I seriously doubt that. But how could Nana simply disappear while Rifa wasn't looking? Rifa must know something. The only question is what? Why do you suppose Nana disappeared? Even an educated guess would help. For example, maybe she got fed up with you, like acting like a spoiled child. You know, something like that. Such impudence. Nana would not leave me merely for acting spoiled. You're not even gonna deny behavior? In any case, it seems I was wrong. Moving right along. If I must know something. The only question is what? Do you have any idea why that dog was in the courtyard? No. Should brush that off real quick. Could you please think a little harder? Those puppy dog eyes will not help me recall something I know nothing about, Warhead. Puppy dog eyes? Apollo, we already know the answer to your question, remember? Oh, right. It really has nothing to do with the case. Do you have any idea where Nana disappeared to? What do you mean? Well, during the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb. And it just so happens that Nana disappeared right at that moment. No! Wait, you think Nana has something to do with the murder? I don't think we can rule it out. It sounds like something that kept Nana occupied since early morning. Plus, she was seen right before the murder, and then seemed to vanish into thin air. You're right. And since she's Rafa's attendant, she could come and go as she pleased within the palace grounds. Could Rafa's attendant really be the killer? That would mean... First my father and now Nana? These were the people I trusted most. How could this be? Do not heed their lies. Lawyers are a foul breed, quick to claim that a third party is to blame for a crime. Nana did not enter the tomb. That much is certain. How can you be so sure? When Nana's hat was stolen, a crazed cur spilled an urn full of water upon my husband's doorstep. Is that not right, Rafa? Yes. Yes, it is. While that dingbat dog was tugging on Nana's hat, it tipped over the urn. The bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water. And if she truly headed to the tomb with wet shoes, she would have left shoe prints along the way. But the only shoe prints we found belong to my husband, Inga. Huh? Then... That's right. Nana never did go to the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nana. That's right, Edgeworth and I did see some shoe prints in there. Now do you understand? Nana could not possibly have gone into the tomb. And that supposed third person at the crime scene is but a figment of your imagination. Do those guys fanboy any harder? But is it really true? Did Nana not go into the tomb? Excuse me, but... Mr. Wright? Your benevolence? What time was it when that dog attacked Nana? I believe it was about 2:15. I see. Apollo, if Nana entered Inga's private quarters around 2:15, and Inga came racing out at 2:30, pale-faced and screaming, then... Ah, I know where you're getting at. Yes, that might explain his scream. Would the defense please share that theory regarding Justice Minister Inga's scream? Certainly, Your Honor, Your Majesty. Minister Inga screamed because... Maybe he was attacked by Nana. This would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime. Does your idiocy know no bounds? The minister's body was found in the tomb. Or are you suggesting the body was moved? Do I think the minister's body was moved from his private quarters? I think the possibility... I'd say there's no way that body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb. I understand if the scream was in reaction to Nana's attack, but Inga died in the tomb. We need to explain how those two realities could coincide. How are we supposed to do that? Oh, maybe. Maybe where he was stabbed and where he died were two completely different locations. What do you mean? Let's look at this as simply as possible. If the minister's body wasn't moved, he might have been stabbed by Nana in his private quarters, but then died in the tomb. Huh? I see. On the one hand, that seems possible, but on the other, it seems decidedly implausible. Prosecutor Sadmati, what is that fool babbling on about now? Is this a riddle from one of those fortune cookies Americans seem so fond of? Perhaps, but I believe he himself does not know what he means to say. In all likelihood, it was an attempt to confuse us. We should simply ignore him.
Objection!
I wasn't finished yet, so hold off on the analysis, would you? The autopsy report never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous, so he could have conceivably been moved from one place to another after being stabbed. Oh my, are you suggesting he ran all over to the tomb with a knife sticking out of his back? Well, yes, that is the gist of it. In short, Minister Inca saw Nana with a knife. Let out a scream, and when he turned his back to her to flee, right, and that's when he was stabbed from behind. Well, Your Majesty, does my theory hold water?
Insolence!
How dare you bore me like this? Huh? You are a humorless moron, spewing an endless stream of unamusing drivel. I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence. Prosecutor, enlighten this ignorant clown in lawyer's clothing. Your Eminence? Nayuda? You dull, slow-witted, putrid-minded lawyer? Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you had been stabbed in the back, but a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain. Now hold on. Allow me to teach you the meaning of pain. Nayuda has a point. Normally most people would notice a dagger in their back. Ow. Yeah, I doubt someone could ignore pain like this. Still, in this case, the word normally... It's the word normally that we should emphasize. Follow, take a look at the court record. Right, there must be something that explains this. There's a reason Inga didn't feel any pain. The defense will submit evidence proving just that. Very well. Please present your evidence. Why didn't Justice Minister Inga notice that he had been stabbed?
Take that!
Ah! Those are my father's painkiller shots! The defense will explain the significance... Minister Inga suffered from a terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with these. We're told that it was one shot in the back would make all his pain go away. With this, it's easy to explain what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about these, Your Eminence. You can't mean... Minister Inga was stabbed in his back, close to where he was usually injected with injected the painkiller. Therefore, it's entirely possible that he hadn't noticed that he'd been stabbed. What? Then, are you suggesting Justice Minister Inga really ran off with a knife protruding from his back? I am, Your Majesty. So then, when I saw my father, he had a knife sticking out of him? I mean, with that cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well. Yes, the knife was there, and it was plunged in so deep you didn't notice it was under the cape. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. Murdered by Nena in his own private quarters. Pokunka! The Holy Mother of Crime. Are we dealing with a living dead here? Well, technically, he wasn't dead yet. I know it's hard to believe, but this is a plausible sequence of events. And once Minister Inga arrived at the tomb, he could have removed the knife and dropped dead from the blood loss. Nena killed my father? There must be some mistake. The defense would like to call Nena to the stand. You seek to drag an innocent old woman to the stand with no proof whatsoever? Well, there's no real proof, but... what a tangled web of expedient lies you weave. I can no longer tell fact from fiction. Who or what shall I believe in now? I'm sorry, Rafa. All I've done is confuse you. But I have a sneaking suspicion Dana's involved in this case one way or another. Just when I thought we'd blown this case wide open. Well, there's no turning back now. You fool of a lawyer. I know why you're so desperate to prove that the accused is innocent. You do? Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty. As shall you, under the stipulations of the Defense Culpability Act. From the moment you accepted this case, you have had no choice but to fight for your lives. No. The simple fact is I've always believed that Dirk is innocent. Ha! Still you cling to your pretense? Very well, I shall offer you a bargain. If you would admit that the accused is guilty, right here, right now, I shall overlook your crime of abetting him, and you will no longer be subject to execution. Is this some sort of a joke? Far from it. As Queen, I have the power to grant pardons, even to criminals like you. And with the wave of my hand, I can even reduce the severity of a sentence. Perhaps even for Dirk, should he be willing to cooperate. She wasn't kidding when she said she's the law here. To flaunt that power in our faces like that, that's just wrong. Forget all that has transpired in your kingdom. In our kingdom. And return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer? If I don't take this deal, we'll be executed along with Dirk if he's found guilty. What should I do? Nice try, Garon. But it looks like you don't know what justice is made of. We won't kowtow to threats like that, Your Eminence. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but I can't back down now. I don't want to drag you into this, so... Don't worry, I'm with you, Apollo. To the bitter end, if need be. And while I can't say I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo. But if I'm found guilty, you'll get the death penalty too. Even knowing that, you still want to defend me? I don't know what happened in the past. But it looks like everyone in this country considers lawyers to be liars. So I can understand if you don't believe me. But I still believe in you and your innocence. So all I have to do is keep believing and find the truth. That's all there is to it. So keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objections from me. You nincompoops! You'll die if you lose this case. Why would you even entertain the notion of continuing? I believe that Dirk is innocent. That's why. Besides, this trials exist to give the truth a chance to get out into the open. You can't give up just because you're afraid of some punishment. Even if that punishment is death? Is that not frightening you, you hornhead? Who wouldn't be scared? I mean, just thinking about it makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. I can't just abandon that. A duty you're willing to die for? And yet, duty. It's a heavy burden, alright. Rafa looks like she's really struggling. It's the 5th time we're seeing this, dude. Come on, stop. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task. But it's no surprise, considering the torrent of painful truths she's had to face. Very well then. If the defense is prepared to face the death sentence under the Defense Culpability Act, then I see no reason not to continue with the proceedings. But I must admit, I see no grounds for doubting the accused's guilt. Unless the defense has further evidence that would indicate a different suspect. Do we have anything like that? Well, lawyer, do you have any new evidence that you would care to present? Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations? If she thinks I can't do this, she's got another thing coming. But first, I have some serious thinking to do. I'd say that new evidence indicating a different suspect exists. Of course I have some new evidence. Do you now? How very interesting. Why doesn't she sound the least bit concerned? No, I can't let her get to me. I just have to keep pressing forward. This new evidence points to a different suspect. You would claim this evidence proves the excessive British instruction. Your evidence. Are you saying this piece of evidence doesn't do anything for you? It appears to me that you chose that evidence at random. In the vain hope that you would learn something from my reaction. Is that not correct? Your Majesty? For shame. Such evidence does not exist. Huh. Just as I thought. I was so hoping you'd present meaningless evidence to allow me to claim your head. Glad I didn't walk headfirst into that one then. So what now, Apollo? Well, unless we can prove that Naina killed Inga, this trial is over, and so are we. Isn't there still a way to get the proof we need? Even without the evidence? You know, a key means of obtaining testimony here in Khura'in? Huh? Wait, are you actually suggesting... It certainly won't be easy, but it's worth a try. Your Majesty, a crucial step in uncovering the truth behind this case is yet to be taken in this trial, but I'm positive that I can back up our claim with this one step. You mean you will be able to prove that Naina killed Justice Minister Inga? And just how do you propose to do that? With the help of a certain someone. You need help? From someone? Well, I can't imagine who it could be. But I suppose I must ask. Whose help do you need to uncover the truth? But that is... But me? Here in Khura'in, legal proceedings include the viewing of the victim's final moments. But that requires your benevolence's help. Such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence. If you're right about this, Reifa's power should enable her to see the very moment Naina stabbed Inga. It will be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. Your benevolence, we need you and your power. You need me?
Objection!
Wretched simpleton, did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? You would only succeed in wasting more time. Or is it your goal to make her collapse again? The princess said she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as a royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now. Am I prepared? Prepared to fulfill my duty? Isn't the divination seance required at all trials anyway? If so, I imagine there'd be a problem with handing down a verdict without one. Indeed. It would be problematic. Under Chinese law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered.
Such insolence!
Yikes. Must you train my patience so? If I must dispense with that vexing law, then dispense with it I shall. Huh? As ruling sovereign of Khura'in, I proclaim the following. Henceforth, the divination seance shall be optional. She just rewrote the law with a flourish of her hand. Mother, I do not wish for the trial to end like this. It is as the defense said. I must not neglect my duties simply because I'm afraid. I shall go through with it this time. I will conduct the seance once more.
Insolence!
Reifa, do not be fooled by this lawyerly guile. You were not prepared to witness your father's death. But Hornhead needs my help. Reifa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you were prepared? Despite your grandiose posturing, you collapsed in a most piteous fashion. Even worse, you have erred in your insights of late. Perhaps not the barbed one there overturned them more than once? You cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. So I say to you, begone! This sacred hall of justice has no need for such a worthless royal priestess. Worthless? Wow, how can you say that's your own daughter? So, mother, you think me worthless?
Objection!
Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? So I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt. Very well, horned devil. If you really are so bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent. Really? However, should Rava fail once more, you two and the accused shall all be executed on the spot. Come again? This is proving to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, lawyer, what say you? Will you wager your life and call on Rayford to perform a determination seance? We have no choice. I don't think you're worthless, your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. If you say you can do it, then I believe in you. Hornhead, I do not understand. If I fail, you will be put to death. I know you collapsed during your previous attempt. Wait, there was a gas. I can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you. But despite that, you are willing to try again. I have faith in that conviction, in that courage. Well, my courage? Ah, so she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the courage to perform the seance. But it looks like she's got the determination to try again. Right. And that's a bet I'm willing to take. But it is as mother said, I've erred in my insights as of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I've also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say you believe in me?
Objection!
I wouldn't take stock in those words, your benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you've made any errors at all. Huh? In the trials I've been a part of here in Khura'in, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances. Because even though they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insights they provided served as vital leads to finding the truth. Vital leads? My seances? So please, your benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time. Rafa, stop this madness. It is for your own good. You are ill-prepared to face your father's death. Go, leave this sacred hall at once. No. What did you say? I said no, mother! For I am the royal priestess of Khura'in. I have no need for you now. Even if you do not need me, mother. Hornhead and this Hall of Justice do. He proved that to me by risking his own life. It is because of him that I now understand. The divination seance is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it, no matter the risk. Your benevolence. My mother taught me that divination seance was a mirror reflecting naught but the truth. But I began to have my doubts after Barbed had disproved the insights it offered. And now, I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, mother, even Nana. I believed in them above all others. But I finally know now. I know in what I can trust. A royal priestess must debate each seance with the presiding lawyer and prosecutor. So that it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe trials here in Khura'in should function. Therefore, the Hall of Justice needs me. It is my power that leads to trials toward the truth. That is my sacred duty, and I will never shirk from it again. That right there, your benevolence, is the product of what you've learned in your struggle so far. The truth that you realize with your own strength. As my sacred duty, I must ensure that it is fulfilled. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through. Your Eminence, the royal priestess says she will conduct a divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it. Unless, of course, you are worried that it might reveal something you find inconvenient. Mother, I am done letting you have your way. Rafa? You would actually rebel against me? Your mother and queen? Though I am sacred... Though I am scared to see my father's death, I must face my fear. That's what Hornhead has taught me here today.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Khura'in. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Your Eminence, it seems the princess is more grown up than you thought. Rafa? Well then, let us proceed with the divination seance. The victim's final moments. It should be interesting. I wonder what Inga's memories are going to show us.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Explosion? What? What in the... A faceless being? What the heck? His face, it's just like... that picture of the founder. I think that's the last thing anyone expected to see. Father, what was it? What was it you saw? Are we to understand that this was the last thing the victim saw? Yes. There can be no mistake. That was what my father himself witnessed. How very strange. You don't suppose the Holy Mother possessed the accused and slew Minister Inga for planning a coup? The divine wrath of the Holy Mother? Oh, Holy Mother, we are forever grateful for your blessings. Talk about a sharp left turn into the Twilight Zone. You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. That laugh. Who does it belong to? And why are they laughing? Who knows? Though I suppose it could only be Dirk after he slew my husband. Uh-huh. That figure didn't even have a mouth. I think we're done here, lawyer. How so? You claim that Minister Inga was stabbed in his private quarters, and, feeling no pain, went to the tomb, where he eventually fell dead. But this seance vision proves that he was stabbed in the tomb, and felt great pain, no less. Oh, that. Therefore, as I asserted all along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb. Everything just backfired, big time. Wow. Garon has the devil's own luck, doesn't she? Now then, shall I give the voices to the soul of the deceased? I shall give voices to this. I shall give voice to the soul of the deceased. Listen well and heed these words. At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon a picture of the Holy Mother. He'd been waiting vigilantly, when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed, and the attacker let out a laugh. So what now, Mr. Wright? It's up to us to knock holes in Rafa's interpretations of Inga's memories. In other words, we need to prove that her understanding of them could be mistaken. Okay, I'll give it a try. Okay. Your benevolence. This insight is Oh? Please do tell what exactly this is gonna deny or not. Well, it's kinda hard to say, especially when you put me on the spot like this. Defense will only present opinions that won't collapse under pressure. Guess I'd better take a closer look at the insides on the vision before I try again.
Objection!
Your benevolence. There seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation. An inconsistency? Where? Minister Inga is far too relaxed for what was supposedly about to take place. When you heard the voice you claim is Dirk's, you didn't seem the least bit alarmed. You just kept looking at the picture of the founder. That's strange, right? He was waiting for Dirk to arrive with the founder's orb. But when he heard that voice, he didn't even turn around to look. Don't you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind? Then whose voice was it? It was likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. Someone like a friend. But there was no third party to see the crime. Therefore, the voice can only belong to Dirk. The voice of a third party who wasn't there in the tomb. Paulo, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mystery voice? You know, I think we do. Something that Inga had while he was waiting for Dirk. With it, we just might be able to figure out whose voice it was. I believe we can identify the male voice Minister Inga heard with this.
Take that!
That's my father's... I know this must be hard for you, but could you please look at this photo? There's something here that can point us toward the identity of the voice. This is the real source of the man's voice.
Take that!
A cell phone? Right. I believe that the voice of the minister heard was of the call on the cell phone. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. What is your eminence's view on the matter? I can see the possibility. Then it seems I must refine my vision. It appears that the voice belonged to one of my father's subordinates. Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them then? My father had members of the secret police positioned through the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Dirk and the rest of you. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Your benevolence, I believe you have an insight to revise. I know, Barbed. Don't presume to tell me how to do my duty. Okay. Let's see. What can we point out that... Wait. What the hell? Okay. Why does my cursor show up when I... That's weird. I'm gonna fix this. There we go. Now my cursor shouldn't show up. Has that been the thing the whole time and I haven't noticed? Because the cursor's not there now. So the voice was coming from the phone. That's good to know. But there might have been sounds coming from the phone. Sounds that could be clues. Let's take another look at Rifa's insights. And really focus on the various sensations. Okay, I think we're getting the hang of this now. Rip. Lion's roar and a dog's bark.
Objection!
I hate to break it to you, Your Relevance, but you misinterpreted something again. What do you mean? Again. Smooth move, Apollo. I think you just hurt her feelings. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on. Let me rephrase that, Your Benevolence. Her interpretation of your father's phone call to a subordinate at the palace is inconsistent with his final memory. What do you mean by that? A lion's roar could be heard over the phone. Don't you find that strange? You claimed that the call was with someone at the palace. Well, let me ask you, do you keep lions there? No. Only animals at the palace are little birdies and my pet frog. Wait, that giant one in front of the minister's house is her pet? Besides, there aren't any lions in Khura'in. We don't even have any zoos. A rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid. Well, I remember hearing a sound like that. The lion's roar coming from the phone is actually from something hanging out in... Isn't that the cry of the warbird over in the bazaar? Your benevolence, do you think you can clarify the voice for me? Very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision. What's this? Just as I suspected, it was the call of a warbird. That means the subordinate Minister Inga was talking to. Was in the bazaar, not the palace. But why is it important where the call came from? What significance could it have? She's right. Is it important to know where the call was made from? Hey, are you using an emulator for this? No, I'm not. I'm using my 3DS. It's actually very important. Knowing that the person on the other end was at the bazaar means... Ooh, nice. Yeah. It cost a buttload of money, though. That the loud explosion might not have been the sound of a gunshot. I know there's a piano, dude. It's always been there. It's right there. There. Okay. It's not April Fool's for me anymore, so you can't do that. It's barely midnight. You did that too late. Shit. Yeah. But I can't think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area. Go ahead, Apollo. Tell her. Tell Ray for the real source of that sound. Close one. Next year, maybe. What's the real source of that explosion sound? Oh! But how can I prove that? Hold on. Firecracker. There we go. What is that? It's Albi Guides. Get that pun, guys? I gotta show you. I love the puns in this game. Cause... This kid... His name is Albi Guide. I'll be your guide. He's a tour guide. I love it. It's amazing. That's my favorite pun in the entire series. I'm not even joking. It's Albi Guide's statement. In it, he claims that Dots Arabelle threw a firecracker at him while he was at the bazaar. Then, yes, the sound heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding.
Objection!
And yet, a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. A bullet fired from Minister Inga's gun. How do you explain that? Well, we don't know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? Or do you have evidence that proves that when the pistol was discharged? No, I have none. Wait a second. If that loud bang was a firecracker, then could that laugh at the end have been... That was Dad's cerebrals. No, it can't be. Oh, it can, and it is. The laugh came from none other than the Joker who got a kick out of startling Albie with his dragon snot snaps. The happy-go-lucky Dad Cerebral. What? Someone should really put a leash on that guy. I shudder to think how one man can be the cause of so much trouble. Hey there, AJ, PW. You can thank me later. No one asked for your commentary, Mr. Arbol. Your benevolence, do you need to revise your insight? It would appear so. True source of that love bang was the firecracker Dad's through. And that final laugh belonged to none other than Dad himself. Well, this changes everything. Let's go over the details of Rafus Insights again. Okay. I think I've got this down now. Time to find another inconsistency. Oh, that doesn't count anymore? Like that, maybe? Okay, let's select the footsteps now.
Objection!
That's not it? Apparently not. I was thinking, like, because they didn't hear him come in. So... I have no idea what to do now. Everything seems to align perfectly. He was drinking grape juice. Is that wine or grape juice? It seems like wine.
Objection!
Maybe this. This is my last bet, by the way. Otherwise, I have no idea. Okay, seems I have no idea. You can smell grapes and incense. Why can you smell grapes when it's grape juice? Not actually grapes. It smells differently. I'm just thinking, like... I'm confused. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. Let's do a consult. There's nothing here. Looks like you could use the sounding board. So how's this? We now know that the loud explosion was a firecracker that Dad's threw. That very fact may have produced an inconsistency somewhere. You're right. I'm going to take another look at Raven's insights. Wait, what? How does that change anything? True source. How does that... How does that change anything? I'm guessing we're gonna have to point to the gun. Because if that's the case, it couldn't have fired it.
Objection!
Okay, we're gonna try again. Oh, we're gonna see the fake ending now. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. I've heard enough. This trial need not to be drawn out any longer. Regarding the murder of Minister Inga and the assassination of Queen Amara, the defense has failed to counter the charges filed by the prosecution. I will now pass judgment on the accused, Jerksut Mahdi, and his defenders, Apollo Justice and Phoenix Wright. This court finds the three individuals Oh, we don't even get a fake ending this time. That's really okay, whatever. What? Those footsteps, maybe?
Objection!
Nope, that's not it. There's nothing here. Looks like you'd use a sounding board, so is this. We now know that the loud explosion was a firecracker that's through. That very fact may have produced an inconsistency somewhere. You're right. I'm going to take another look at Rufus Insights. What? Where could that inconsistency be?
Objection!
That's not it. Then what is it? I got nothing. Like... What could it mean? Oh, right. I got it. I think. I think, at least. It's a fire... Okay, okay. I got it. There we go. I got it. Because if you look here... 2 p.m. It says 3 p.m. here. Right. Okay, so I got it. Explosion. Let's point that out with this statement.
Objection!
Yes, I got it. Nice. Your benevolence, there's a glaring problem with this insight. There is? You stated that the murder happened at around 3 p.m., which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know what the source of the loud bang is, your insight conflicts with a certain piece of evidence. I suppose I have to ask the obvious here. What evidence conflicts with the claim that the murder occurred at 3 p.m.?
Take that!
I'll be your guide's statement. Again? Yes, because to summarize what he said, at around 2 p.m., Shada was surprised by a firecracker and ran around in the palace courtyard. Around 2 p.m.? That's right. 2 p.m. Not 3 p.m. Are you suggesting... I think you know where I'm going with this. That's his laugh, the cry of the warbad, and the bang of the firecracker were all heard right before Minister Inga's death. Thanks to Aubrey's statement, we can put a definitive timestamp on all these sounds. Therefore, what this vision shows is that it's extremely likely that the deceased's final moments were at 2 rather than 3, as we had originally thought. Dare I ask, it means the murder took place a full hour before Dirk entered the tomb. How could this be? Are you saying that I, the very personification of the law, been mistaken? Heh. Now do you see why justice always prevail? Peace, peace, I say. Now then, defense. I must remind you that the figure of the accused was clearly shown in the vision. How do you explain that? I wouldn't say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face. Ah, you're absolutely right. Without a face, we can't be certain who it was. Furthermore, I need to remind you that if the vision is from 2 p.m., Dirk was still with me and Mr. Wright. Which means this faceless figure couldn't possibly be him. So then, what are we to make of this 1 hour difference? Wait, 2 o'clock? That's when... my mother was performing the rite of channeling. The palace guards had all been reassigned to guard the channeling chamber for the rite. Don't tell me. The royal residence. It would have been virtually unguarded. Which means the real killer could have easily slipped unseen into Amara's tomb. Defense, are you saying that this is someone disguised as the accused? That's exactly what I believe, Your Majesty. Preposterous. Disguises cannot deceive the memories of the dead. That the face did not appear this time is mere happenstance. Had it appeared, such subterfuge would have been clear as day. He's got a point there. Anyone who knows about the divination seance would have tried to hide their face. Nevertheless, our killer openly appeared before Inga. The question is, why? Apollo, maybe the killer could afford to be so bold because they knew their face wouldn't show up in the seance vision. What? It's possible that the killer dared to dress in Dirk's clothes and stand square in front of Inga precisely because they knew they could get away with it. But how could anyone be so sure of something like that? A long time ago, I heard of a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. What if Inga had it? Are you saying that this is literally how Inga saw the world? Yes. We can't normally see through the eyes of others, but in this case we can. And if he had that disorder, I imagine this is how faces appear to him in life. Okay, let's say that the killer knew that Inga had such a disorder. He could definitely use it to pin the crime on Dirk. But if you're wondering about how to prove that Inga had it, you already have what you need. Really? Well, defense, do you have anything to show to this court? Yes, I believe so. Frankly, I have no idea what Mr. Wright means, but I'll look at the evidence over again. What explains why the face of Minister Inga's killer is absent in the sales vision?
Take that!
A notepad? Yes, it was found in Minister Inga's room, and it holds the answers we're looking for. As you can see, it's filled with detailed notes on various individuals. What kind of clothes they wear, hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics. And this is connected to the faceless nature of the killer. How? The vision we saw was exactly what Minister Inga saw with his own eyes. It is he who saw the killer as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him. What's this? I believe Minister Inga had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. It would explain the faceless being, and why he needed a notepad full of physical characteristics. Now that I think about it, my father was always terrible at remembering people. By simply changing my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me. Your Eminence, you knew that your husband had such a disorder, didn't you? He never wished for it to become public knowledge, but I suppose there's no use in keeping quiet about it now. It is as you say. My late husband had a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize faces. The medical term for it is prosopagnosia. So Mr. Wright was right. The memories of those afflicted with such disorders in life do appear strange at times. There is precedence for this. So the killer likely knew about the disorder and used it to their advantage. Right, so there's someone who is both knowledgeable about the divination seance and aware of Inga's affliction. Your Eminence? Who knew about your husband's condition? A small number of servants who tended to his needs. And me. Surely you are not about to insinuate that I committed this crime? Oh, no, Your Eminence. Still, could she have done it? Your Aunt has an alibi, remember? Oh, right. She was conducting the rite of channeling at 2 p.m. In that case... Your Eminence, does Naina know about Minister Inga's disorder? Of course she does. She is our head servant. So as head servant, she knew about Minister Inga's condition. And as the prince's personal attendant, she is familiar with the divination seance. If these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what would. You witless lawyer, how quick you are to forget the facts. Facts like when Inga was last seen alive. You claim he was slain at 2, yet that is impossible. Rafa saw him at 2:30. Ah! We did completely forget about that. No, there must be some mistake. So you see, the murder could have only happened at 3 p.m. The hour Dirk entered the tomb. There's no other answer to this puzzle. Why don't we ever get to make up answers like Garan makes up laws? I guess it's back to square one. Where did we go wrong? I don't think we're the problem. We just seem to be one piece of the puzzle short. Our deductions so far explain everything to a T. Everything except for Inga's sighting at 2:30. You see, without that final puzzle piece, all of her deductions fall apart. Follow. If Inga's sighting is the only anomaly, we just have to find a way to make it fit into the bigger picture. Have to think outside the box then, right? Let's see. It would be impossible to see Inga walking around after he'd been killed. But what if there's a way to make people think he was alive, even though he was dead? Like a way to make people witness the living dead? Sounds like some kind of TV show. Things like that don't happen in real life. Ah! Ah! Apollo, did you just... I did! I figured it out. I know how to make people witness the living dead. Your Majesty, our deductions weren't wrong after all. Despite Minister Inga being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading toward the tomb at 2:30, and I'll tell you how. I certainly hope you will, because I have no idea what we're talking about. The Minister Inga, her benevolent saw, was... It was the deceased being channeled. It's the only way a man who was already dead could have been seen by her benevolence. Channeled, you say? That's right, and there are only 2 people capable of spirit channeling here in Khura'in. Her Eminence, Queen Garan, and Maya Fey. It's possible that one of them was channeling the Minister. It would seem that you were ever bent on making me a party to this crime. Prosecutor, what was I doing at 2:30, the time at which my husband was seen? Eminence, I believe you had completed the channeling rites and were having tea with the king of the neighboring realm. There would have been many attendants there too. Ayuda has to keep up with her schedule too. What doesn't she make him do? And that leaves only Maya. Yeah, it does. Maybe someone was forcing her to use the power toward nefarious ends. The real killer could have been threatening her. That cannot be. So then Inga's scream was probably from when he woke up from being called back to this world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked back up for him after he died. So Minister Inga probably left to his feet, thinking he just had a nightmare. Then, realizing it was almost time for the hostage exchange, he raced off to Amara's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead. Then, the benevolence really did see a dead man running. Using the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit a crime? How could this be? The defense calls Ms. Maya Fey to the stand. Well, Your Eminence? Will you allow a new witness? It matters not. Either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments. Insult me all you want, witch, or you'll be eating those words when I expose the truth. Very well. Let us adjourn until the new witness is ready. Oh, okay. I might actually stop the stream there, even though I know it's going to be short tomorrow. Because it's been 6.5 hours. Should I continue? I still have the entire, whatchamacallit? I have the entire 23-year-old case to solve too. So like, Whatever. I'm gonna continue. I'll finish the game today if it's the last thing I do. Talk about some really close shaves. Well, you can't get a closer shave than Headman's brand blades, that's for sure. Trial's not even over yet, and I'm already exhausted. Still, we were able to fight back the queen herself in there. Well, maybe with Miss Faye's help, I won't have to keep on playing her game much longer. Speaking of which, I guess it's a little late to be asking, but do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright? She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. That's all it was, so she should be okay. Bobhead? Hornhead? Oh, hello, your benevolence. Princess Rafa. You were really impressive in there.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground. And in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as the royal priestess. It was all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude. Oh, don't mention it. I know. I shall thank you with a gift. What would you like? A cow? A horse? Or perhaps I shall reward your efforts with a royal shoulder massage. Oh, that's okay, your benevolence. Your gratitude is more than enough. Thanks. But I thought you Americans liked massages. My technique was highly praised by my father, you know. Hey you, lawyers. Where's the accused? Huh? Dirk? That's a good question. I blew it big time, AJ. That's... Shut up, you. What's going on? The scoundrel tried to escape with the accused. What? We were able to nab him, but the accused is nowhere to be found. Where are you hiding him, you miscreant? I keep telling you, I got no idea where he went. I mean, yeah, we booked it together, but I lost track of him after that. So, Dirk's on the lam now? Probably, but who knows? He vanished in the blink of an eye. Vanished? You wanna know something, AJ? Dirk said to me, I can't put Amara in danger. I have to set her free before it's too late. What? Don't tell me he's gone to rescue her. That's what I am telling you. It's why I helped him escape in the first place. Do you relate to what you've done? Well, what's done is done. Still, why do you choose to go rescue her now? Maybe you didn't want to die with any regrets or something. You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block. Why, Dirk? I thought you believed in me. Oh, don't be like that, AJ. We'll be back as soon as he frees Amara. You'll see. That's not the point, Dance. Listen, lawyer. You'll let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. The trial will now resume. See that you are ready. Wait, the trial's still on? Even without the defendant? Those were Eminence's orders, so you will return to the courtroom at once. Let's go, Apollo. All we can do is see where the new testimony leads. Now then, let us resume the trial at hand. Your Majesty? My client seems to have gone missing. What do you think, Your Eminence? Should we proceed without the accused? Why not? My royal guard is searching for him as we speak. They shall find him soon enough, but they would not dare to keep me waiting. Yes, but what about the law governing the court proceedings? Then I shall simply revise it. As ruling sovereign of Khura'in, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia. Well, in that case, I guess there's no problem with proceeding. With the witness, Miss Maya Fey, please approach... Will the witness, Miss Maya Fey, please approach the stand? Sorry to summon you like this, Maya. Getting dragged out of bed and into court is not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick. I'm sorry, Miss Fey. It was my idea. Huh? And you are... Oh, right. I'm Apollo Justice. It's nice to finally meet you. Oh, so you're Apollo. Nick's told me all about you. You're the new guy with the loud voice, and a big fan of Unreliable Streak, right? Of an Unreliable Streak, right? Wait, and a bit of an Unreliable Streak. Dude, Maya's theme is so good. Now that we listened to one round of that. Unreliable? Well, that was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since. So why was I called here anyway? Am I under arrest again? Huh? I guess no one's filled her in. Well, she has been asleep this entire time. Miss Fey, this is a trial for Dirk Sadmati. And you're here as a witness. What? Dirk's been arrested? But... That's not exactly the reaction I was expecting. Miss Fey, you are suspected of playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. What? Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate the time of his murder. At least, that is what the defense claims. Wait, what? How could you, Apollo? How did you even reach that conclusion? Sorry, but it's the only way this whole case makes any sense. Your understandable anger at the defense aside, will you testify, Miss Fey? Yes, Your Majesty. I don't have any idea what's going on, but I know I didn't channel Minister Inga. She's so cute. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that. Besides, I'd never go quietly along with the criminal's plan. Though, I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with. It seems the witness doesn't believe she has ever channeled Justice Minister Inga. And if her words prove to be true, defense, your entire argument becomes moot. You do understand that, don't you? Yes, of course. It doesn't seem like Miss Faye is lying. Apollo? Maya was being awfully secretive about something just now. And I guess I'd better dig a bit and try to find her. Try to get her to open up to me first. I don't have any idea what's going on, but... You've been asleep ever since you were rescued from the tomb, correct? Mm-hmm. I was exhausted after being held captive for so long. That must have been terrible. Maya, Minister Inga didn't do anything to you, did he? Oh no, it wasn't like that. On the contrary, I asked him for all sorts of things. Like what? Like, I'm really craving burgers, and I'll die if I miss an episode of The Bloom Punisher. Acting like a brat and netted me a TV and even a few burgers from someplace. He was surprisingly nice to me. Huh? Are you sure we're talking about the same guy here? Huh. He may have loomed large, but he was unexpectedly easy to push around. Even though he's the one who was responsible for pushing those execution papers, though. Through? Blah. Oh, that? Improving executions was simply his preferred method of stress relief. With a wife like her, it was probably really pushing them out of fear. I'm beginning to see why he wanted to stage a coup. In any case, my time in captivity wasn't so bad, but of all the things that happened, I know I didn't channel Minister Inga.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Maybe you just don't remember channeling him. I don't remember. I may be 28, but I'm not senile, you know. Something's not right here. Miss Faye, you were confined to Amara's tomb the whole time, is that correct? Yes. But I wasn't conscious the whole time. Okay, and let me ask you something. Did you ever see 992? Just as Dirk? Huh? Is this some kind of a joke? I think I remember if I saw something crazy as that. Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that right in front of an additional witness. I hate when he's right. I didn't even have the time to do something like that.
Hold it!
You didn't have a chance to channel him? Does channeling someone take a long time? Not really. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much instantaneous. But I was all tied up, literally. So there was no way for me to make the channeling meter with my hands to do it. Right. I guess you really didn't channel Inga then. Maya, when mediums are done with a session, they can send the spirit back to the other world themselves, right? Sure, unless they're still in training. Amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes. But full-fledged mediums can stay in total control of a session. And they can send the deceased spirit away anytime they want. So I take it you can do that too, Miss Faye? Of course. It's a cinch for the new and improved Mystic Maya Faye, a spirit medium. That's strange. You seem like the same old childish Maya to me. I'll show you childish, Nick. Besides, I'd never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. So you wouldn't channel spirits for unseemly purposes? Of course not. Spirit channeling is my bread and butter. I take a lot of pride in my work. It's like, would you use your legal skills to commit a crime, Apollo? Well, until finger pointing and objecting become deadly, I don't see how they can be used. Wow, you're a regular Mr. Smarty Pants, just like Nick. Always at the ready with some sarcastic comeback. I think I'll save my many objections for after the trial. Yes, please. Anyway, I'd never go along with something like murder. Though, I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with.
Hold it!
It sounds to me like you're trying to hide something, Ms. Faye. Didn't anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo? It's really rude to pry into people's private affairs. Ah, sorry, I didn't realize. Wait, we're in a court of law. Yeah, I know. Then what was all that about me being rude? I'm just doing my job. So please, just tell me. What exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk? Mm-hmm. A pretty big one. I think this is about all you're going to get out of her. Yeah. Enough! The witness is denying that you channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. It appears your little fiction has been soundly exposed for what it is. You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't even know why you suspected me in the first place. I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Minister Inga, do you? Oh, evidence, huh? There's no point in even thinking about it, really. I don't use anything special to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind. That's true. Just like when she channeled the high priest, all Maya needs is her own body. If the defense has no evidence to offer, I will have to end this cross-examination. What now? Even if she doesn't use any special items to do the channeling herself, you think there would be something to complete the deception? Is there any proof that Justice Minister Inga was channeled? It has to be this, right? You bet there is. Really? Well now. You're bluffing, I take it. I'll be fine. If we're right, then there must be some sort of proof to back us up. Time to do some serious thinking, Apollo, Justice. Okay. We know that when Rafa saw her father, he wasn't dressed like Miss Faye, right? Right, because if he was, Rafa would have immediately known he was being channeled. So that means he was dressed in his usual suit when Rafa saw him. Aha! Good thinking, Apollo. This might be the perfect angle to attack from. Alright, let's have an answer from the defense. What proof do you have that Miss Maya Faye was channeled just as Minister Inga? Wait, he didn't die? Maybe he didn't die. Wait, how would he be channeled then? Okay, never mind. It has to be this. Is that a gemstone? We found this among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. Does this gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence? What? What was that doing in the tomb? Ah, so you do recognize it, but then, as his wife, how could you not recognize this gemstone button from your husband's jacket? Huh? I don't get where you're going with this. Channeling Minister Inga alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Raifa. Especially if he were wearing your clothes. So you would have had to change into the minister's clothes before channeling him. Ah! Miss Faye, you used the minister's clothes as a cover while going from his room into the tomb. Or you burned them once you no longer needed them. What? Uh-oh. She seems genuinely surprised by that, Apollo.
Objection!
Miss Faye? Yes? Do you know my husband's name? It was, Inga Kirkle Kurine, right? That is correct, in part. But there's more. Much more. Inga Kirkle... Oh god, this man Ryan... Ryan the Third. That is his true name. Could it be any longer? Due to its length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So, Miss Faye, did you know his true name? No. I mean, how could I? Precisely. Yet a medium must know both the face and the true name of the one she seeks to channel. So then, Miss Faye couldn't have channeled Minister Inga? That's what I've been saying this whole time. Why would I want to randomly channel some old guy I didn't know? And didn't like, thanks to that last trial. I can't believe this. Paula. I really don't think Maya's lying. However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me. I agree, but there's something tripping us up in the details. Maybe we're working off of some wrong assumption again. Apollo? I was thinking. Yes? Since I didn't channel Minister Inga, is it possible that someone else did? Someone else? But who else could it have been? I haven't thought that far yet. Such chatter is without merit. Let us move on, shall we? I don't care what Garan says. I'm going to figure this out. If it wasn't Miss Faye and the Queen has an alibi, then... Apollo, forget about who is capable of channeling spirits for a second. I should consider the circumstances surrounding channeling, right? Right. We know Raifa saw her father come running out of his private quarters. If he was being channeled at the time, who could it have been? Someone who was in Inga's private quarters. Yeah. It was Nena. Well, I'm evading defense. And you know how much I despise waiting. Yes, but there is someone else besides Miss Faye who could have channeled Minister Inga. There's just one more person. And they were in Inga's private quarters. That person is our only hope now. So the defense believed there was another. Let's have your very serious answer then. With pleasure. Horned devil. Who could have channeled Minister Inga?
Take that!
Nena? Your Eminence said it yourself. That's right, Nena never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nena. And then her benevolence, and then there's her benevolence statement. She said that Nana disappeared right after she entered Minister Inga's private quarters. Room from which Minister Inga himself came running out of not long afterwards. You are not seriously suggesting. It's the only thing that makes sense. Nana channeled Minister Inga and left his private quarters thereafter. That's why no one has seen her since. And why only the minister's shoe prints were found outside his residence. Ah, no way! That's gotta be it. Nana must have somehow channeled the minister. All of the circumstantial evidence has fallen into place. You can't ignore it anymore. You can't claim Nana isn't connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense calls Nana to the stand. Well, Your Eminence? Very well then, let us call Nana to testify. Yes, now we can finally crack this case wide open. Let us adjourn while the witness is summoned. There is no need. Nana is in the waiting room lobby. What? Nana's here? I thought she got missing. Seems she was feeling unwell and simply wished to rest undisturbed. But our concern for Raifa brought her here today. She took time off without Raifa's knowledge or consent. I'm betting there's more to her disappearing act than meets the eye, Apollo. Ms. Nana, do you understand why you've been summoned here today? Yes, of course. Her Eminence has informed me that this man here suspects I have committed a crime. So this is Nana. That's quite the hairdo. Well, I will say... I suppose I'm not as old as I had thought. This horn-head nincompoop would take me for a criminal. Nincompoop? Isn't that Raifa's favorite insult? I guess Nana rubbed off on her. Or with all the time they spent together. You there, young hornhead. Yes? You're accusing me of slaying Minister Inga and channeling his spirit, yes? What an active imagination you have. Young folk are so wonderfully open-minded. Thanks. Just take the compliment, Justice. Now then, will the witness please proceed with her testimony? This court wishes to know if you did or did not channel Minister Inga in his private quarters. What the hell? I'm no spirit medium, Sonny. I was feeling under the weather yesterday. I decided to rest these weary bones. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling there is here in Karain. After Queen Amara passing, Her Eminence, Queen Garan is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that last Maya Fey. And there you have it. It seems we have summoned her for nothing. Only those of the royal bloodline have the power of spirit channeling. That a servant such as Nana could channel spirits is most unamusing jest. On the surface, anyway. But our line of reasoning has led us to this end. The Nana channeling a spirit. Alright, the defense may now question the witness. I was feeling under the weather yesterday and decided to rest these weary bones.
Hold it!
All these dogs stole your hat when you were in the courtyard yesterday afternoon. Was it after that you decided to take a rest? I had been feeling unwell all day and had pushed myself too hard. I kept feeling weak and dizzy, and that dirty mongrel only served to worsen my condition. Well, I sympathize with you, Nana. You took the whole day off without informing Princess Rafa. She was very worried about you, you know? How very kind of her benevolence. She need not concern herself with the welfare of a mere servant such as I. Except to Rafa, Nana's not just a mere servant. To even think a mere commoner could channel spirits or slay a minister was hogwash. Besides which, a lowly servant to society could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium.
Hold it!
I hear you are the head servant, isn't that right? Are you suggesting that my position affords me the ability to channel spirits? Since you're the head servant to a family of channelers, I'd say it's possible. If you wanted to, it's not impossible for you to learn through exposure. Think not. But that goes against the very underpinnings of the Kingdom of Khura'in. To become a spirit medium requires a noble spirit and rigorous training. But most importantly, one must be a direct descendant of the founder. It is not simply some hobby one can take up in the manner of knitting or gardening. The commoners can never become a medium, no matter how hard they tried. That is common knowledge to all who are born and raised here, young Hornhead. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Khura'in.
Hold it!
Okay then. What if you actually have royal blood in your veins, Nana? Like a distant relative or something. I am from a line of humble fishermen. All the way back to my grandfather's grandfather. I've never heard talk of royal blood or noble ancestry. Follow, spirit channeling is a secret art passed down from mother to daughter. And even with royal ancestor, it'd be impossible to learn without the right training. It is as the barbed one says. It also must be mentioned that the secret art is only taught here in the Kingdom of Khura'in, in your country's Khura'in village. Why aren't things falling into place like I expected? I would ask the witness to continue her testimony. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence Queen Garan is the only spirit medium left.
Hold it!
Queen Amara was the victim of an assassination, right? Yes. Oh, she was a beautiful, gentle soul. But she fell in love with a man of dubious origins. And was murdered in a terrible blaze. Fate can be so cruel. Except she's actually still alive. Poor Nana's yet another follower unwittingly praying over an empty sarcophagus. Mara, the queen who's been locked away, and her existence in this world erased. But the fact that she's still alive shackles Nayuda to Garon's will. Nayuda, the only reason you're still standing there by that woman's side It's because you're afraid of what would happen to Amara otherwise, right? We need not recount such ancient history. Let us continue with the You believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass, Maya Fey.
Hold it!
Miss Fey was being held hostage. She was completely tied up and didn't even know Minister Inga's true name, making it impossible for her to kill or channel him. Bah! I know nothing of that. Listen, you horned devil. Were you not just insisting that it was Maya Fey who had channeled Minister Inga? My, how quickly you change your tune. No, I'm just quick on my feet when new information presents itself. I'm also quick to force my biggest smile when times like these demand it. It's great that you're following my advice, Apollo. But try not to look so forced while you do, would you? Aina is right about one thing, though. Only those of the royal bloodline can be spirit mediums in Khura'in. Common folk like us are out of luck. Yeah, I guess so. Still, I think I'll finally be close to connecting all of the dots once I point one very big thing out. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Khura'in. But what if you are a member of the royal family? Dude, I think we have a lot of trial to go actually, because we still have all of this to go. We're probably gonna see the insight of the divination seance of Apollo's father as well, most likely. How can I prove that she's royal family?
Objection! Objection! Objection!
Okay, so I presented what makes sense in the terms of a direct contradiction. Except I don't know how to make it how to make it make sense in the larger context of this case. Well, is the defense going to follow up its own objection with a sound explanation? Oh, I'm sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Dana's testimony. Go on. She asserted that she could not possibly be a spirit medium because, in Karain, only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits. I fail to see the problem in that statement, defense. Hold on, I'm getting to it, Your Majesty. Dana stated an absolute falsehood. Since we know that Amara is still alive. At the same time, circumstantial evidence points to Nana channeling Inga. After all, just after she entered his private quarters, Inga came running out screaming, despite having been killed at 2 p.m. I just realized something. She colored her hair black. Even though supposedly only those of the royal family are capable of doing so. Wait. Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down to the rabbit hole? Mr. Wright, you may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility, I think it'll give us the break we need. Wait a sec. Are you going to propose what I think you are? Yes, it's a huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it. Will the court please take a look at this photo? This photo's very existence, to say nothing of the person in it, contradicts the witness's claim. The Queen Garan is the only remaining spirit medium in Khura'in. Poor devil, you mustn't! Oh, but I must. Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it. But you already knew that, didn't you, Your Eminence? Will the defense please explain who is shown in the photograph? The person in the photograph is the previous queen, Amara Sigatar Khura'in. Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she's very much alive. What? But that's nonsense! Take a good look at the law book in the photo, Your Majesty. The mark of the dragon branded on it could only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination. Queen Amara's still alive? Has the lawyer gone mad? While I personally find it hard to believe, I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense. Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from the would-be killer. Yet according to Dirk, she is actually being held captive somewhere. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us. Here, in this very courtroom today. But how? Do not be deceived, Your Majesty. The Red Pepper is skilled in weaving plausible lies. It is a cunning lawyerly art known as bluffing. But knowing this, there is no need to fear his forked tongue. That's where you're wrong, prosecutor. Because you'll be quaking in your boots soon enough. Is that so? It's my turn, Mayuta, to wake you up to the truth right before your eyes. Queen Amara is still very much alive and has been disguising herself as...
Take that!
But that's... This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we've covered so far. The person who killed Minister Inga. Someone with intimate knowledge of the divination seance. The medium who channeled the minister in order to mask the real time of his death. Condense these traits into one person, and you get a spirit medium of royal blood. And that person is none other than you, Nena. Your true identity is the former Queen Amara, and the killer we've been looking for all along. What?
Objection.
You finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? What you say is beyond blasphemous, even in the depths of hell. Oh my, such frightening allegations. Indeed. And absolutely ludicrous to boot. Her Eminence Queen Amara yet lives. And is actually Miss Nana here? You have truly gone off the deep end. You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, a certain someone can help me prove it. Your Eminence. If Queen Amara truly is dead, you should be able to channel her spirit right here, right now. Isn't that correct? I can, but now I no longer. The lawyer speaks the truth. Nana, the woman who stands here before us, is Amara, the former queen believed to have perished 23 years ago. Finally! We finally got Inga's real killer on the stand. Nana, no, Amara Sigatar Karain. Please drop the act and tell us what really happened. Oh dearie me. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young Hornhead. Whoa! I was getting tired of masquerading as an old woman anyway. It has been far too long since I last greeted you, good people of Karain. It is I, Amara Sigator Karain, your former queen. Queen Amara? What? And I thought Garon's makeover was extreme. Can it really be true? You're alive and well? It is true. I feel as if I have been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear I have caused all of you a great deal of distress. Oh. Amara, I'm sorry I wasn't able to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me. It is quite alright, Garon. I am safe now. Dirk, that black card that threatened my life, will be recaptured soon enough. I need not conceal my identity any longer. Queen Amara, what does this all mean? Were you not killed in that fire 23 years ago? I barely escaped that blaze with my life. But though I survived, I knew that scoundrel would make further attempts on my life. Why are you slandering him? What? I thought you were lovers. Therefore, I staged my death and abdicated the throne to my dear younger sister, Garon. But the building of that great tomb, and disguising yourself as a lowly servant. Why would you do such a thing? Garon, I would have you explain. I wished for her to be close at hand. It was the only way I felt I could protect her. And it was the best way to hide her from the eyes of the public. After all, who could conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant? She got that right. Even Dirk thought Amara was being held captive some far-off place. He never even guessed she was living as a servant, right in plain sight. I must say, a life dedicated to the servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. It is a quiet, humble existence, far removed from the tedium of regal duties. Ah, but those days of peace have ended. And it's all because of you, Hornhead. You should consider yourself lucky if that's all it ends with. If there's something you wish to say, then say it. It doesn't matter who you are, you won't escape this crime you committed. The defense moves to indict you as Justice Minister Inga's real killer. What's this? You would accuse Queen Amara of homicide? A Grand Priestess of Cryonism? You can't do that. She's virtually a goddess in the eyes of her people. If you commit the crime, you'd better be ready to do the time. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god. I've never met such an egalitarian person. Queen Amara. In your years disguised as Nena, you would have learned about Minister Inga's disorder. So you knew you could dress in Dirk's clothes to forge a convincing seance vision. Isn't that right? Oh, what a curious character you are. You would label me a murderer? Me? The one who the people regarded as the reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself? Maybe a grand figure in cryonism, but as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me. It would appear your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of my good name with accusations of murder and murder most foul? But please, Queen Amara, forgive his impudence. The lawyer knows not what he speaks. Fear not, good Magistry, for this is the Sacred Hall of Justice. Though I am a Grand Priestess, on this stand I am but a witness like any other. I shall face this accusation with grace and benevolence. Your compassion overfloweth your mercifulness. Oh, young lawyer, in my benevolence I must warn you that your assertion suffers from a tragic flaw. Huh? There's a flaw? Ayuda. Yes, your mercifulness? Who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered? Dirk Satmari, Maya Fey, and the victim, Minister Inga. I see. That is a fatal flaw indeed. It appears Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Inga. What? Why not? Do not keep the defense waiting, Nayuda. Explain how wrong he truly is. Yes, your mercifulness. Her benevolence, Princess Raifa, saw Minister Inga enter the tomb at around 2:30. Yet you, the defense, claimed the person she saw was the minister being channeled by Queen Amara. However, if her mercifulness had channeled him, moved to the tomb, then once she was done channeling, Queen Amara would have re-emerged and been left stuck in the tomb. Oh yeah, and she tried to exit before you all arrived. Princess Wraithba, who had been looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her. However, her benevolence saw nothing of the sort. Ugh. In conclusion, Queen Amara could not have left the tomb without being observed. And yet, was she there in the tomb when the murder was discovered, defense? No, she wasn't. Now do you see? Your flimsy claim has been uprooted like a sapling in a flood. Well, that was entertaining, Prosecutor Sadmati. Assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish for me to take over? Yes, prosecute your father to save your mother. What a poignant fate you bear, but bear it you must. Are you ready? Yes, Your Eminence. And there you have it, Your Majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sidelines. I relinquish complete control of this sacred hall to your authority once more. Why, thank you, Your Eminence. Now then, Your Mercifulness, your testimony, if you please. Now I shall destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from the sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor Dirk Satmari for his crimes. Oh, such marvelous testimony. You're truly a treasure, Your Mercifulness. This, too, is but the grace of Her Holiness. No doubt, but my unmasking here today was her will as well. Oh my! The Holy Mother, you say? Yes. Surely Her Holiness has guided me to this witness stand. What the hell? To the purity of truth. Oh, how magnificent! Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger here on earth. Praise be for Queen Amara. Blessings, blessings upon her mercifulness. Where did those animals even come from? Now then, the defense may question the witness. But remember, she is a Grand Priestess, so disrespect will not be tolerated. That means no pointing out conflicts, inconsistencies, or any other flaws in her testimony. Right, okay.
Hold it!
My theory is utterly absurd and barbarous. Barbarous? And high-handed, if I may say so. Mayuda was right to call you putrid-minded. Surely even the monkeys of Mount Pony's holy waterfall could devise a better theory. Surely you can't steal better insults than Mayuda's best. Now then, so all of you who are gathered in the sacred hall need to remind you. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder.
Hold it!
Well, maybe. You were hiding inside that sarcophagus. After all, it does technically belong to you. I bet you'd have no trouble in opening it. If I had been in there, I could not be here today. For the tomb has been under constant surveillance since the murder. I would have never been able to leave. I guess not. If I might ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyway? You're still alive, so... There's despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within. To discover the final hope by continued corporeality. You completely lost me. In other words, it's empty. But no one dared open it because they were too scared of the curse. Now, will you dispense your theory? It is as empty as my sarcophagus. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling.
Hold it!
I'll admit you weren't in the tomb after the murder. Very good. But that very truth for future theory. Even if I had channeled Minister Inga and entered the tomb, the moment I ceased channeling him, I would have re-emerged at the crime scene. Precisely. As you said yourself, Defense, Queen Amara was not there after the murder. The only living souls in the tomb at that time were Dirk Sabmari and Maya Fey. Be it in this life or the next, there's no escaping such simple truths.
Hold it!
There must be a reason why I had to make his escape today. A reason? Ah, perhaps... Perhaps what? Perhaps to conceal himself and then lie in wait for another chance to claim my life. What's this?
Objection!
No. It's definitely not like that, your mercifulness. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran off together after he rescued you all those years ago. That was only because he had the audacity to claim it wasn't me. You must believe me. It was my duty as a wife to her husband to bend an ear to him, was it not? Communication after disagreement is the secret to a long and happy marriage. Sure, I guess. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Don't ask me. That is why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit, but my husband truly did try to murder me. That's quite enough. It's abundantly clear that Queen Amara's testimony is flawless. Do you understand now, lawyer? Ugh. This is bad. The judge isn't going to let me cross-examine her much longer. Amara should have been in the tomb after the minister's murder. She wasn't. I don't get it. How did she just vanish from the scene of the crime like that? It shouldn't be possible for normal people to. Or normal people. Ah! Maybe. Maybe what? Your Majesty, I think I can explain why Queen Amara wasn't there in the tomb after the murder. Very well, Defense. Do explain. I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of. By using this special method, it will be possible for her to literally disappear. Well, don't keep us waiting. Let's hear it. How did Queen Amara disappear from the tomb? Wait, what? How would she channel someone? What would that do? Oh, maybe she channeled a police officer. That sounds too far-fetched to me. I want to say it clung to the ceiling. Queen Amara must have clung to the ceiling. Yeah, she was hanging off it. Like one of the... Yeah, that's not the answer. Was it something I said? Nice try, Apollo. We might want to try a different joke with this crowd. I wasn't trying to be funny, Mr. Wright. How dare you compare her mercifulness to a mere gecko? Really? Bro.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Objection!
All she had to do was channel someone. Then she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else. Well, I believe that actually makes sense. What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara? You believe that I, a Grand Priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit a murder? What the? Mercy or mercifulness? How dare you spew such vile blasphemy, Defense? You will retract your last statements, or face immediate execution. No, Good Majesty, it is quite alright. Bryanism also teaches that we must respond at all times with the reasoned principle. Therefore, I shall offer a measured response to this blasphemous accusation. You have something to counter with? Indeed. Oh, are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it would require a deceased person to channel. However, there was only one murder victim in the tomb. that was Minister Inga. The only others there right after his murder. Were Dirk and Miss Faye. Had I channeled Inga as you allege, well, the outcome would have been quite odd to say the least. For there beside the dead minister, a living, breathing one would have appeared. Even if I had been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. So you see, I could not have vanished by the means of spirit channeling. It's true, but I can't rule it out yet. Because, well, what if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet. How absurd. If you channeled someone other than Minister Inga, you could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb. Another victim? Queen Amara. Please add your last statement to your testimony. This could explain everything. Wasn't there some sign of another victim there in the tomb? And yet, why do I sense I'm not going to like what I'm about to find out? Okay. This is really convoluted. I didn't realize it was going to be this long. Okay, Minister Inga was the sole victim. There was no other spirit to channel until he was dead. Wait! Okay, I might be onto something here. The victim's blood is on that, and Dirk's blood is on that. Wait, she killed Dirk! That's what happened! She killed Dirk! No way! Wait, no, that doesn't make sense because it was 2 p.m. Okay, he would. Never mind that. Never mind. Or wait, she could have waited until he walked in, actually. So it's still plausible.
Objection!
It makes sense. Dirk is dead. I can't believe I'm presenting this. But it proves that there was another victim. Still, the only ones there at the scene of the crime were... No, can't be. Would the defense care to share something with us? Queen Amara? You knew, didn't you? Whatever are you talking about? If you won't tell this court, then I will. Well, don't keep us waiting. This case includes a second victim. One of the 2 people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder was actually already dead. But a second victim, Apollo? Queen Amara, after you channeled Minister Inga and moved to the tomb, you vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one found you after the murder was discovered. Oh, you putrid pepper. With all the half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling from your lips. But suppose I indulge you and play along with your little delusion. Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim? Dirk is dead. There's no way this can be true. But... no, I can't stop now. If this is the truth, it's the only way forward to solving this case. The other victim who Queen Amara channeled was... Listen, son. Even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. There's no escaping death now that its sights set on me. Dirk knew everything, but he couldn't bring himself to tell me. I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. He couldn't accuse the love of his life. The sad truth is, the other victim channeled by Amara was...
Take that!
What? You can't! That's not possible! The defendant, Dirk Sadmati, is the one Queen Amara channeled. He's the other victim. This is insanity! Apollo, what are you... Do you realize what you're proposing?
Objection.
I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice. I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered, but the fact and evidence speak for themselves. And this is where they led me. I see. After Inga's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in the tomb. But if one of them was actually dead and being channeled by Amara... But it can't be, can it? Dirk's bloodstain at the scene of the crime was the clincher for me. He wasn't even injured, so how could he have possibly bled that much? He's in the sarcophagus. The only logical explanation is Dirk had also been murdered.
Objection.
That's enough. Your explanation cannot be the truth. And you would not dare to claim to have proof to support your assertion. Nayuda, I wish it weren't true. I wish with all my heart that I'm wrong. But as much as I don't want to believe it, yes, I can prove it. Dirk's killer must have hidden his body. It would have to be somewhere nobody would ever look. And there is only one such place. You really, truly have proof? The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb. Go check the tomb? But why? Because I believe Dirk's killer hid his body here.
Take that!
You would suggest Queen Amara's sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that no one would dare to look. Plus, a killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body? Well, that's a horse of a different color. Which means... I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once. Your Eminence, being that Queen Amara yet lives, I trust we may now open it. If we must. Your Majesty, I believe Detective Sky is still there at the tomb. Let us contact her at once, and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter. Now then, Detective Sky, your report, if you please. I'll start with my findings. please, please, please let me be wrong about this. I just want things to be as they were. A search of the sarcophagus revealed a body that appears to be several days old. A body? Detective Sky. Tell me it wasn't Dirk. Tell me my whole theory was completely off base. I have a photo of the body, and I have positively identified it as... Dirk Sadmati. Dirk! No! Why? Why'd this have to happen? Damn it, Dirk. Answer me. How can this be? A traitorous snake, the very head of the insurgency. Murdered? Oh, what a joyous day. Those fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they crawled out from under. Ugh. Who? What? What's I even fighting for? Apollo? What am I supposed to do now? Son? A lawyer. Should never look the way you do right now. A dragon never yields. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go until its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get the truth. But, Dirk, what if the truth is that you're... Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. You believed in me that much, Dirk? Dirk, I think I finally understand. I can't yield. Not now, not ever. Not after Dirk believed in me, despite knowing what was about to happen. Besides, Dirk left me with two things I must do. Are you alright, Apollo? Sorry about that, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine. Oh. Detective Sky. Yes? How sure are you that the body's been there for a few days? I'm positive. No autopsy report's been performed yet, but I'd say it's been at least 3 days. Fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. Oh, and the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. I believe they are the cause of death. At least 3 days, huh? That means Dirk was already dead by the time he came to visit me back in the States. Then who was channeling him? I think it would have to be someone who could get on into and stay in the US without arousing suspicion. It also had a solid cover story so they wouldn't be seen as missing. I believe this is who was channeling Dirk when I saw him in the States. Wait, who did channel it? It couldn't have been Pearl, because we met her with Dirk. It couldn't have been Maya. Could it have been Maya? No, it doesn't make sense. The only one that makes sense is either the Queen or Nana. Okay, who did channel him? Maya makes no sense, right? Yeah, Maya makes no sense. Because she was exhausted from being bound. Okay, so it's either the Queen or Nana. Or, I mean, Amara. One of those two has got to be it. So which is it? I guess it would have to be Amara. No answer other than that makes sense.
Take that!
This is who was channeling him? I don't think so, Apollo. You sure? Yeah, I guess it is a bit of a stretch. Why? It would be the Queen, right? In that case. No, wait! But Dirk was with us when... Okay, I don't get it.
Take that!
Never mind. Was it Maya? Then it has to be Maya. No other answer makes sense. Why would it be Maya, though? Maya? Oh, I see. She was being held hostage at the time, so it seemed only natural that she wasn't around. Right. And do you remember what you said earlier? So please, just tell me, what exactly you're hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk? Mm-hmm. Pretty big one. Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. Other members of the Defiant Dragons would lose all hope if they find out. And that would snuff out the flames of the revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he? I guess it's no use hiding it anymore. Yes, I promised not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died. So I was right then. Apollo? There's something I need to tell you. It's about, you know, Dirk's final moments. I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments? It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in that tomb, where I was being held captive. I'd say it was a few days before Minister Inga's murder. Hey, young lady. Time to get you up and out of here. Oh. It's a revolutionary guy. I'm here to rescue you. You are... Why? I figured things were a little too quiet with that stamp-sucking scumbag. So I started digging around. That's when I found out you'd been abducted. Why would a rebel help me? Let's go before it's too late. It already is for you, pal. Long time no see, you rebel blowhard. Inga, I know you're up to something, and I'm going to find out what. That's got us smart. You've become a real thorn in my side, see? So it's time for you to be pushing up daisies. Ugh. Dirk! Did you really think a pea shooter like that could kill a dragon? What the? What are you, some kind of freak? Nuts to this. Did he face through the sarcophagus? Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. He sacrificed himself for me. These ropes. I've got to help you. Relax, it's going to be okay. Sorry for things turning out this way, but it doesn't look like I have much longer. No, don't say that. You're a spirit medium, aren't you? When I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirit. Stop it! Don't give up like that. If you do, untying a rope like that'll be child's play. No, please hang in there. You can still make it. Promise. Promise me. One thing, young lady. It's about my son. Dirk is talking about you, Apollo. He said he wanted to see you one last time. So he asked me to return to the US and channel his spirit. He really said that? Mm-hmm. He also said he'd been meaning to visit you for years, but kept putting it off. And that this was his last chance. You just show up here without warning after all this time. What gives? I can't well just wait to see you, son. Come, rejoice! Right. Why don't you tell me the real reason you're here? Dirk. You really did come to the US because you wanted to see me. I guess this means it was Inga that hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb. Apollo, you can't stop now. Dirk would want you to keep pressing on. I know, Miss Faye, and I won't disappoint him. Defense, if you're ready to proceed, I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accused's death will impact what we know about this case? Yes, and I believe I can explain everything now. Very well. Your explanation, please. Dirk entered the tomb at 3 p.m. The time the hostage exchange was about to take place. Or rather, Dirk, as channeled by Miss Faye, did. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 p.m., Minister Inga was already dead. I say that because we know the minister was murdered at 2 p.m. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb, waiting to channel Dirk in place of Miss Faye. Wait, but okay.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it? The fact of the matter is, Queen Amara killed Minister Inga at 2 p.m. She then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for the hostage exchange. Once in the tomb, Queen Amara stopped channeling Minister Inga and hid herself. Then, when Dirk entered at 3 p.m., she snuck up from behind. And forcibly drove Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body. Drove his spirit out of her body? Impossible.
Objection!
Actually, there's a way to do that. With a Magatama of parting, that is. Using one, anyone could drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refused to leave. Okay. Are you telling me that the extra pale brown Magatama in the tomb was... That it was. That's right, Prosecutor Satmati. And you've seen one in action before. You saw how the glowing red Magatama sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm. And how it turned a spent pale brown afterwards. In other words, the brown Magatama found in the tomb looks that way because Its power had been used up in pushing Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body, right? I probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body. I was exhausted after channeling it for so long, after all. After that, Queen Amara must have dressed in Miss Faye in her usual outfit and tied her up. I'm not sure where she got the outfits, but we can assume she had it all planned out. Then, Queen Amara must have changed into Dirk's clothes, smeared blood onto them, picked up the knife, and channeled Dirk's spirits. That's how she made it look like Dirk had committed the crime. And that's how she escaped, right under our noses. Gah! I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing still seems a bit far-fetched. Dirk, what was going through your mind while all of this was unfolding? So ultimately, it was all for naught. Nayuda? Those dreams of revolution Dirk was always spouting, they placed nothing but false hope in the minds of the people. And in the end, they were simply fantasies. Nayuda, how can you... Karma has spoken. The dream of revolution has withered on the vine. Its fate is sealed. And the other insurgents will soon wake up from the shattered dreams. No, Dirk's dream can't die like this. I'm not going to sit back and let that happen. I can't, and I won't. Nayuda, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name is no longer tainted by the charge of murder. Now the rebels and their sympathizers who have been calling for his release can't be charged with abetting the accused. So the revolution is far from over. It's only just begun. No, Dirk has not yet been proven innocent. You have merely indicated the possibility of his innocence. What do you mean? Dirk is indeed dead. However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Inga while being channeled by Miss Faye? And while the crime could have occurred at 2 p.m., you have yet to substantively prove it. Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of Minister Inga's death was at 2 p.m.? Well, no, I don't, but... It seems further testimony will be required of me. As it would appear that I have fallen under suspicion, I would like to state my case. Prosecutor Sanmari, the rebellion must be snuffed out at once and for all. He must prove Dirk Sanmari to be the foul murderer that he was. And every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act. As you wish, Your Eminence. Why is Nayuda doing this? Hiran shouldn't have him under the thumb anymore. Amara's not hostage, so what gives? Nayuda, what's left to chain you to her like this? Very well then, Queen Amara. Please proceed with your additional testimony. Dude, I need a headache pill. I've been at this for so long, dude, but I need to finish it before, because the next stream is going to be like 2 hours long in that case. And that's, I guess that's fine, but like... Anyway, I'll be right back. Alright, let's go. I took a painkiller, I had some water, and my headache should be going away soon. Hold on. I'm getting... Okay. Let's go. Just gonna do some stuff in here. Okay. You have no proof. Well done, lawyer. You have painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Fey. Now, let us end this charade. For the eternal glory of Khura'in and its people. You understand now, you putrid pepper? There's no point in defending Dirk any longer. It has all been in vain. Let it go and move on, right? Well, not today. Your theories are but a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. Dude, this hurts now. Okay. But no more. This ends here and now. The defense may proceed with its cross-examination. Well done, lawyer. You've painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue.
Hold it!
Convincing others is all part of a lawyer's trade, so I'll take that as a compliment. You would, wouldn't you? I suppose you have deceived countless souls with your lies. But I should not be surprised, considering you learned from him. Him? You mean Dirk, right? Yes, the man who deceived and seduced me. The Grand Priestess with the silver tongue. We are still talking about the case, right? Surely you've heard of a lady falling for the wrong man before. Ah, but to think that I, of all people, would fall into the devil's spell. Wow, how did they ever get together in the first place, let alone procreate? But advise all here today to beware of this lawyer's silver tongue, lest you too be unjustly painted as a criminal as I have been. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory.
Hold it!
I admit I don't have any solid evidence, yet. Or you're the only one who could have committed the crime. What on earth do you mean? Including Miss Fey, there are only 3 spirit mediums in Khura'in. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Garan was with me and Mr. Wright, while Miss Fey was tied up in the tomb. That means that the Dirk we saw after the minister's murder could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara. Insolent lawyer! Forgive us your mercifulness. Really, your majesty? Ah, but you considered the following have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Karain?
Objection!
Oh, come on. What are the chances? You lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is the killer, which is why you have had to use the process of elimination to zero in on her. It therefore stands to reason that you would have to rule out all other possibilities as well. Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium defense? Of course I can't. Under the circumstances, Apollo, there are two ways to establish Mara's guilt. We'll either prove she killed Inga, or prove she was in the tomb. Okay. I think we can prove she was in the tomb. I think. I can prove the Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred. It seems you're ever bent on painting me as the killer. Well, if the shoe fits. Very well. Let us see some evidence that proves I was at the scene of the crime. You do have some, do you not? There is nothing to prove I was even at the scene of the crime.
Objection!
Queen Amara. Does this pendant look familiar to you? Right, that is... We found it in the tomb, and it has the minister's blood on it. Which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime.
Objection!
And I fail to see how it is relevant to your argument. Did that not belong to the accused? That's what I thought too. After all, Dirk had said it. Dirk had said it. Dirk had said it himself. He said that? Yes, but it was a lie. Because I believe he was covering for someone. Covering? How? For who? There's a certain piece of evidence that shows the pendant isn't Dirk's. What? What would prove that? What would prove that? Oh!
Take that!
That's a photo of the accused's body, is it not? Yes, it is, and I'd like to call your attention to a certain spot in it. This right here proves that the pendant was found in the tomb wasn't Dirk's.
Take that!
You will notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It's an identical pendant, except it's blue. Oh! Now that you mention it. Don't you find that a little strange? Why would he own two of them, but in different colors? Here's what I think. The pendants were meant to go together as a pair. A pair? If the blue pendant was Dirk's, And what about this pink one with Minister Ringa's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to?
Objection.
Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we have no way of knowing whom it belongs to.
Objection.
To whom it belongs. Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sadmati. I'm guessing you didn't know that this pendant is actually a locket. Come again? Now this is where it gets interesting. When we opened this locket up, we found a faint fingerprint inside, on the back of the lid to be exact. What? No. So now the question is, to whom does the fingerprint belong? Queen Amara. It belongs to you, doesn't it? Ooh. Seems I've truly rendered the witness speechless this time around. This cannot be! Mother, tell me it does not belong to you. Nayuta, Think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realized that you were channeling a spirit. And he had probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, he still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him. But why would he do such a thing? You really don't know? He was protecting you. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath, and beyond. I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used. But he kept quiet, all for your sake. Dirk, why do you always... Well, Queen Amara? Dirk, the one whose love for you never wavered all these years. Are you going to betray him now? Dirk, This cannot be. I refuse to accept it. Queen Amara, are you ready to confess your crime? I can deny it no longer. The truth is, it was I, Amara Sigatar Karayan, who slew Minister Inga. That's preposterous! Why? This is beyond belief. Mother, why would you... Forgive me, Nayuta. I never wished to cause you such sorrow. But I had no choice. It was the only way. The only way? So, in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk Samadhi. I suppose this means that they were unable to reconcile that while he was still alive. I don't think the state of the kingdom or the incidents of the past would have allowed that. They were prisoners of their shared history, so to speak. Queen Amara, There's something I need to know. You had staged a near-perfect crime. So why did you bring this pendant into the tomb with you? You should have known it would come back to haunt you. I do not really understand it myself. I had nearly been assassinated by my own husband, yet I could not bear any hatred toward him. I was unable to discard this, or part with it for even a short time. As with Dirk, I've never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years. Mother. So she really believes it? That Dirk tried to assassinate her? Your Majesty, is it not time? Time to declare Dirk innocent? I would ask you to do this for my beloved, who now dwells in the Twilight Realm. Very well then. Your Eminence, Prosecutor Sadmati, if you have no further objections... Ah, this cannot be! My mother? I have no objections. Dirk, I did it. I finally did it. I proved your innocence. Hold it. But... Very well then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with an assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of Minister Inga, truth has been laid bare for all to see. Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused, Mr. Dirk Sadmati. Yep. Your benevolence? I cannot accept this. Is something the matter, your benevolence? Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. What's with her all of a sudden? Is this some sort of a lingering affection towards Nana? Rafa. Speak the truth, Queen Amara. Did you really kill my father? Yes. There's no mistake. She has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion. As such, I see no need to further continue these proceedings. Barbed head, hornhead, are you going to let this stand? Dirk's been proven innocent, and he's about to be declared not guilty. Even so, something doesn't feel right. Apollo, if you have any doubts, now is the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth. But it's all up to you. There are definitely things that don't quite add up. Does this mean that the whole truth hasn't been brought to light yet? Should I push to continue this trial? Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't discovered the whole truth. And the only way we'll ever find it is to continue this trial. Hornhead! Very well then. Will the defense please tell us this? What important fact about this case is yet to come to light? Queen Amara? There's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inga? That is a fair question, and one that I shall now answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Kinga Karkul Kurain. To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity. Further tragedy? Over the past several years, Minister Inga has been rapidly expanding his power. He had established the secret police, and was relentless in his pursuit of the insurgents. He even had the overwhelming support of the people, but he was still not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a coup d'etat. You mean his plot involving the Founder's Orb, which led to Maya Fey's abduction? Yes. Minister Inga planned to use the orb to gain access to great spiritual power, after which he would assassinate Garan and usurp the throne. His machinations were reminiscent of that terrible tragedy 23 years ago. And as one affected by that incident, Amara vowed to never allow a repeat of such events. Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered unto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. Security amid the courtyard was rather light due to the rite of channeling, and Inga had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage, away from prying eyes. I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so... At 2 p.m., during the rite of channeling, I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister. She's lying. What? My bracelet. Apollo? Yep. It seems this trial is far from over. Queen Amara, I believe you're still hiding something. But if you want to keep on playing this game of hide and seek, then let's start with that last statement you made. If I must.
Gotcha!
That was fast. Queen Amara, you're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rite of channeling, are you? I can tell because a finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did. Oh? That pose you make. Is there something about your chest that makes you nervous? Whatever do you mean? The murder occurred at 2 p.m. And I'm pretty positive Amara was in the tomb at that time. So then why is she so self-conscious about her chest when she talks about the rite? The rite of channeling? Shouldn't always snap a picture of it? Queen Amara, I have here a picture of the rite of channeling. It was secretly taken by a certain individual.
Objection!
Such insolence! I would have the perpetrator's name at once. Sorry. No can do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so... Do you take me for a fool? How about we discuss the photo's origin a little later? Because right now, there's something much more pressing at hand. I believe this photo merits further examination. I just wish there was more to see in it than darkness and more darkness. You might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustments. Let's ask Emma if she can help. Bailiff, please summon Detective Sky to the Hall of Justice. Emma, you're so cute. Here you are. I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness. Yeah, that's Amara, alright. Huh? What's that right there? An injury? No, wait. I think it's a burn scar. Wait a second. Remnants? If you don't have a burn scar like that on your chest... What's going on here? person in this photo isn't Queen Garan, then who is it?
Take that!
Queen Amara, the person in this photo isn't Queen Garan. It's you, posing as her, isn't it? The two of you look quite similar. That's no surprise considering you're sisters. Even the shape and position of your facial tattoos are almost exactly the same. And you are both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Garan. Ah. Queen Amara. You have a burn scar on your chest, don't you? Please remove your round mandala so we can see what's behind it for ourselves. Ugh. Look! It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo. I don't understand. I knew it. So the person in this photo really is... Yes, it's Queen Amara. This is absurd. Are you suggesting they switched places? Amara's confession earlier was also false? Mother, what is the meaning of this? Wait, so Amara didn't kill anyone? Don't you see? This changes everything! We know for a fact that this photo was taken at 2 p.m. The exact time of the murder took place. But... that would mean Queen Amara couldn't possibly have committed the crime. Exactly. She now has an ironclad alibi. So Minister Inga's killer couldn't have been Queen Amara. I'm afraid I no longer follow defense. Was it not Queen Amara who channeled the minister and the accused to stage the crime? Yes. That fact has not changed. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirk could have only been there in the tomb if she were channeling him. Which means... while Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, she didn't kill Minister Inga. His real killer is someone else. What's going on here? Was her mercifulness covering for someone? If Queen Amara is not the killer, then who is it? Isn't it obvious? Why was this rite held in the first place if Queen Garan wasn't going to perform it? Who was behind the two sisters switching places, and for what reason? The answers to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi, obliterate a certain someone else's alibi.
Take that!
Why, that's... Is this some kind of a joke? No, Your Majesty. I could never joke about something so grave. The only one who seemed to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence, Garan Sigatar Kurain. Queen Amara, didn't your sister Queen Garan ask you to pose as her, and perform the rite of channeling? Didn't she also have you drive Dirk's spirit from Miss Faye's body, and then stage the crime to make it look like she was the minister's killer? And at 2 p.m., while you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Garan, didn't she kill Minister Inga while disguised as Dirk? Well, Your Mercifulness? There's no use trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now. Mother? Justice Minister Inga's true killer is... Mother? No! Iran couldn't have... Could she? Someone call for an ambulance, quickly now! No, I have to finish this now. Dude, there's so much left! What the hell? There's so much left. We're lucky the ambulance made it in time. We've been forced into a recess for now, while things get straightened out. I can't believe it what just happened. Tell me about it. Do you think Iran put that guard up to it? If she did, she's going to regret it. No one gets away with something like that on my watch. Poor Queen Amara. Your benevolence? Any news on her condition? She's undergoing surgery at the hospital as we speak. They're giving her a 50-50 chance of survival, though. At Quran, justice will be served. Why? Why did this happen? Oh, just as we were finally reunited. Oh, Queen Amara. What was that about being reunited? Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Right. How are you, Hornhead? Dirk Sadmati was your father, and all but blood, after all. Thank you for your concern, your benevolence. But I'm fine. Right now, we still have a trial to see through. So that's what I'm going to stay focused on. Hornhead, you're sturdier than your stature lets on. Just don't overdo it. Okay, Apollo? Dirk. That was a real shocker, alright. Can't believe the dragon is dead. That's... Say, AJ, I was wondering. When Dirk disappeared after I freed him, that's because Amara turned back into herself, right? Yeah, I suppose so. But I don't know if it was because Dirk's spirit willed it, or if it was part of Garan or Amara's plan. Man, our dream of revolution. Now what are we gonna do? Is this it? Don't give up yet. There's a very good chance that Garan is the real culprit in all this. And if we can prove her guilt in court... Hey, you're right! That could be just the push we need. The dream lives on. Yes, it does. You know what that means, AJ. The fate of the revolution rests squarely on your shoulders. All in a day's work. Alright, who am I kidding? That's a ton of pressure. But this is what Dirk gave his life for. So I have to do this for him. The Honorable Rebel Dirk Sadmati. I would have loved to have spoken with him while he yet lived. Really? Why not? I mean, he seemed like quite an interesting man. Did she bump her head or something earlier? She's finally nice. The trial is about to resume. The defense is to report to the courtroom at once. Already? After what just happened? The first thing Garan will do is respond to that last accusation. So you'd better stay on your toes, Apollo. I will, Mr. Wright. Ready or not, Garan, here comes justice. It was Garan who tried to murder her sister 23 years ago. And failed. Everything points to her. Now then, let us resume today's proceedings. Huh? Where's Nayuta? I must offer my apologies. Never imagined a royal guardsman would do such a thing. What? He wasn't acting under your orders? How dare you cast suspicion upon Her Eminence? It is quite alright, Your Majesty. Suspicion is only natural under such circumstances. Rest assured that he acted alone, for I knew nothing of his plans. I don't believe that for a second. Now then, Your Majesty, regarding the murder of my husband, Minister Inga, I would like to offer a new possibility. A new possibility, you say? Indeed. For during the break, the real killer confessed to me. What? Bailiff, call the witness to the stand. The real killer confessed? What'd she get up her sleeve this time? Serious. He's the one who confessed? Prosecutor Salmari, you're the real killer? I questioned him during the recess, as I felt that Amara had been covering for someone. So it was that he finally confessed this crime to me. Nayuta, you didn't really do it, did you? Revenant speaks the truth. It was I who killed Justice Minister Inga. Nayuta! Peace! Prosecutor Sadmati, are you absolutely certain about this? A confession of this nature is grave indeed. Yes, I am certain. For I killed him by my own hand. At last, the real killer has been revealed. How are we supposed to respond to this? Nayuta, retract your confession, now! Mr. Justice. It is not yet time for your cross-examination. Who cares about that? Admit it! It was Queen Garan who put you up to this. She forced you into giving a confession, didn't she? You're out of line, Mr. Justice. Learn some self-restraint. But... would we have something that might prove that I did not commit this murder? What do you think you're doing, you idiot? Truly, the truth can set us free. Looks like Garan got to him somehow. I definitely didn't see this coming. Nayuta, why are you doing this? Why would you sacrifice even your life to do Garon's bidding? Whatever the case may be, Prosecutor Sadmari, your testimony, please. I could not remain silent when Her Eminence fell under suspicion for this crime. It was I who murdered Justice Minister Inga. He had to die for the future of crime. I consider it divine judgment to cast upon a fiend who sought to assassinate our monarch. My mother was simply covering for me. I'm ashamed I let her go this so far for my sake. You do understand what you're doing, right, Nayuta? You're sentencing yourself to death if you're found guilty. If that is the court's verdict, then so be it. I must obey the law above all else. The law, Nayuta, or the Queen? Enough! This blather has nothing to do with the witness's testimony. Please address any issues you may have during the cross-examination, defense. Oh, I will. I'm going to blow this problematic testimony to smithereens.
Hold it!
You kept quiet all this time even though you were the real killer? Yes, and I accept that what I have done can never be forgiven. But I never imagined suspicion would fall upon the Queen herself. Prosecutor Satmari has placed the future of our kingdom above his own life. He is taking responsibility for his crime and is showing his loyalty to Queen and country. Without a monarch on the throne, Karain would be plunged into chaos. I could never wish that upon my homeland. That is why I had to let the truth be known. What a bunch of baloney. I'm going to ask you again, Nayuta. Did you really kill Minister Inga? Yes. No matter how many times you ask, Mr. Justice, the truth is immutable. Come on, why? It's not too late. You can still retract your confession before the verdict is rendered. There is no retracting the truth. One either tells it or does not tell it. It is that simple. Why do you always have to be so stubborn, Nayuta? I hate how you never listen to reason once you get like this. I think we'll need some evidence before you can get him to retract his confession. Either that, or we'll have to force a retraction out of him by appealing to what's in his heart. It's not going to be easy either way. Prosecutor Sabmari, what was the motive for your crime? I had reason enough to kill Minister Inga. He had to die for the future of Krain.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? Minister Inga was planning to assassinate Her Eminence in coup d'etat. Is that how you say that? How do you say that? The tat? Oh, wait. Coup d'etat.
Coup d'etat.
Wait, there's an apostrophe on the E.
Coup d'etat.
That's not correct, is it? Coup d'etat. I typed it exactly as it is in the game, though. It's coup d'etat, I promise. Okay. I'll trust you. Minister Inga was planning to assassinate Her Eminence in a coup d'etat. Coup d'etat. I had to nip his evil in the bud, even if it cost me the purity of my soul. So you're saying the death of another is a reasonable price to pay to protect the Queen? Long have we remained independent under the authority of our spirit medium queens. We command the people's awe and respect, with the power to commune with the dead. Without a monarch, our kingdom would lose its standing in the world. But if spirit channeling is so important, why did you have Queen Amara from the Wright? I'm afraid my elder sister is quite capricious. Capricious? Capricious. I don't know what that said. I don't care. We're too far on this now. She would fulfill her duty only when the desire to struck. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Desire to struck. As sporadic as that was. I was like, why is struck in past tense? It was therefore something she did on a whim. There was no meaning behind it. A meaningless whim? It's hard to press a statement like that. Dude, my hair. No, if I may return to my testimony. I considered it divine judgment cast upon a friend who sought to assassinate our monarch.
Hold it!
Divine judgment? Yes. I rendered judgment upon the minister on behalf of the Holy Mother. Are you saying that the Holy Mother guided you? No. Her Holiness would never condone killing it in her name, regardless of circumstances. As such, I believe my defiled soul will be damned to hell. But I do not regret what I've done. I willingly sacrificed my soul to protect this kingdom's future. Like, snap out of it already, Nugata. So his motive comes from a place of faith, huh? Why does that sound completely credible when it's coming from him? Well, Amara expressed a similar motive. As for her mercifulness, she is truly deserving of her title. My mother was simply covering for me. I'm ashamed I let her go so far for my sake.
Hold it!
Okay, last statement. Then we're done with. Then we're gonna see what hole we can blow in this. So you killed Minister Inga, and Queen Amara staged the crime? Is that how it went? Precisely. My mother is as clever as she is kind. She sought to conceal my crime by taking all of the guilt upon herself. Yet another lie. I need to poke a hole in his testimony, but how? Ayuda, could it be you... You didn't realize that Nana was actually Queen Amara, did your own mother? That is not as strange as you might think. Much time has passed since we last met, after all. Right. 23 years ago, was it? When Dirk saved her after the supposed assassination attempt? No, Mr. Justice. It was 15 years ago that Dirk abducted my mother. Huh? That's weird. Are you sure about that? I remember clearly. I was about 10 years old at the time. Nayuta, please add that last statement to your testimony. Here we go. I was reunited with my mother, Queen Amara, 15 years ago. When Dirk abducted her. That's gotta be... Okay, what's this? That's Apollo's father. Okay, so how do we blow a hole in this? We gotta find something that states when... Here we go. I think I know. A photo showing Dirk and Amara's life on the run about 23 years ago. There it is.
Objection!
You're saying that Dirk made off with Queen Amara 15 years ago. But that's strange, because I heard something very different from Dirk. He said that they ran off together 23 years ago. That is impossible. I know for a fact it was 15 years ago. Well, I have evidence that contradicts your statement. How do you explain this photo? Dirk said it was taken 23 years ago. He said that? He did. But if you take what he said as fact, then there's something in this photo that doesn't make any sense. What? Why? What? Wait. This doesn't make any sense to me. I suppose I should ask. What does not make sense if the photo is only 15 years old? Oh, right, because the baby.
Take that!
Nayuta, this discrepancy may not be directly related to this case, but I don't think we can simply overlook it either. Because that's Nayuta in her arms. 23 years ago. Dirk said the baby in the photo was you. But that doesn't make any sense if the photo is only 15 years old. After all, you said you were around 10 then, right? I thought he meant like I thought he meant that something doesn't make sense if it's 23 years old. I was like, what? He's definitely sweating bullets over there over something. Apollo, if this baby isn't Nayuta. Wait, you don't think... Yeah, he never said it was Nayuta either. He never said it was Nayuta. He only said it wasn't Apollo. Did Queen Amara have another child while she was on the run? What? And just what if that child were being held hostage? Nayuta, is that why you obey Queen Garon's every command? You presume too much. Ah, and that's why Queen Amara is trying to take their up as well. To protect this other child. This other child. It's a girl. A child born 15 years ago. It's Rafa. This is just a guess, but I believe I know someone who fits the bill. It's frickin' Rafa, are you kidding me? This also explains the strange behavior. This is the child that was born to Durek and Queen Amara 15 years ago. It's frickin' Rafa. Why? All those strange statements she kept making. Now they all make sense. Prosecutor Sadmati, may I ask you something? Of course, Your Benevolence. I'm I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me? From where did you hear such a thing? From Mother. And only yesterday. Reva was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her. I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child. I see. Does that mean that Reva and Nayuta are siblings? Or at least half-siblings? It would have to, right? I cannot accept this. Is something the matter, your benevolence? Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. Why? Why did this happen? Just as we were finally reunited. Oh, Queen Amara. Now I see, Nayuta, why you do what you're told. That was hidden well. That was actually hidden very well. Mr. Justice, I believe I know what you're about to say, but I cannot allow you to name an innocent soul as the child of terrible sinners. I thought you might try to stop me. After all, simply revealing this information endangers who you're trying to protect. I think this would make it clear what I'm talking about. This is the chink in your armor, the reason why you fear your sibling's reputation. What? You fear for your sibling's reputation. Wait, I don't get it. Right. Wait, does that mean that Dirk is Reva's father?
Take that!
And that is a file full of information that Dirk collected on what happened 23 years ago. The particular note right now is written here. The sins of the father are visited upon his children. This deeply held idea is why you were expelled from the royal family. Which means it wouldn't bode well for your sibling either, if she were revealed to be Dirk's daughter. You became a prosecutor to bring down Queen Garan, but at some point you came to serve the very regime you despised. That was because the Queen found this chink in your armor. That's how she came to use your sister against you. I... Nayuda, have you been keeping this secret all this time? Have you been trying to protect me? You're an innocent party to all this. I live only to safeguard the law and serve the country and queen from which it flows. One such as you, who is destined to ascend to the throne, need not fret over one such as I. No, I cannot accept that. What you say is, it's malarkey. Do you even care what happens to you? Before country, queen, law, and everyone's future, my personal feelings are of no consequence. That is why I resign myself to fate. I know I must accept the status quo, without any thought of change. Spoken like a true prosecutor and patriot. I shall continue to rule Krain until the day Rafa succeeds me, for that is what is best for our kingdom. I know, Your Eminence. Yours is no small sacrifice. But I promise you this, in exchange for your life, the child shall remain safe, and the kingdom shall prosper. That is all I can ask for, with my meager existence. Nayuda, is this really the new you? Resigning yourself to the will of another, and killing any hope you held for the future. No! The Nayuda I knew would never let himself be turned into this. Now, Your Majesty, if you would hand down your verdict.
Objection!
You can say you're simply accepting your fate, Nayuda. But I know that deep down, there's still hope in your heart. Oh, Holy Mother, preserve me. It's the kind of hope that perseveres through the most desperate of times. And it's what binds you, me, and Dirk together as a family. I know because this has demonstrated to me that you haven't lost all hope yet.
Take that!
When you interrogated Dirk, you confiscated all of his possessions as potential evidence. All except this. Did he take your attorney's badge too? No. I thought it strange, but just when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind. So tell me, Nayuda, why didn't you take his badge? You couldn't bear to take it from him, could you? And I know why. It's because this badge means something special to us. Hey, Dirk? Why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right? This badge is my heart and soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream, not until I draw my very last breath. A dragon never yields, right? Exactly. Nayuda, Apollo, I vow to restore Krain's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny. You may say you've given up. That's not how it really is it? You never gave up, and you never will because you still believe that all of the wrongs will be righted someday, don't you? You are very perceptive, Mr. Justice. May very well be, as you say. Why did I not confiscate his badge? Even I did not know. Until now. Perhaps I was waiting for him to save me. Save you? Or Nagita's theme. Oh, okay. I don't want to like him. He's an asshole still. I don't want to like him. Yes, save me. Like he did on that day. Ayuda, Apollo, hold on, I'm coming. What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Ayuda, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me. Understand? Spoken like a true father. Someday, he would come and free our family from the chains of the past. Perhaps, deep down, that is what I believed. I believed in Dirk, our father. Ayuda, I knew you. However, it was but a dream. And now that dream has died. Murdered along with Dirk. So now, as the eldest, responsibility falls squarely to me. No matter the cost, I must protect her. Please try to understand, Apollo. Understand why I shall bear all of the sin. It is the only way. But you wasted more than enough of my time, lawyer. Do you not see the futility of your desperate flundering? The immutability of his duty? It is time to accept defeat. Now watch as the hammer of justice comes down upon your dear brother. Your Majesty, the verdict, if you will. Yes, Your Eminence. Wait a second. What do I do? Does the defense wish to raise an objection? There's gotta be some way to save Nayuda. Apollo. It all goes back to that incident 23 years ago. It's branded him the son of a criminal. So if you could once and for all prove that Dirk didn't try to assassinate Amara, right, Nayuda and Reva's father would no longer be viewed as a criminal. But I thought there wasn't any evidence left, because it was all destroyed in the fire. And Dirk investigated the matter for years, but never managed to learn anything new. Really? Nothing at all? He learned your father's name, Apollo. That is enough. Could an exceptional lawyer like Dirk try that long and cover nothing at all? He had over 2 decades, Apollo. Huh? He's right. I doubt Dirk would have gone to his grave without discovering something new. He must have secretly planted something to topple Garan with somewhere. Take another look at the evidence. You just might find what we need to break it out of the situation within there. Got it. If the defense is done stalling for time, I shall now render my verdict. No, wait! About the assassination attempt 23 years ago. The defense has some new information it would like to share. You do? Well, we had intended to deliberate that case in the court for this course of this trial. Dirk, did you leave something behind for me? Is there some connection I'm missing here? Very well then. What is the source of your new information about the case from 23 years ago?
Take that!
A photograph? Yes. You recall the traveling musician who died in that fire 23 years ago. How could anyone forget such a painful chapter in our history? The poor fellow was caught up in the blaze that was meant for Queen Amara. We never knew his identity, though, as his belongings were burned to ashes. Well, about that. The truth is, He was my biological father. Oh? What? Why, of course. With this photo of her benevolence. Exactly. We might be able to prove Dirk completely innocent. And that would free her from the infamy of having criminal blood in her veins. Because here in Crane, we can witness the final memories of the dead. What utter nonsense! There was no evidence left in the wake of that blaze. That's what you think. But Dirk went to the ends of the earth to bring this little souvenir back for us. He did? Yep. And boy, is it the best piece of evidence ever. He knew that with it, we'd finally be able to conclusively settle the matter here in court. And save his children. Your Majesty, the defense requests that we hold a divination seance for this new victim. What a waste of time. The events of 23 years past have already been deliberated at length. But wasn't Dirk on trial for that incident as well today? So we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we failed to look into this new lead, would we? As the presiding judge, I will now share my thoughts on the matter. The attempted assassination of Queen Amara is a case we can ill afford to leave open, but I believe the final memories of the victim will prove to be very important. Therefore, it is the opinion of this court that we should conduct another divination seance. Why you? Your benevolence. If you knew the full name of the victim seen in this photo, you'd be able to perform a divination seance, right? Of course. Leave it to me. Thank you. My father's full name is... Jove Justice. Alright. Is it Jovi? Now, your benevolence, please commence the divination seance when you're ready.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
spirit of the victim has granted us a window into his final moments. It would appear the divination seance was a success. So those were my father's final moments. That baby we saw must have been you, Apollo. I will now decipher the experience of the deceased. Are you ready, Hornhead? Yes, please proceed. Very well. Here are my interpretations of the facts as gleaned from the seance vision. Someone attempted to assassinate Queen Amara by setting her residence ablaze. Hornhead's father happened to stop by and was knocked out by the assassin. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter found at the scene of the crime. That is how he was determined to be the assassin. Hornhead's father tried to save his son, but sadly he perished in the attempt. That is everything the deceased experienced from his final moments. My father's final memories. They're right here for everyone to see, but can any of them unlock the truth behind what happened 23 years ago? The mirror. Or the plate, I guess. There's something in it. It has to be this, right?
Objection!
Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter that was found at the crime scene. However, the hand holding the lighter in the seance vision appears to be gloved. Ah, I believe you're right. What could this mean? Calls into question whether the hand in the vision really was Dirk's. If only we could make out the details a little better. Very well. I will attempt to focus a bit more on what the deceased saw. Perhaps that will help her find the seance vision. It does seem that there was a glove on that hand. Still, what significance could that have? It means that Dirk's fingerprints got on the lighter at some other time. Somebody could have even put them there after the fire.
Objection!
All you have is pure speculation, while the fact remains that they are his fingerprints. Therefore, it stands to reason that Dirk was the one who used the lamp.
Objection!
It just means I have to prove that the figure in the vision was someone else, using the information in my father's final memories. Either way, it seems that I must rewrite my insights. Okay. Okay. She's updated her insights. Time to go over them and see if there are any new inconsistencies to be found. Wait.
Objection!
Wait. This means that the real culprit is... Is it... That's... The figure in this vision is clearly not Dirk. A distinctive band around their wrist gives their true identity away. That design! It can't be! This will prove just whose hand was captured in the seance vision. No? What? Oh, the red band. It has to be him then.
Take that!
That photo! So you do believe the culprit to be... Justice Minister Inga had cuffs with the exact same pattern on them. You're referring to cuffs of justice, correct? Yes. I fear they're a traditional part of a Chinese justice minister's attire. But what does this tell us? It tells us that the figure in the vision is none other than Kurain's late Minister of Justice. Inga Kirkle Kurain. No. Not my father! So he plotted the assassination of the former queen, as well as the current one? Justice Minister Inga? So then, Dirk's innocent of both charges? The Divine Dragons, they've been right all along! Ayuda? What you've proposed is not possible, Apollo. But back then, Inga Kalko Kurain was not the Minister of Justice. What? The Justice Minister 23 years ago was... the Queen. You, Queen Garan! What? Oh, right. She served as the Minister of Justice before succeeding the throne. I guess she also prosecuted the assassination attempt 23 years ago. This one. So then, the figure in this video is actually your evidence. It's you, isn't it? This is madness. Why would her evidence do such a thing? Because she would ascend to the throne. She wanted to usurp the throne from her sister Amara. That's why she tried to assassinate her? I find this all very hard to swallow. Your Eminence, are you the one responsible for tearing my family apart? And was it you who killed my father? Well, Your Eminence, I'm asking you a question.
Insolence!
Peasants. Always carrying on about things of no import. You do not deny it then. You conceal the truth and use me for your own designs? Oh, Nayuda, spare me your feeble-minded line of questioning. Even if Dirk were cleared of all charges, it shall still be I who decides Repa's fate. You do wish for her to be queen someday, do you not? Remember, a child lives only by my good graces. Now, kneel before me and fulfill your end of the bargain by offering me your head. Your Eminence, I am done heeding your commands. Even as you used my sister against me, I still believed you. I believe that protecting your secrets was in the best interest of this kingdom. But you've been deceiving me all the while. Nayuda. Nayuda, you dare defy me? Your Eminence, I can turn the other cheek no more. Therefore, I hereby retract my confession in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. Retract, you say? Dirk, final piece of evidence you left behind. He's released Nayuda from his suffering. And now, he's finally free. In all this time, not once did I reflect on my own conduct, for I believed it all was fate. Lost in my own sense of resignation, I was unable to wake from my despair. But you, Apollo, you've awakened me with your demonstration of our father's creed.
A dragon never yields.
I will carry on Dirk's legacy and fulfill his dream. Hear me, Garon. I will cast you down from your bloody throne. Long live the revolution! Insolent fool! Now even you prattle on about a revolution? Would you look at that? Well, Apollo, it seems we're finally making some headway down the road that Dirk carved out for us. Yeah. Now, we could just prove Garon's guilt. We could continue on down that road, towards the revolution Dirk dreamed of. Your Eminence, you've been accused of the crime committed 23 years ago. Would you like to say anything in your defense? Not so fast, Your Majesty. For the cuffs could have been stolen and used without my knowledge. So you see, they can hardly be considered proof of anything. Why I believe you're right. We know she's guilty. Well, lawyer, is there any other evidence you would have me refute? Unfortunately, this photo was the last piece of evidence Dirk left for me. So as far as evidence goes, I've got nothing else regarding that case from the past. However, now that Prosecutor Salmari has retracted his confession, we'll have to re-deliberate the current case from scratch. Yes, the defense speaks the truth. Even though it is clear who the guilty party is. Queen Garan. The defense accuses you of the murder of Justice Minister Kakul Karain. But, do you have any evidence, defense? Evidence that will prove Garan was the killer? There's still one more avenue for us to explore, Mr. Justice. There is? Minister Inga's final memories. In them, the minister's killer posed as Dirk. Therefore, one must ask, how did the killer dispose of their disguise? Hey, you're right. A lot of blood would have splattered onto the killer. So the blood-soaked clothes would have to have been dealt with somehow. If they're still around somewhere, then.
Objection!
I was wondering what absurd idea we can concoct next. Clothing can be disposed of almost anywhere. I doubt you'd find them now.
Objection.
Then you don't know us very well. Your benevolence. Yes? On the day of your father's murder, you've been washing the courtyard from 2 p.m. Now, during that time, you saw Kringaran, did you not? Yes, I did. I saw my mother entering the palace from the courtyard. But I was told not to mention it because it had nothing to do with my father's murder. Rafa! You would not dare! The queen headed into the palace. Did she have Dirk's clothes in her possession? No. No, she did not. So, maybe she disposed of them somewhere in the courtyard.
Objection!
The police did a thorough sweep of the area following the crime. But they did not find anything resembling Dirk's clothes. But you knew that already, didn't you, prosecutor? Yes. I admit no clothing was found. Because you burned them! Heh! So you admit that you were merely speculating. Chasing phantoms and delusions of evidence that never existed. This makes no sense. Clothing doesn't just disappear like that. If Garan wasn't carrying any clothes, she must have gotten rid of them somewhere. Somewhere where she thought they'd never be found. Where they'd never be found, huh? I believe Dirk's clothes were hidden here. Okay. The first thing I can think of is the water. But I'm not sure in the slightest. But it's the only thing that makes sense.
Take that!
Impossible. A thorough search has already been made of the entire area. But You could at least listen. No. Okay, what the hell? If you ever hope to locate Dirk's clothes, Mr. Justice, it would have to be someplace that was beyond her benevolence's field of vision. Otherwise, she would have noticed the bundle of bloody clothes. Right. Wait, so out of her vision must mean it's still in the tomb, right? I'm gonna save just in case.
Take that!
The tomb? You believe the clothing was hidden there? Yes, it's the only place it can be. Very well. Where in the tomb do you believe the clothes were hidden?
Take that!
Oh my! You believe they were hidden there? That's not it. That's not it. That does seem rather ridiculous. Okay, so bullseye. The defense has failed to sufficiently establish Queen Garon's culpability. Though a few issues remain unresolved, this court will leave such matters to the police for further investigation. Wait, there's the fake ending now. Here's the fake ending. Here we go. This trial may have proven Dirk's innocence, but we failed to prove who Minister Inga's true killer was. The truth of what happened 23 years ago remains shrouded in mystery. It was all because we failed to prove Garon's guilt. What a boring fake ending, come on. Oh wait, it's actually continuing, okay. After that trial, we were forced underground in order to escape Garon's agents. I joined Nayuda and the Defiant Dragons in their effort to overthrow Garon. A dragon never yields. We fight on with Dirk's creed in our hearts, and dream of the day revolution comes to crying. Where would she hide the clothes?
Take that!
Wait, so the clothes were hidden with...
Take that!
Of course, that makes perfect sense. No, it doesn't. The clothes weren't simply hidden. They were returned to where they belonged. Oh, right, okay. And by that you mean... the killer would have had to get Dirk's clothes from somewhere. Luckily, they were right here. Right there. Yes, of course. At the time of the minister's murder, Dirk's body was already in the sacrifice. The killer could have simply borrowed his clothes. Right, before the minister entered the tomb, the killer put on Dirk's clothes. then hid underneath the curtain above the sarcophagus. After the minister was killed, Dirk's clothes were returned to his body.
Objection!
So what? This is still all speculation. We know not whether those clothes were actually used in the murder. Therefore, you cannot prove that they are somehow connected to this case. That's where you're wrong, but I believe you already knew that. These clothes were definitely used during the minister's murder because of this. Bloodstain on Dirk's chests are no doubt the result of being shot by the minister. However, that doesn't explain everything. There is also some blood splatter extending from his left elbow to his abdominal area. I believe this blood splatter came from... If the killer wore these clothes during the murder, then the blood splatter must have come from Minister Inga. I thought it was all Dirk's, but that makes sense. Only one way to be sure, though. Let's get those stains analyzed right away. Indeed, this may be the conclusive evidence we need to prove the Queen's guilt. You cannot prove it was I who hid those clothes. They could very well have been hidden by a third party. But could they really? I'd say the possibility of someone other than Garan hiding the clothes. No, it's just not possible. Your Eminence, I recall you saying the following. The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. Ah! That was your own testimony, word for word. Why, you insolent... Admit it. Only you could have hidden Dirk's clothes after they were used in the murder. And that means you are the one who killed Justice Minister Inga. Insignificant worm! You dare accuse me, the ruler of Krain? Do not think for one moment that such impudence will... I'm afraid such arguments are invalid here in the Sacred Hall, Your Eminence. Because even monarchs aren't above the law. It's the end of the line for you, Queen Garan. Time to come down from that lofty throne and face justice! Me? Face justice? Surely you jest. You are in no position to force my hand, lawyer. Oh? Surely you haven't forgotten about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals would be deemed just as guilty. In short, should I be convicted of murdering my husband, your dear brother, who delivered false testimony in my defense, shall also be found guilty. What? That can't be. Can it? By delivering false testimony in the course of protecting a guilty party, he would certainly be judged in this court as having supported a criminal. And the Defense Culpability Act would most definitely come into play. But that law is so broad that anyone can be convicted under it. When it comes to the DC Act, even I am conflicted, and yet, as it currently stands, it is the law of the land. And as you said earlier, no one is above the law. Of all the absurd things I've seen, this law really takes the cake. Now what? What can we even do at this point? You need not look so forlorn. Dirk has been cleared of all charges. So let us leave all thoughts of the real killer of Revolution in the past where it belongs. She wants us to just let her off scot-free? And yet, I don't see any other choice. We cannot yield to her here, Apollo. If it will move the revolution forward, I will gladly face the DC Act. Now do it. Accuse the Queen Garan of the crime she has committed. But what you speak of is not revolution. Our kingdom will not function without its sovereign. And Rayfa cannot ascend to the throne, for she is as yet incapable of channeling spirits. Thus, to accuse me is to wish destruction upon our fair kingdom, you terrorist. Terrorist? If you would still insist on accusing me, then as ruling sovereign of Krain, I proclaim the following. All who imperil the crown, no matter the reason, shall be subject to immediate execution upon the Queen's orders. What? Immediate execution? Do you still not comprehend? Then let me be clear. For the sake of this kingdom's future, and in accordance with the laws of Karain, I command that you be put to death at once. What the? Isn't this going a bit too far? Why is the Garan Royal Guard? They were on standby in case of an attack by foolish and optimistic terrorists. Now, if you continue to oppose me, the very bottom of the law, then under my regal authority, you shall all be put to death.
Objection!
Oh, come on. This is insane, even for you. You can't possibly get away with something like this. This is a court of law. You can't just order our execution without due process. Now look, Apollo. Truth and due process are certainly important. But so is your life. So think before you speak again. But... please, Apollo. Do not make this any worse than it already is. I cannot lose you to the Twilight Realm too. What am I supposed to do? How do I win against an opponent that can rewrite the laws she sees fit? How can I ever bring her to justice? Is this really how it all ends? Is it your life or your accusation, lawyer? An auto for both. It is time to cease this insanity. What do I do? Should I accuse Queen Garan? Queen Garan? I know what I have to do. Mr. Wright, you know that saying you constantly remind me and Athena of? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You never fail to surprise me, Apollo. And Ayuda, you know that creed we've known ever since we were kids? A dragon never yields. Apollo. They are not merely words. They are what's carried us this far. So now, it's time to honor these words and the memories of the ones who gave them to us. I couldn't agree with you more, Apollo. Those words are more important to me than you know. If there's any time to remember them, it's now. It would seem, Apollo, that not one, but two auspicious creatures dwell deep within me. A fierce dragon and a virtuous phoenix that shall scatter the clouds hiding the heavens. Shatter. Was it scatter or shatter? I shall join you in your death-defying bluff. I think I finally understand what those words really mean, and the resolve they embody. Are you smiling? Even in the face of certain doom? Is there no end to your defiance? Unfortunately for you, no. I won't let fear, or even the law, force me to abandon the pursuit of truth. Because there's another saying in my country, the truth will set you free. Indeed, that is precisely what Dirk sought to do through this trial. He wished for us to break free from a certain despicable spider's immobilizing silk threads. We won't be intimidated by unjust laws, or give in to fear. Abandoning the truth like that is just not a part of my playbook. There's only one path before us, revolution. The time to make Dirk's dream a reality is upon us. Your Eminence, if you are the law here in Khura'in, then your very existence is wrong. Does your desperate bleeding know no end? I know it's a bit too late to ask, but what's the plan? Well, if Khura'in is going to execute us on the spot under the DCA, and the law itself derives from its power from the authority of the crown, then there's only one thing to do. We dethrone her, right here, right now. Alright, but how? It's not like we have a lot of time to come up with a way to do it either. I doubt she'll allow you to perform another cross-examination while we think. Don't worry. I'll come up with something. We'll be fine. We can't give up. Not now. We have to keep on fighting to the end. We can't allow these broken trials to go on. It's time to make things right. Oh! Ooh, let's go! If I accuse Garan, Nayuta will be subject to the DCA, which means he will be put to death in accordance with the law. So, the only way out of this is to dethrone Garan right now. Could this be the key to dethroning Garan? The Founder's Orb is the key to revolution? Durek was convinced that the orb is the key to the revolution, and Khura'in's future. In light of Garon's obsession with the orb, it makes a large amount of sense. She probably doesn't want anyone using it to gain spiritual powers, and rights to the throne. Inga definitely tried to do just that. But that's where it all starts to fall apart. Inga couldn't have channeled the Founder, even after abducting Miss Faye, after all. Inga didn't know the Founder's name. The name of the Founder is only known to those who became Queen. That means only people who currently know her name are Garan and Amara. And Maya. So even if someone else had the orb, they wouldn't be able to channel the Founder. So that begs the question, why is Garan so fixated on the orb? Okay, let's not overthink this. Garan is obsessed with the orb because... She can't! Garon wants spiritual power. Could it be? It's hard to believe, but... If she wants spiritual power, does that mean Garon can't channel spirits? That would explain why she had Amara perform the rite of channeling. Is that why she let Amara live? To stand in for her when the time came to channel spirits? So, if Garon can't channel spirits, she'd have no claim to the throne. Garon has no claim to the throne. Garon's Defense Culpability Act was established under the Crown's authority. But if she has no claim to the throne, then the DC Act will become null and void. No, not just the DC Act. All of the insane laws she's enacted would be swept away in one fell swoop. You claim the authority of the Crown? You, of all people? That's a good one. Have you truly lost it, lawyer? Indeed, I would have the defense explain himself at once. It's easy, your majesty. Why is Queen Garon so obsessed with the Founder's Orb? Why did she let Queen Amara live? And why was she the one having her mercifulness perform the rite of channeling in her place? The answers to these three questions point to one single conclusion. A fact that will shake this kingdom to its very core. I still do not follow, Apollo. Your Eminence, I have just one question for you, and please be honest. You can't actually channel spirits, can you? What? You believe the Queen is not capable of communing with the dead? The defense will explain himself at once. And Karain, the ability to channel spirits is an absolute requirement for would-be Queen. But you, Your Eminence, if you were incapable of doing that, then you would have no claim to the throne. Not only that, but every law you've passed would be rendered null and void. And you, the Grand Royal Guard, you seem to be rather enamored with the Queen's supposed spiritual power. But what if she had none? What if she were just an ordinary person, a pretender to the throne? That's crazy talk. Impossible. Everyone knows only a spirit medium can become queen. Such blasphemy. What grounds to make such a defamatory claim? Queen Garon, if you think I'm just out to defame you, then prove it. Prove it using the piece of evidence you want so badly.
Take that!
All the conditions for summoning the founder should be in place. With the orb, we know what the founder looks like. And as a queen, you should know the founder's name. Now, if you would, Your Eminence, please show us the great spiritual power you bear as Grand Priestess of Karain. Oh, to witness this great power within our eyes, the Holy Mother will appear before us. Oh, great miracle of miracles. Praise be, Your Eminence. May your mighty spiritual power show us the way. Enough! Enough, I say, you mindless cretins! Your Eminence? Can it be that you cannot? No, I want a lawyer. I summon one at once. Aren't you forgetting something? There aren't any lawyers left in Karain. You can thank your Defense Capability Act for that. Your Eminence, please give us a glimpse of your magnificent spiritual power. Summon her holiness so she may guide us. I have heard enough from you. Out of my sight, all of you! If you truly are capable of channeling spirits, then get on with it already, Your Eminence. You sneaky, underhanded wretch of a lawyer. That reminds me. You said something to this effect earlier. It is time to cease this insanity. Don't you feel stupid for saying that now? Indeed. Of all the things she has said, I can think of nothing more ludicrous. Apollo. Teach this deceitful, putrid queen a lesson she won't soon forget. Gladly, because it really is time to cease this insanity. You're on. Your reign of terror ends here! Very well. Demonstrating my facility as a spirit medium is simple enough. Behold, the magnificent power to commune with the dead. O great spirit of the founder who dwells in the Twilight Realm, heed the secret covenant of the orb, and appear before us. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Appear before us. Heed my call, Founder, please. Hi. No, wait. I was just warming up. The ride actually starts from now. Look. Holy Mother. Prosecutor Sabati, how is Her Eminence? It seems she now believes that she herself is the Holy Mother. I see. But her attempt at spirit channeling failed, did it not? Sadly, she seems unable to accept the facts. I fear it will be quite the challenge to question her later. And what, if I may ask, was her motive? I understand that she killed Minister Inga in order to prevent this coup d'etat. But what of her attempt to assassinate Queen Amara 23 years ago? To become queen herself? Maybe she just craved power and attention. She likely developed a psychological complex from her inability to channel spirits. That is why she kept Queen Amara alive, to perform the rite of channeling for her. In that way, it would seem as if she had great spiritual power. In short, she built a cult of personality upon fear and lies. Then again, do not all tyrants? So then she never really intended to kill Amara, huh? What I don't understand is why Queen Amara even listened to Garon in the first place. Especially 14 years ago, before Rayfo was being held hostage. Why would she keep letting the people of Karain think she was dead? While she kept quietly performing the rite of channeling for Garon. My mother is a gentle soul by nature, and loves her sister dearly. So when Garon told her to hide because Jericho sought to kill her, she believed it. What's more, she did not wish to tarnish the name of her beloved sister. That is why she acquiesced so obediently to Garon's request to keep channeling for her. Until she fled with Dirk, and was told the truth, that is. So that's what happened. Since Rafa was being held captive, I imagine Amara had no choice but to help cover up the truth behind Inga's murder. Yeah, living secretly as Rafa's servant Nea no doubt only deepened her love for her daughter. She'd do anything to keep her safe. All the more reason to hide the painful truth from her. Well, that was a case of the ages. Prosecutor Sadmari has been cleared of all suspicion in the murder of Minister Inga, as has Mr. Dirk Sadmari in the assassination attempt on Queen Amara. Now then, I think it is high time I handed down my verdict on Dirk and Nayuda Sadmari. Dirk, I hope you're watching. I proved your innocence. Nayuda's smiling again. That revolution you've always dreamed of is finally happening. With this, I may finally say, this court is adjourned. Way to go, Apollo! I was on the edge of my seat when those guards stormed the courtroom. That was a shocker, alright. Can't imagine anything like that happening back home. I know, right? I was ready to go on down there and teach them a lesson myself. Really? I was barely able to hold her back. Hold me back? You were about to go ballistic after a little while there, Athena. Yeah, well, I was thinking about helping you smack a few of them down, to be honest. Remind me to never say or do anything to deserve a Maya Athena double suplex. You did a fine job out there today, Apollo. Thanks for all the great advice, Mr. Wright. Nah, it was all you. That perseverance and never say die attitude you showed was impressive. I actually learned a thing or two myself. What? From me? That's a laugh. There were any number of times where I wouldn't have blamed you for giving up. But you stuck it out to the end and came away triumphant. By sheer force of will, and inner strength forged in countless trials. You overcame the most desperate and hopeless situation I've ever seen. I don't know about all that. I mean it. You've really come a long way, Apollo. I have nothing but respect for your abilities as an attorney. Really? Aren't you exaggerating just a little bit, Mr. Wright? You did it, Apollo. You finally won his seal of approval. But what about me, Nick? My channelings have come a long way too. After all, I was deemed worthy enough to be used in 2 major crimes already. Yeah, and 2 major chances for me to become someone for you to channel next. Honestly, I couldn't have done this without the support of each and every person here. Mr. Wright, Athena, Nayuda, and of course, Dirk. That was pretty cool, Polly. Wait, Truzy's here? Truzy? Truzy, what are you doing here? It's magic! I'm afraid she employed the old let's stow away in Mr. Edgeworth's suitcase trick. What? What? That would certainly explain why my suitcase was so heavy. Tell me you at least noticed it was heavier than usual. Truzy? Do you even have a passport? My magic panties are an extra-dimensional space. There's like a mini universe in there. I can produce a passport at the drop of my hat. Right. Maybe some things in this world are better left a mystery. Hornhead, barbed head. I'm forever in your debt for what you've accomplished in this Hall of Justice. Without your presence, I may have never changed as I have this day. It's pathetic, I know. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. It was you who changed yourself. Only you could choose to defy Garon. And that decision was yours and yours alone. That's right. All we did was present you with an opportunity. And you made use of it with gusto. This victory is yours, your benevolence. You should be proud of yourself. I see. So, I am worthy of my title after all. I shall work to heal our kingdom so that it may know peace and prosperity once more. She sure bounced back quick. So, your benevolence, I take it you learned the truth of your origins? That you were the daughter of Dirk and Queen Amara? Yes, my mother, her evidence, told me. She said it was a part of my disciplining. If you can call it that. Sounds more like blackmail. Keep quiet or I'll tell everyone you're the daughter of a criminal. My mother was so insufferable. Or should I say, my former mother. Sounds like there was no love lost there. But you clear Dirk's name. My true father will no longer be known as a criminal. Therefore, I have nothing more to fear. So, what's next for the Kingdom of Khurain? You lost your queen, so... Her benevolence, Princess Rayfa, will ascend to the throne. Wait, won't Queen Amara? Ayuda, but you can't channel spirits yet, right? Indeed, which is why I will act as regent on her behalf. Until the day she comes into her own. Yes, you have to greatly appreciate it, Prosecutor said. Big... But... She's going to say what I think she is. What are you looking at, you horn-headed nincompoop? In any event, I will be assisted by Nayuda and Queen Amara for the time being. Queen Amara? Our country offers counsel to the rulers of neighboring kingdoms through channeling. It is a duty I intend to fulfill myself one day. But for now, I will have Queen Amara assist me in that capacity. So then, she's going to be alright? Yes. It seems the bullet went straight through her, without any serious damage. That's a relief. You did it, AJ! Thanks to you, both Dirk and Ayuda beat the charges against them. And you got the revolution rolling to boot. Revolution? Dirk. I guess you were right to believe in me after all. Yes, sir. There's gonna be some major changes around here. The legal system's gonna return to its rightful state, like our Dirk always wanted. In the name of Apollo Justice will go down in Khuraini's history. Yeah, right. Oh no, Yuda, before I forget. There was something I wanted to give you before I head back home. You wish to give me something? Yes, as Dirk's birth son, I think you should have this. Either the photo or something else.
Take that!
I don't understand, Apollo. Are you kidding? Wait, that wasn't it. No! This, right? Oh, yes. That's it. Okay. It doesn't actually... This is Dirk's... I have to get back to the States. As I know you're a prosecutor and all. But the man is going to change crime. It's only right that you have it. Change crime. Yeah, in Dirk's place. Apollo? I'm afraid I must refuse your gift. What? Why? There's something I would like to show you. Huh? What's this all of a sudden? Mr. Wright, will you or your friends please join us? Oh, sure. This is gonna be so cute. Okay. I thought there was gonna be a cutscene. So why'd you bring us here, Nayuta? Apollo? I want you to stay here in Karain. What? But why? We have lost our queen, and our kingdom stands at a crossroads. Most of all, we will need to rebuild our entire legal system. Naturally, that includes the reintroduction of lawyers to the court. Wait, you're not asking me to... Yes, I want you to take over this law office. With you as a lawyer, and me as a prosecutor, we shall rebuild Karain's legal system from the ground up. You want me to help you rebuild the legal system? That's a lot to take in. Apollo, I cannot do this without you. As a lawyer, you are Dirk's spiritual heir. And having studied in America, your legal knowledge will be indispensable. This is way out of my league. The revolution is still in its infancy. But it was Dirk's dream to restore the legal system to its rightful state. Will you not help me realize that dream? Come on, AJ. You know it's what Dirk would have wanted. Let's do it together. You must be taken aback by my sudden request, but please give it some thought. Of course. I'm honored that you asked. Still, I have my job back at the Wright Anything Agency to consider too. Don't you worry about that, Apollo. Besides, this is something only you can do. Something only I can do? I mean, to be completely honest, our office would be a bit short on firepower without you around, but hey. Mr. Wright? Actually, I'm sorry, but I can't get on board with this. Athena? I mean, there's still so much I want to learn from you, Apollo. That's right. It won't be the same without you. And everyone back home would really miss you too. There's no way I can agree to this. Still, if you really wanted to stay... Yeah, Athena's right. Won't be easy, but... Athena, Trucy? Apollo, no one but you can make this decision. Know that I will not question whatever choice you make. Our flight leaves tomorrow morning, Apollo. You can make up your mind by then? I'll try. Talk about a difficult decision. Should I go back to the US and continue working at the Wright Anything Agency? Or should I stay in Karain and help Nayuta rebuild the legal system? What's the right thing for me to do? Bus to the airport will be here any minute. I wonder where Apollo is. You think he decided to stay here in Karain? Playing as Phoenix. I bet he was up all night thinking. This is a life-changing decision after all. But whatever he decides, I'll have to accept it. He's gonna stay. I guess this means no more courtroom battles alongside him. Hey guys! I know that booming voice anywhere. Apollo! Oh, I made it! Apollo, you're here. Does this mean you're coming home with us? Well, about that. Mr. Wright. Yes? I've made up my mind. Here it is. The moment of truth. I still have so many things to learn from you. But I decided to stay in Karain. You're staying? But I feel like I have to pick up where Dirk left off. I can't let a sacrifice go to waste. I see. Plus, I want to teach others everything you've taught me about being a lawyer, Mr. Wright. Apollo! Dirk's roadmap for the future, and your teachings. I believe that these two things will save the people of this kingdom from further unrest. I want to do this. No, I have to do this! Apollo, I've never felt prouder. Proud to have such an amazing attorney working under me. But someday, I'll return to the US. Once the new legal system here is firmly in place, I'll be back. Scout's honor. Will we really see you again, Apollo? You bet. Not that I have any idea how long it'll be. But I promise you this, everyone. I'll keep on learning and growing, and I'll come back to the US an even better lawyer. So don't you forget about me. Of course we won't, Apollo. There will always be a spot waiting for you back at the office. In the meantime, we'll be rooting for you. So knock him dead. You got it, Mr. Wright. Trucy. I'm gonna miss you, Polly. And if this is it, then I'm gonna support your choice all the way. Thanks, Trucy. Good luck with your magic act. I know you do Troop Grammar proud. I'll be cheering for you too, Apollo. I don't think you're the only one with room to grow. The next time we meet, you probably won't even recognize me. In other words, game's on. You bet, and I'm gonna win. I'm going to miss you too, Apollo, but can't wait to see where your new adventure will take you. Well, here's our bus. I guess this is it, Apollo. I'll never forget everything you've done for me, Mr. Wright. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Here's to seeing you back in the US again someday. Until then, you know where to find me. The legacy of those who came before us. It's handed down from parent to child. And from mentor to disciple. We must never stall or stagnate, but continue to grow and change. All that we've been taught, the beliefs and convictions that have been passed down to us, we must continue to nurture them so we, in turn, and pass them on to the next generation.
Are you really sure you're okay with him staying, boss?
Uh-huh. I always figured he'd leave the nest someday.
Oh, I think they're almost here.
Just a little. Got it. Huh? Why don't we go and check it out, AJ?
Go on, Mr. Hat, introduce yourself. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. Nice to meet you. I wanted to take this opportunity to announce my solo debut. It seems Mr. Hat doesn't want Apollo to leave him in the dust. We're fierce rivals, you know. I can't let him hog the spotlight. It's just like the same without Polly, is it? Yeah, I kind of miss him too. I know, we should go visit him in Karayan. Oh, Apollo's theme and jazz! After seeing Mr. Justice in action, what can I do for Karayan? Then it came to me, tourism, that's what. Although all of Karayan's tourism industry visitors. Make a museum dedicated to find dragons. Boy, the ideas just keep on coming. I want to congratulate you on becoming a forensic investigator, Detective Sky. Thank you, but Prosecutor Somebody says he has need of me. So starting tomorrow, I'll be working in crime for a while. Look at it this way. It's sure to be an educational experience. True, plus I can't let that kid show me up either. I'll see what I can do for Karayan's revolution. Well, challenges are a way of helping people grow. I look forward to our next generation upon your return. During that forehead face, ever since he rebuilt the secret behind our teleportation trick. Show requests have been totally dried up. We'll be out on the street if we don't find some work soon. Maybe we should take Trucy up on her offer. Right, she said we can be as magicians at the Right Anything Agency. Shut up, I'm gonna show her up someday. And show her my terms. Nothing fires you up than the bitter rivalry. Okay. Karayan is just like this child right now, full of life and limitless possibilities. I have faith that Dirk and my darling Tarus will watch over us. Have no fear. We'll see that Dirk's legacy go through to the end. And just for Junior here is the secret to being a god among men. Oh, the dad's pose. Come on, little guy, don't be shy. I can do it, and I will. Mr. Wright will be calling me his right-hand woman before you know it. Let's do this. Never change, Athena. Bucky, how dare you deliver my order in such a sorry state? Be mad, Simey. It's a huge party for a shop yesterday, but she still tastes fine. Here, try some. A trial the other day really inspired me. I've even created Rakugo routine based on Chicho's case. It's such a mystery story, it'll keep flipping down as it's thinking on its head. It's called the Scary Yura Noodle. You think giving away too much in the title. Do the music. The university where my father worked is letting me help with the dig. One day I'll discover an unknown ancient civilization and dedicate to him. I'll also be going on a dig and grind soon. That private justice had better not be slacking off. Maya and Pearl, I'm going to be super busy now that I'm the head of the Fae clan. Don't worry, Mystic Maya. I'll do whatever I can to help. Thanks, Pearly. Our first order of business will be to revolutionize Karine Village. Ooh, I have an idea. How about opening a store where we can buy new outfits like the city girls wear? Well, Lucas all grown up now. But I think this might be rude. Okay. Mother! How do you stop being Naina? I want a new Naina. I wonder if there would be anyone willing to serve you in that. You're quite a handful after all. I am? With a simple wave of your hand, you would have your attire changed, meals prepared, and even your teeth brushed. Fear not, Rafa. You'll have plenty of time in which to make amends. Perhaps you should start with one of your famous shoulder rubs? Her benevolence is taken to calling me brainhead. Even worse, that you shivers. What have I done to? What am I to do? Perhaps I shall consult Apollo about this. He reminds me a lot of Edgeworth, actually. Like, scarily so. I just thought of that. How is he doing, Mr. Wright? Great. He's a respectable lawyer in his own right. He even has his own practice called Justice Law Offices. Thank you. This wouldn't have been possible without you. But before I forget, I made a copy of this photo for you. A photo? Oh! This is Lemirar. Jove. It is so good to see him again. Don't you think it's about time we told him the truth? After all, they've both grown to fine young people now. Yes, you're right. Perhaps it's about time they knew. Oh, I've been waiting for this! I've been waiting for this! No, they don't actually tell them? No! They don't actually show us telling them. Hmm. Dear Mr. Wright, I can't believe it's already been a few months since I decided to stay. I'm sorry I haven't been good about keeping in touch, but things have been really hectic. Rebuilding a legal system I'm not yet familiar with has been a real challenge. But I will stay. It's given me plenty of work to keep me busy. Have you not given the autopsy report even a cursory glance, Mr. Justice? It's just, I have 15 clients on my plate right now. Though I probably shouldn't have accepted all 15 at the same time. Oh, please. Are you going to help me rebuild Karine's legal system or not? If you are, we need to move through this case backlog faster. Yeah, I know, but... Besides, those 15 are only the beginning. There are 10 more awaiting your services. Huh? I too have friends and acquaintances seeking legal representation, and being that you are the only lawyer in the country, I told them to contact you. I estimate it will add about 16 clients to your caseload. Huh? Huh? Now wait just 1 minute. I've been handing out advertisements for your new office. They read, from legal advice to investigating extramarital affairs, even yak milking. For a limited time only, these services and more are free down at Justice Law offices. I've already received requests from 380 new clients! I'm going to have to say something, aren't I? Yes, you're going to have to say something, Follow. Heh, I trust you did your Chords of Steel exercise this morning? Well, go on. There's no need to hold back. Now that you mention it, we have yet to hear you shout today. Yes, and I have grown quite drowsy from these tedious proceedings. I could use a loud something to wake me up. Do not disappoint me, Hornhead. There's really only one thing to say at a time like this. It's a word I've said countless times in my career, a word I'll never tire of. Objection! Okay, it doesn't work.
Objection!
They don't actually tell you. They don't actually tell Apollo and Trucy. Oh, I wanted to see that. I wanted to see that so bad. They don't actually tell them that they're siblings. Trucy theme. Sorry, I'm just... Okay, this game was very good. The one middle case was very boring, but the rest was very, very good. The one who you played as Athena. Athena got no love in this game, I'll give her that. She's probably gonna have a lot more leeway in the next game, but given that Apollo's not a part of Wright Anything Agency anymore. So, I'm betting that Athena is going to be one of the main characters in the next game because she hasn't developed as much as Apollo has as lawyer. Apollo's basically where Mr. Wright was at the end of Trials and Tribulations, so... But anyway, let me see these illustrations actually. I haven't seen these. That's cool. Yeah, this case was boring as hell. I did not like that case. Oh, I don't crit. No. No! It takes such a long time. Alright. Anyway. That's it. I don't know when I'm gonna play the, wait, I don't have balance, do I? No, I don't. Okay. I'm gonna have to figure that out another time. So, dang. Okay, we're finished with the main story of all the games. That being said, we have the DLC of this game, which is 3 episodes. And we have the 2 spin-offs, I guess you could call them. They're not spin-offs, they're more like prequels to everything. They're 100 years in the past, and you play as Phoenix's ancestor. But they should be fun to play. I don't know if I can play them somehow other than my 3DS, because my 3DS is getting kind of full on the SD card. So I might have to delete some games to make room for them, but either way, I don't know if I'm gonna play them because they have no relation at all to the main story. So we're just gonna see how it picks up. But either way, I really, really want to play the spin-offs as well. The thing is, most of them don't exist in English yet, and if it does, it's a fan translation. So, or they never will exist in English, at least officially. So, we'll see how I solve that, but I want to play them someday. For now, though, I don't know if I will. I don't know how I'm gonna keep streaming Phoenix Wright when I have no Phoenix Wright games left to play, but I might actually pick up shiny hunting, so it will be way shorter streams though, because I will get bored much quicker, and there will be more opportunities to end the stream and stuff like that, because technically when you're shining it, you can end it at any time. But with Phoenix Wright, you kind of have to end it where it's a good place to end it, where it says to be continued or something like that, because it'll give you a refresher the next time you go into it. So if I quit mid-episode in Phoenix Wright, it'll just not give me a refresher, and I'll have to quickly figure out where I'm at in the story without having any connection whatsoever. So either way, it's 5:26 a.m. I've been streaming for way too long. I should have ended it at the 6-hour mark and then kept playing tomorrow, but it is what it is. We're done with the game. Whatever. I'm gonna get like 2 hours of sleep tonight. So it was very fun, these games. I don't think I'll ever have something quite the same as this. This has touched me, like, honestly. And I'm very glad that I found these games. So I'll probably like make a list or something tomorrow of which game I like the most. This game is up there. I will definitely say that. It was up there. But I won't say exactly where I place it yet because I haven't decided yet. So all in all, very good characters, and Athena was not loved at all in this game though, but she will get more love in the next game, I presume. So I'm just saying that this is the ideal story for me in the new Phoenix Wright games, because you see all the characters that you love. The only 2 I missed were Larry and Gumshoe. They still haven't been explained, and then Iris. Because Iris was a huge one. Like, it's the love interest of Phoenix, so like, of course you're gonna have to explain where the hell she went. But I don't think you're gonna explain that, and that kind of makes me sad, to be honest. But it is what it is. But we're gonna have to see where Athena probably lands in the next game, because the next game will probably be more about her. Even though Ace Attorney 5 was kinda a lot about her, but that's the game where she was introduced, so it makes sense. Apollo Justice had his whole own game as well, where he was the main character and everything. So him getting his own kind of game here, where he was played a lot, he was played more than Phoenix in this game. Even though it's called Phoenix Wright. So Apollo won't be featured very much, I'm guessing. So I'm saying so a lot. I've talked way too much, my voice is dead, as you can probably hear. But you'll probably see me tomorrow, either when I stream Smash, Let's Go, or Sun and Moon to continue my Shiny Living next there. Or I might play something entirely different. I have no idea, we'll see. But I hope you'll be there with me, and see you guys later. Bye.